Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio. Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain. An enemy has been first blood. Double kill. Legendary. Victory.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty!
Haven't you heard? I do.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik, ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win.
Rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar,
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Hey! Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. cabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang.
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet Hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Grind on. Confirm lah Nescafe. Never stop fighting. Grind on. Power up with only Nescafe. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Musik baru, stadium baru, azam baru, kekuatan baru. Adakah anda bersedia untuk memulakan MPL Malaysia musim ke-12?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Rentak irama Liga baru kini bergema, 10 pasukan beradu cita. Pertarungan sengit, irama bergaya, daya perlawanan tidak berputus asa. Regu demi regu silih berganti. Dalam medan pertempuran tiada bermadu. Taktikal cermat, jurus berani, kibarkan impian menjadi satu. Di atas pentas, rivalitas berarak membara. Kejayaan abadi di liga ini kita tancapkan asa. Musim baru, mentaliti baru, misi melambung atas langit. Pasukan manakah akan menakluk ataupun bakal ditakluk? Inilah musim baru kita, MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Ini gaya kita.
Selamat datang dan selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12.
Apa khabar Dewan Sri Putra?
Oh my, the
Feel the
energy in this venue is incredible. Hello semua, nama saya Rose dan saya akan jadi host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan of course, bersama saya, siapa lagi? Head of League Ops Malaysia, Lafel.
Tak. Season itu semua season lepas. League Ops, nak keluarkan rahsia orang, lapar, benda tu semua lama. Okay? Season kali ni ada tak yang jadi pandai. Okay, sebab kita dah ada banyak caster yang pandai. Kita ada Karakuri, Sunfrost, Shamilo.
Tu je ke? Sana?
Gideon Q. Okay, adalah yang pandai. Kali ni, season kali ni, I akan kecam orang. I akan hentam semua. Kali ni bukan Lapel. Kali ni, Roy.
Okay. I guess boleh
Boleh,
ikut. Okay.
Boleh,
So, kita
Alright.
bagi Roy goreng-goreng apa dia nak. Tapi, let's talk further pasal regular season format kita untuk musim ini.
Format kita kali ni sama macam season lepas. So, semua team diorang akan lawan sesama sendiri sekali saja. Good and bad. Di mana? Bila mereka menang bagus. And again, kena ingat, ini adalah M5 punya chance. Jadi mereka nak kena jadi champion.
Tapi, bukan champion sahaja yang ada slot or a guaranteed slot
No.
untuk
Champion je pergi M5.
No!
Salah sikit, champion je pergi M5.
Bukan, Lafel. Second place ada chance nak lawan dekat wild card which will be happening in Kuala Lumpur pada November.
Okay, so pada tempat kedua akan pergi wildcard. Sama ada mereka akan lepas, tak lepas, I pun tak tahu. Sebab bila I tengok the wildcard countries yang akan masuk, nampak sangat-sangat kuat. Sangat-sangat keras.
Betul. So, before we cakap pasal wildcard, let's start our regular season first, okay? Mari kita tengok schedule untuk hari ini. So, the grand opening match untuk perlawanan ini adalah Team SMG versus Todak. A rematch, technically, of our best of 7 di musim ke-11.
Macam mana kita end season lepas, kita akan mulakan season kali ini. Di mana sebelum ni adalah best of 7, kali ini adalah best of 3. Kemudian pada pukul 6 petang, kita akan ada Team HAQ bertanding dengan Team Secret. Di mana kedua-dua pasukan relegated season lepas. Tapi mereka dah rebuild, renew mereka punya team untuk masuk balik season kali ini. Tetapi, adakah ia cukup?
Saya rasa, I'm ready to kickstart this. What do you think? Are you ready?
Alright guys, are you guys ready untuk start MPL Malaysia musim ke-12? Are you guys ready? Dengan tu, let's invite Team SMG.
Diketuai oleh Sasa yang selalu berkonsisten bersama Stormy, Subway dan Smooth. Semua player dengan nama berhuruf S. Team SMG juga menambah Saksa dan Miko, dua pemain yang berbakat dari Philippines. Dengan jurulatih baru Coach Pau dan juga Analyst Loom, mission mereka hari ini adalah untuk memula season mereka dengan kemenangan yang berdominasi. Bolehkah mereka berjaya dalam mencapai misi dan mengekalkan momentum awal musim dan maju ke M5? We shall see. Alright guys, since this is the grand opening match, can we please have Stormy and Sasa to remain in the middle for a little bit of an interview with us? Because we miss you guys.
Alright, so first, akan bagi dekat Sasa. Now, question very simple. Last season, kalah dengan Todak 4-0. What's going to be different for this best of 3?
Will be 2-0.
Will be 2-0. Who 2-0?
You guessed.
I guess,
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, wait, you were just asking to
Here's
guess?
the thing. Bila I guess usually salah. I don't know. But now let's just say SMG. Stormy.
Okay, Stormy, I nak tanya. Todak this time around, the lineup tak the Moon, which is technically your rival because you play the mid lane.
Yeah.
So, do you think their lineup is as strong without Moon or not as strong anymore?
I think we'll see later lah.
We'll see later.
Honestly, I rasa bila tak jawab pun dia ada jawapan. Ni siap senyum Ustaz. Easy. He say no, but it's okay. Thank you very much to both of you.
Alright,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Go. So guys, to Team SMG, give it up for Team SMG.
Alright, so now, mari kita jemput defending champions kita yang menang 3 kali dah actually.
Let's hype the crowd up.
Okay.
Come on.
Oh yeah, they have, look at them. Okay, they're
Are
holding
you guys
something.
ready for Todak? Are you guys ready for Todak? Let's invite the reigning
defending champions of MPL Malaysia musim ke-11 now masuk ke-12, Team Todak.
The three-time champions, pencapaian dan kejayaan terbanyak di MPL Malaysia. Walaupun mereka tidak beraksi dengan cemerlang di MSC baru-baru ini, line-up musim ini kelihatan sangat confident. Persoalan penting bagi mereka adalah tanpa Moon, mampukah Todak menunjukkan kekuatan dan memperolehkan kemenangan pertama mereka? Bersama coach baru, Kuja dan juga analis Ajib, bolehkah Todak langgar di Grand Finals rematch yang sangat sengit? Alright, tadi SMG dah ada interview. Takkan Todak tak ada kan? Kan? Okay, so can we please have Ajim dan juga Ciku guys in the middle. Ajim dengan Ciku, tak tengah. Yang semua boleh ke tepi sikit. Alright, thank you boys.
Nak aku pegangkan boleh sini.
Berat.
Berat letak bawah. Okay. Actually nak tanya Ajim dulu.
Okay.
So Ajim, kita tahu yang beberapa international punya tournament Ajim tak dapat join because of personal matters.
Okay.
Now untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-12, how ready adakah Ajim dengan whole Todak team untuk challenge this season? Lagi this time you ada partner baru dengan Kuja.
Untuk season sebelum ni kan banyak international yang saya tak datang. Semalam pun saya datang rehearsal. Banyak tim cakap nak bantai je kan, tim Todak kan. Tapi kalau kita orang Todak sendiri, kita orang nak champion and dapat trofi ni yang keempat. So tim-tim lain boleh bantai kita orang, tapi kita orang nak keempat.
Wow, okay. Ciku, I want to ask you the exact same question yang I tanya Stormy tadi. Adakah Todak masih kuat walaupun tak ada Moon dalam line-up?
Kalau perspektif saya, tengoklah dulu sampai habis season, baru kita tahu.
Bak kata Ciku, let the results speak for himself. Terima kasih banyak kepada Ajim dan juga Ciku. Kita akan bagi you guys gerak bersama punya team. Tak tahu nak letak trofi kat mana, tapi good luck.
Thank you, Todak. Okay guys, I'm feeling really excited to kick this up.
Oh, panas!
Memang panas pun. Both literally and figuratively. Okay, so sekarang dah masuk untuk jemput Marshal kita atas stage. Barisan Marshal kita memastikan match seterusnya akan dilangsungkan dengan adil, lancar dan profesional. Introducing our Head of League Ops, Johnson, Head Marshal Lukman, Marshals Raditya dan Nitse. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Hold on, I rasa semua orang rindu ayat tu. Rindu tak? Rindu? Yeah, I haven't seen you guys in a while. Tapi I rasa you guys miss one more thing. You guys miss my outro? Rindu tak outro saya masa saya Trotocaster? Rindu? Okay, players are seated. Casters look seated. Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Some things don't change here at the MPL MY Season 12. As we move on from 11 to 12, my name is Gideon Q. This is Icy Baby 12 as your English casters here for today on the openers. With so many things changing from teams to the meta, we have so much to offer you here in Malaysia.
Exactly. I'm glad to be back as well. And you guys, I hope you guys enjoy the full setup because look at this. Look at the setup, everything. Everything looks super fancy. And to top of it all, you know what I'm really happy about, Gideon, about this particular season? English broadcast has a little bit more space now.
We do have a little bit of a change literally on the desk, but that's not all. Let's have a look at the current patch notes that just dropped a couple of days ago to keep you guys up to date with what's going on with the meta. First things first, Natalia. Everybody is like, ah, man, I can't deal with this Natalia. This is big exclamation mark on top of my head. There has been a change. They're replacing Natalia's Conceal with Camouflage and they buff her damage.
Yeah, on top of it all, they have reduced Irritail's ultimate cooldowns alongside with the changes towards Yuzhong's Sha Resolute Eruption, where when he pops into the Dragon form, he doesn't do additional damage, but he does get a little bit more in terms of 30% movement speed. Lilia's Gloom flying speed has also changed from 12 to 16. Ha's Claw also being integrated with the previous Scarlet Phantom.
Yup, it's great. But my favorite of all time, the Great Dragon Sphere, gives you a bit of damage, gives you a little bit of cooldown reduction, and most importantly, gives you a little bit of crit with a unique passive that gives you so much movement speed for 7 full seconds. The meta is shifting with so much. Honestly, that's not all. That's not all. Even in-game, the skins, and particularly, if you're wondering about it, the Kagura's Beyond the Cloud skin is on sale. This time, the discount is all up to you. From all the way to the 8th of September, all the way to the 4th of September. Wait, no, that's wrong.
Correct.
8th of August, all the way to the 4th of September. Beyond the Clouds Elven Scroll event will be live. Participate in this live event and make sure that you follow the quest, because with each quest you do, you reduce the price of actually purchasing the whole bundle together.
Exactly. On top of it all, the skin looks really fancy because it is a brand new thing. However, for these guys watching at home, guess what? We would need your help here. All you gotta do is scan the QR code right now on the screen, and guess what? With your help, we can predict the MVP of the match. You guys decide who is going to be the MVP of the matches. And it's not just one. Every single match is going to be on your hands.
Yup, it's up to you guys. If you ever felt like, you know what, I don't feel like that's the true MVP, let your voices be heard. Scan that QR code and let us know. And I'm pretty sure that there's going to be prizes included along with it if you get it correct. And I think that's going to be for all of the matches. So that's going to be 2 matches today, and then tomorrow there's going to be 3 matches. So plenty of opportunities to guess your MVP.
Now, speaking of MVP, I'm curious to talk about here, because when it comes to the rosters of both these teams, there has been a lot of integration, a lot of changes, not just Todak and SMG as well. There is all the teams in general. There has a big change aiming for that target heading into his M5.
Absolutely, and I think, you know, a lot of eyes are extremely critical with the position that Todak is in. They continue, as we've mentioned before, 3-time champions here, something that no team has achieved thus far here at the MPL MY, but they continue to get scrutinized because of their poor performance during internationals.
Well, that's the thing, right? It all comes down to the coaching and analysts coming from both Fuga and RGM from Todak, whether or not can they integrate the changes here. But I'm curious to see how SMG bringing in Coach Pao previously from Lunatics is going to help them in this particular game.
I mean, I can't blame them. Lunatics had a almost miracle run last time, making sure that they not only didn't get relegated, but continue to move forward in the playoffs itself. That's something that Team SMG was lacking, you know. Haru tried his best, but now he's going to take a step back as an assistant coach and analyst, and more importantly, having Lung to kind of keep the team together, something familiar, something that he can help translate Coach Pao's words.
You know, I'm going to quote Coach Dale from the previous season as well. He did mention that, why do you need so many coaches? In this case, 3 hits is better than 1. In this case, hopefully this 3 is going to help SMG come up on top. Now, introducing the rosters here. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, it's Chiku guys, Martizi, Rival, Yums, and as well as Momo. We won't be seeing Hazelnut just yet here, but I'm excited to see how Martizi has integrated with the rest of the team. I mean, we all know this, right? Todak, when they pick up players, they have a keen eye for finding raw talent, high mechanical players, but the question is, do they fit the mentality of Todak? Do they fit the attitude and playstyle of Todak?
Agreed, and we've heard rumors as well. We thought that 4Mates is going to be playing as a starting roster here, but this time they're playing it safe. They bring in Momo instead to play on the XP lane, so I guess that's going to be the roster coming from them. However, when it comes to Team SMG, what are your thoughts on both Saksa as well as Miko coming into it?
I'm very excited. Sasa, we don't need to say. He's one of the last remaining Kage still in active play here in Malaysia. At the very least, he comes down from home soil. But I mean, excited to see how his counterpart, Saksa, is going to make the difference, right? Because this is the exclusion of Valens. This is the exclusion of Subway. Subway is still part of the lineup. He's just in a, substitution position. So if things don't go well, I'm expecting the team to revert back to its normal form.
I know you have a lot of things to talk about Saksa here, but personally, I'm a big fan of both Stormy and Subway, they are pretty much inseparable ever since their debut. And for me to first-hand see Stormy playing without Subway, I'm curious to see how far can he go.
I mean, the last time we've seen Stormy actually play without Subway, I'm pretty sure is when it was during
Almost
his
never.
time. No, it was during his time with Orange Esports. He was with Gary, Min, and Mon. Oh, I could be wrong about that. No, he was still with Stormy in that time, if I remember correctly. So yeah, they haven't been separated in a very, very long time. So it'll be interesting to see whether that synergy is going to cost the team that much.
Okay, now I want to talk a little bit more on SMG's roster here. Saksa as well as Miko. These are two imports coming in from the Philippines. Saksa, ex-Brand, ex-TNC Pro, played for a while. Miko coming ex-Omega as well. Do you think it is going to bring a significant change in the playstyle coming from SMG?
Look, I don't know. I don't think anybody is going to be able to find a gem like Joam from last season who just comes in, hard carries teams if necessary, all the way throughout playoffs. But coming into the drafting phase, immediately, I want to see which person are they going to focus on. Is this going to be the more gold-centric focused Team SMG like last season? I was about to say last year. But, or is it going to be more around where the meta is right now? Having playmaking EXP laners, having an overall team fight style.
That's the thing, right? This changes is kind of new as well. It's about barely a week, 2 weeks old, about barely a month old. So we have seen other regions kind of experiment with it, but it feels like based on this draft as well, they are still leaning on that emblem meta change where, you know, Angela is still a top tier priority. What surprises me is that Joy is still kind of ignored, as well as Arla right now, even though there has been a little bit of nerves coming in.
Well, I think, you know, Arlen and as well as Joy are kind of in a position where there are a lot of other picks you really need to kind of focus on, right? It's not just because, yes, you can technically flex them into two different positions. For Arla, it's support as well as EXP. And for Joy, it's EXP as well as the jungle. But the role demands for more. I think for Arla, it's a little bit easier, but now Rizla, Edith have come in towards the meta. And let's not even forget, like, Yutong, he's got changes too.
Oh my goodness, you're breaking my head right now. Like, the amount of heroes that is going to be integrated in an S tier pick right now is just a lot. In general, it's just so liquidated. But now, let's get into the minds of both these coaches here. In terms of priority, we've seen Pao kind of drafts around Joel during his time during Lunatics. Kuja has been known to be a very, very disciplined coach. What are your thoughts on his style of coaching and combining it with Todak, where we know all this time Chiku kind of decides the drafts a majority of time?
See, that's the thing, right? I feel like based on the interviews and the information that we can gather from all of the interviews, all the content that we've seen around surrounding Kuja and the previous teams he's been on, most remarkably, RSG SG having a good run. Teams have been saying, especially for RSG SG, they mentioned that, yeah, you know, Kuja, he comes in extremely prepared and they're used to that style. I don't know if that style really fits that Todak mentality, right? When you think Todak, you think chaos. You're not thinking discipline.
That's the thing about Todak, right? Like, they have tried the discipline method before. It didn't work out for them, and that's why they went back to this chaotic playstyle, which makes them so good. And, you know, it's so good to the point that how many teams in Malaysia can brag that I won this 3 times in champion, but at the same time, in the crowd here, what's going on? Zion Senpoi.
Zion Senpoi just chilling here. The man comes out of Team SMG, still makes the time to check out Season 12. We appreciate it from our veterans. But coming back towards the draft, we already see that Claude, first pick beside the Team SMG, and looks like it is still going to be Sasa-centric.
Would you say that this is a lot of pressure on towards Miko, considering that Zion Senpoi has had an amazing track record with SMG? And to be honest, he was one of the longest members before SMG as well with this current roster.
I mean, true, but then again, Miko is going to be playing that roam position, and if we think about the previous roamers that he has, all of them were shot callers. So the question is whether Miko is going to be that shot caller, or is somebody else going to take that role from him so he can just focus on applying pressure.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. Now, let's talk about heroes here. Claude going to be a top tier priority coming from SMG. It feels a Coach Pao draft coming in from them. But here's a little bit of fun fact for you.
Oh, Smooth has been in the MPL MY for a concurrent of 10 seasons and has proven to be one of the best EXP laners in Malaysia. And let me tell you, it was a long journey before he got that mantle. A very long journey.
I know, right? Like, we've seen him at his lowest, where he's just completely one of the worst players, and now he's one of the top contenders at XP lane. And it just shows you that with a little bit of training, with a little bit of time, with a little bit of experience, anyone can be a good player.
I don't know. I don't think it's just that. I feel like he always had all of that in him. It's the level of maturity and the attitude that you bring to the game. A lot of self-confidence issues really forcibly make your play worse, whether it's the simple things like the laning phase or even the big picture of macro. Now, coming back to the draft, we do see Valentine as well as Grok getting locked in for the side of Todak. That's a very flexible side from Todak. As Team SMG replies with the Cho as well as the Paquito, even they themselves are thinking, you know what? If you're going to go out with the Grok flex pick, we'll double flex pick you instead.
That's the thing, right? When it comes to this pick here, I'm not a big fan of Cho being in first phase pickup here, just because it's kind of limited now, where if you play it as a damage Cho on the XP lane, you are going to lose out so much pressure when it comes to opening up maps. But if you're going for a tank Cho, well, that pretty much stays the case as well. You're not going to be as tanky as before. But with the recent changes into the game here on how XP is garnered for the roamer, we talked about this before this behind the scenes, where before the first turtle, most roamers won't get their force before the first turtle engagement.
Yep. That has been a bit of a change there. And let's also not forget the fact that there's a lot of sacrifice that needs to be made if you want your roamer to actually hit level 4. One of the few conditions that you're going to need to hit, which I think is by far the easiest to do, but that's a lot of the weight is on the enemy team to make a mistake. If your roamer is able to get 1 kill or even an assist, and you wait out the turtle just a couple of seconds, like around 9 to 8, you will hit level 4 in time. But that's the problem, right? If the opposing team makes that mistake.
Yeah, exactly. And now, let's talk a little bit more on this Edith here. It seems like coming in from Todak, they are going to play this Edith with XP, Grok, and there was a roam, even though they can kind of flex it here. But based on how the recurring trends on how the other regions have been playing here, XP Edith seems to be a very, very strong lane. And in this case, when it comes to early engagements as well as a setup, you can kind of, take down the Cho relatively easy. When Cho does have a little bit damage, but not necessarily the tankiest composition to open up the map.
Yeah, Cho is in that position where you can't say he's like a dedicated damage dealer or he's a dedicated tank, because technically the way that he builds himself can hybrid both. He can go into one or the other, but he doesn't scale to basically infinity like a Uranus if we're thinking of tanks, or if we're thinking for just like hard damage, Benedetta, and arguably even people like Paquito can actually go into that direction, but just get way more benefits because of his ratios. If you look at the bans, right, we can see where the mindset of teams are going to be. Team SMG, they're getting rid of Leslie, right? Making sure that you take away some of Claude's bad matchups and alleviate some pressures for people like the tanks who don't have to worry about, man, no matter what I build, I'm just going to get shredded because of true damage.
Yeah, and on top of it all, they are playing a composition, most likely looking for an ambush kind of composition. So having the ultimate from Leslie kind of this takes away the element of surprise away from SMG. So I guess they're looking for this angle where they want to play this pick-off composition, where I think we kind of discussed this behind the scenes as well, where the meta, is it a tank jungle meta, or is it still going to be leaning on that assassin meta? Because as of yet, Team SMG, they've not shown their jungler. Likewise can be said for Todak. Or is this going to be a Paquito jungle?
I think Team SMG are probably either looking for like a 1-3-1 composition or a 4-1 composition, right? Because whoever the EXP laner is going to be has to have some form of wave clear. They could go and pivot into a full dive composition, and I think it's possible, but it's a little strange to see that from Team SMG. But then again, things could have changed, right? We look back at Todak, they're focusing their bans specifically on towards Stormy's side. Keep in mind, Yve has been quote-unquote changed/nerf. I don't know how good it is. Hasn't she been nerfed to the ground? Because there is still good uses for a utility mage, a utility bombardment mage such as Yve.
Yeah, I agree. But now, let's talk about the good mages here. A good matchup against Valentina. As of yet, Farsa as well as Novara is pretty much banned off. And they need something that can actually kind of enable this composition. But as of yet, let's talk a little bit more of the potential coming from MPL ID. Because a majority of the team so far has been leaning on this healing strategy. And I know that sometimes Team SMG might take this gamble where they pick maybe even, a Florin mid-mage, which quote-unquote don't really like it, but there is still a possibility because there are teams that still play Angela Mage.
I mean, it's all about coordination, right? It's about coordinating when you use that ult to get max value out of it. The true healing is such a powerful tool, and the extra item that you get from the bloom itself is relevant in the meta right now. Team SMG, they finish off their composition, making sure that they got the Martis on their side as well as the Yve, making sure people like the Irithel, who I was excited to see because of the Great Dragon Spear, putting her and shooting her, rocketing her up to the top tier of marksmen in the meta so far. But when you're inside the box, you're just like anybody else.
Yeah, I really like the idea as well. They're playing it safe, but based on SMG's draft, having this Martis and Paquito is really good in a sense where they are accustomed to whatever Todak jungler is going to be. If they go for maybe assassin jungler, they can match up with the Martis. If they go for the Fredrin right now for Todak, Martis is a good matchup. So I guess in terms of that, SMG is looking for that flex. But this is surprising. Todak bringing in the Alice. Well, I don't know if I like this, but I've seen it happen coming from RSG SG, and they look really good on it.
Well, let's see how effective it's going to be, because Alice is a really greedy hero. A lot of the time you'll see that Alice go into the jungle, take a couple of camps, rotate by mid-wave just to pick up the stacks, and then go back into the jungle, and this happens continuously over a period of 11 minutes.
Yep, it is going to be a very, very greedy one, but now let's take a quick look here at the items. The drafts has been set, the emblems are here. Quick prediction.
Pick prediction, so far, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Team SMG side. It's easier to pull off the composition, but Todak, if this reaches 12 minutes beyond, they're easily going to take this game.
Well, I am going to be leaning on a little bit more Todak, but without further ado, the draft has been set. Emblems are done. Everyone is here. This is going to be the first game of MPL MY Season 12. A rematch of the grand finals of Season 11 as a debut towards you guys. I know you guys are excited for this. So am I. So is Gideon. But guess what? We have to leave the best for later. Because for now, I want to talk a little bit more on how and what they can be doing in this draft.
I mean, yeah, they could be doing a lot of things, in a matter of fact. Personally, for me, I feel like if I was in their position, right? If you're in Todak's position, you're looking to buy as much time as possible. I don't think contesting for turtles is actually a smart idea. I think it's a possibility, but not to the point where you must do it, right? The conditions need to be right. And I think that the side laners in this particular case are going to play the biggest role possible, right? Rome is going to pendulum between top and bottom as much as they can. But when you're talking about EXP and as well as the marksman, whoever is winning that lane basically has control of that quadrant of the map.
Agreed. But at the same time, I think based on the rosters, well, I thought I saw that Yus might be playing the Edith instead, so it might actually be a Rome Edith. I might be wrong.
No, it was on Momo. It was on Momo. He's most likely going to get the Grok. It wouldn't make sense to actually get the Edith, because what wave are you trying to manipulate at this point of time? When you're playing Grok as a Rome, you can manipulate all the waves, in a matter of fact. But if you're just limited to the EXP, it's a big, big waste.
It's weird for me, considering how MPL ID, they have been playing this Edith XP just because you want those early ultimates here. You want to build out a little bit more items, and Edith really, really hits very hard when he hits those level 8 timings. So now when you're talking from that perspective, it feels like based on this draft, Todak is looking to play a little bit more lane control oriented to kind of set up for the pre-turtle fights.
Well, the thing about Edith is that she's really annoying. She's just so annoying to deal with. I feel like she's sort of like a Uranus. She doesn't need to worry about mana for a good majority of the game, but also whenever she decides to like, oh yeah, I'm purposely taking a bad trade so I can set you up for my jungler who's coming in about 3 seconds, that's when you start to get frustrated, because it's hard to kill her after level 4. Pre-level 4 is only so short in the EXP lane.
Agreed, but at the same time, I want to think from the perspective of SMG right here. They don't really have the tankiest composition.
All right.
And forcing them to get a Radiant Armor, would it be beneficial considering that Todak has 3 magical damage here? Edith, they have Alice as well as Valentina. Would you say is a kill, like, would it just diminish the amount of damage that Todak's going to be bringing to the table?
I don't think it will diminish the amount of damage. I think it's going to be a valued item. I think Radiant Armor in this particular situation is going to be good no matter what, because you're already dealing with an Alice. And towards that later stages of the game, you might even need to actually add a little bit more MR to top yourself up, because Alice can be quite a problem sometimes. And if nobody buys Dominance Ice, we're in a big problem here. I expect people to be buying anti-heal, whether it would be the Necklace of Durant or even even if they get the Sea Halberd... Yes, Sea Halberd. Yes, correct.
Now, because the reason why I brought this up is because if we are so focused on triple mages here, wouldn't you say that this enables Chiku to kind of take advantage of the GDS on this Yurito? Because people won't be prioritizing on the dominance. That's 1, 2. Steel leg leggings has increased in terms of price as well compared to back in the days.
I agree. I agree that it has increased the price, but I still think that it is still quite worth having, especially if you're in a losing matchup, right? I feel like no matter what, if you are Edith in this position, you are waiting for the later stages, 4 items before you are relevant. She is looking to focus down on crit more than anything else.
Yep, at the same time, the crowd is extremely pumped up as well. The management from the Todak backside is going to be supporting them. But here's a little bit of fun fact as well, because Todak is actually having a fan service somewhere later after this match, which is interesting considering that they are playing all the way here.
Don't call it fan service. It's a meet and greet. It's a meet and greet. Yes, it is service towards the fans, but I think it's time that we get back into the game.
Well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the first game of Season 12 on its way. It is going to be Team SMG going up against Team Todak, the rematch of Season 11's Grand Finals. And now, to start things off here, we do see Smooth playing the Paquito to cut the lanes.
Yep. Immediately, Smooth needs to take full advantage of his hero here. More importantly, he did decide to take the Quantum Charge to keep himself popped up and make Rival's life difficult.
At the same time here, it seems like it is going to be a need of XP lane. SMG, they're just harassing Rival here. They're just doing so much and focus onto his XP lane right now.
As much as they can, they want to make sure that Rival has the most difficult time playing this Alice, because Alice needs as many stacks as possible to start hitting and bracketing herself to get the extra benefits.
Yeah, this is weird for me. Like, I've never seen Todak open up with such passive approach. Usually they're super aggressive, super chaotic, and now SMG, they're just invading. And look at this, the confidence coming from Miko.
As much as he wants to, Miko just needs to make sure he knows where Rival is. They need to figure out his path. They need to make sure that they know every single step that he wants to take. Because if Rival is able to get to a point where he is taking out people one-on-one prior to the stacks, he's just going to speed up even further.
Yeah, but at the same time here, Miko, he is going to be babysitting Sasa a little bit here to provide him a little bit more of a farm here. Chiku, guys, not going to be able to do too much. He is going to be playing a little bit more passive here, but Yums, he's taking a little bit too much damage from Miko.
He shouldn't be taking that much damage, but it doesn't really matter in these early stages of the game. 15 more seconds until we do find it.
Oh no, Rival, he actually got caught off, and that is going to be SMG taking first blood. Retribution used, don't even need it. He got the kill, but at the same time, Toto's going to be up. Is it still going to be a free-for-all still?
I think for now, it shouldn't be in Todak's favor at all. Sorry, it shouldn't be... Yeah, it really shouldn't be in Team Todak's favor at all, but Momo's making it difficult, right? Momo, he's about to hit his level 4, Martizi at the same time. Once they hit level 4, they might be able to turn this fight, but again, Rival, he's not even level 4, so I don't think it's even an option.
Yeah, this is going to be tough here, but they are going to force the fight. Saksa, he will secure the turtle. He is looking to invade, but Smooth, he's going to be left alone. He picked apart. Martizi kills him off, but he's got a bigger picture. It doesn't matter. I will sacrifice Smooth if I can get Rival again. 2 times in a row, Todak has lost the jungler.
Yep, but this means that Martizi needs to play a much bigger role. They know that Rival is going to be out of this game for the next 8 minutes or so, so the only other person to make that difference is Martizi and Yums.
Yeah, but this is concerning because I hate what I saw, that Saksa kind of just abandoned Smooth. But he is thinking of the bigger picture. Snowball, punish Rival, stop him from snowballing, and that seems to be working out here. But at the same time, this is taking away so much pressure to allow Chiku to kind of get his farm safely on the bottom side. Look at him, he's level 5, he's getting a little bit more items, but Rival, like you said as well, still building up those stacks in the middle lane.
As long as he's building up those stacks, as long as he is constantly farming, it is going to be a win for Todak. But it's going to take some time. Looking down by the gold side, it looks like Sasa playing his standard lane as ever, making sure that he just doesn't die. He just needs to farm, minimizes the trades against Irithel, and waits for the mistake.
Yeah, but at the same time here, let's compare the levels here. Saksa's level 7, and at one point just now, he was 3 levels ahead of Rival. This is kind of concerning here, considering the fact that this is actually happening. Momo, we get a little bit more trades, but Smooth is like, you know what? I don't really care. I've got shields for no tomorrow as well.
Smooth is winning out these trades, but you can just see how annoying Momo actually is. He's making sure that he's timing his abilities to cancel out the champion stats, empowered abilities from Smooth's Paquito.
Oh,
and
no.
now They look for an opportunity for Martisi. And again, Team SMG are just making the right calls. You first target rival. Who got the kill on the opposite side? Martisi, let's punish him.
Yep, and now Yules is gonna try to take a little bit more aggression, gets a little bit more information, but with 10 seconds left of Turtle, it seems like Turtle is gonna be favoring onto its SMG, but what is this new thing on the right here? We've got a high winning prediction on the right now, and it seems like it is favoring SMG only 56%.
Yep, I think, you know, Team SMG, they've built very minor leads, but they're not really stretching it just yet, right? This 1.3k can only develop so much, and the question is whether or not they get this next turtle, or if they die. He's dead.
Oh my goodness, this is huge. Todak, they actually got it, and this is huge for him considering that he needs a little bit more farm to scale into this, but at the same time, Saksa is already making one turtle. Yules, they want to try and contest this, but can they? No, they cannot. That will be turtle in the hands of SMG again.
It's going to be Chiku, guys, making the sacrifice, having to go down, getting that kill, finding the profit for himself, allowing rival to actually just sit down by gold lane and defend it just to build up his stacks even further.
Yep, his first item priority, which is pretty much shown in the Iritel's pro emblem back in-game itself. First item, Heart's Claw, he's still sticking to that build. Not going for the traditional GDS yet, but so far, looks like Todak, they're just buying time for both Rival and Chico, but at the same time, bottom lane, making an attempt at Sasa, not gonna get the kill.
They have to back off here. The information gathered so far, they know where Grok and Alice are. The only question is where exactly is Edith, and that's why Rasa is just waiting until somebody shows the visuals, and then he can start playing a little bit more dangerously.
Yeah, in this case, top side here, SMG looking to try and break the top side. Chico shows himself, but SMG, they want to make an attempt here. But it seems like it's a little bit too risky. The rest of Todak are here to defend, so it's going to be disengaged once again.
Right now, the level lead for Saksa is relevant. Two levels ahead of rival's side, making sure that he feels that pressure. He has the timers on him, and he's cleared the opposite side of these lanes just to make sure that he matches up with rival on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, but seeing how this is going here, it seems like Todak, they're trying to funnel all those bombs to Chiku, guys, whereas Martisi, he's taking a little bit too much damage, but so far, nothing much is happening. Yumes as well, looking for the disengagement. He counter flickers, dodges to the way of the dragon, saves his life, but they will lose a tier 1 up top.
That's a bit unfortunate. Well, I wouldn't even say it's a misplay, but the execution wasn't very clean coming in from Miko, but the same can be said about Yumes. He's feeling a little antsy right now. He doesn't have his nerves of steel just yet, and that's to be expected. It is very early on and the start of the season.
Yeah, but at the same time, Todak, they're playing very, very passively as of now, but this plays that Todak are making is actually benefiting them. Look at this, Rival is actually caught up in terms of level. He's level 9 now compared, and Sasa is level 10. And that level disparity is still a big disadvantage, but it's still better than 3 levels of disadvantage.
That's also true. Just notice that the gold lead hasn't really developed too much in these past 3 minutes or so, right? 1.4, only being able to get up to 1.7. Not much of a lead so far. And I think Martisi greeding out a little bit, trying to take away the ult from Saksa's side. Interesting movements all across the map. Nobody really wants this turtle. Team SMG actually wants to fight Todak.
Yeah, it's funny. They seem to be just buying time for both Rival and Chiku guys to come up online. It seems like it's kind of working out. SMG, they're not putting the pressure. They're looking for a couple of flags, but it looks like they will start to begin here. Momo gets a pullback, but Nico can easily should pull their way through. Rival secures the turtle. Saksa out of position in that vicinity, and they will lose turtle advantage. And they are looking to force a little bit more, but I guess they're not committing at all.
Yep, great turtle setup coming in for the Todak side. They understood the situation. They started to make sure that they start building up the waves on that top side, forcing Sasa, or at least Smooth, to make a move. And I think that was the general idea. But the fact that they got Irithel, oh god.
Oh my goodness, Sasa, he's looking for a solo kill, but a sprint coming from him. And Chiku, guys, he will survive. Last auto attack keeps him alive with the life steals with the Heart's Claw. But at the same time, good attempt, but once again, no kills coming from SMG.
Yep, very slow game here. Expected from the side of Team SMG. Todak, on the other hand, you know that they want to play for the later stages of the game, but let's see, right? Oh!
Here comes the engagement. They pick off Smooth. Here comes the Terrify, and the stolen decimation from Martisi will be just enough to get the kill.
Yeah, stolen decimation actually coming into good use here. Yumes, wow, the amount of damage he's taking just from Sasa alone is a little concerning, right? It means that Sasa is catching up really, really fast. By now, I think he's already got his Demon Hunter sword. I'm guessing that he's about 3/4 of the way to the Golden Staff, if not already has it by now.
Now, Dominance Ice purchase up on Rival and the Radiant Armor on Momo. So in terms of sustain, they will have a little bit more to fight SMG. And slowly but surely, somehow, Todak, they're getting the farm that they need. And it's kind of weird considering that SMG, they were snowballing so hard. And because of this, they are back to 50-50s.
Yep, evening out the score so far. Goal lead doesn't really matter at this point. Question is how Team SMG is looking to set this up.
And now Miko looking for the flicker kick, but no, he misses the timing. Momo walks out scot-free, wastes a flicker, but the disengage once again. They are going to force with the real-world manipulation. That's going to be utilities expended for absolutely no value here. But Todak, they will respect this. They will reset.
Yep, these catches are not going well. Miko right now not exactly finding the profit that his team actually needs to actually accelerate the game. And Todak, on the other hand, just making sure that they are just dancing around Team SMG, pulling them topside, pulling them bot side, and they continue to do this back and forth game for as long as it takes.
I hate this, but at the same time, it is a necessary cause, right? Like Chico, guys, he's level 11, he's got 1 kill, he's having the time of his life, he's getting his necessary items, but I want to see how hard he hits later on. But as of now, SMG, they are going to force a lot right now with half HP coming in. Todak looking for the flank. Momo, he's going to get caught out, but no, the cancel comes in. Not going to connect away with the Dragon, but Saksa, he will secure their Lord away. And Todak, they're looking to punish his Yumes with a wall charge coming in front to try and interject, but Saksa is just so tanky. He gets the kill, and Todak says, we're getting out of this fight. But no way, Saksa, he wants to continue with the blazing duet. They need another decimation, but Saksa, he doesn't have to charge anymore, and Chico, guys, shows up, does a lot of damage, and now SMG, they're a little bit too afraid to continue, and that is going to be the full disengage.
And that's why people like the Edith, you know? When you catch somebody, it feels like forever before you can do anything when you are just locked down for that long. And I don't know, I feel like Edith, not exactly the greatest setup in the world, but if you're winning, she definitely helps you win harder.
Exactly, but this time SMG, they will have the Lord pushing up the top side, and they are looking so hard to break through this tier 1 down middle, and Todak says, we cannot afford to lose this.
No, I mean, it is the very first Lord, so I don't think there's much to worry about. They've got Chico guys to help clear up these waves relatively quick. Martisi as well. Yumes to manipulate the waves, and more importantly, this is great for Rival, because he can just farm these Lord-empowered minions.
Yeah, it's crazy coming in as well, but once again, tier 1 finally gets chipped away. It will finally get taken down, and Todak still holding this 5v5 stand. Saksa hitting his level 15 first. That means he will have a little bit of advantage. He is getting zoned out on the top side here, but Todak, once again, not looking to follow up at all.
Nope, they don't need to. There really is no need to fight at this stage of the game, and especially from Todak's side, they just want to defend, right? Sacrifice what you need to sacrifice. We still have an inhibitor turrets. It's not going to be the worst.
This is weird here. What are your thoughts on this? The items here. 4,000 lead coming from SMG. When does Todak want to fight?
Well, Todak is only going to fight once we see this Alice actually be relevant in the game, and I think that's only after that 4th item. They've got the defensive picks, they got the Dominance Ice, they also got the Winter Truncheon just for some playmaking capabilities, and I think despite everything that has happened in the early game, the fact that only Saksa is 946 gold ahead of Rival ain't too bad if we compare someone like Sasa, who is 3,000 gold ahead of his opponent.
Huh, I was expecting to see the Great Dragon Spear being purchased from Chiku, but he's nowhere near. I think they're waiting up on that skill before they actually take the next engagement here from Todak. But as soon as I say this, Conceal Blade comes in, they find Smooth isolated, 5-man, completely swamped on him, and now the rest of SMG, they're looking to try and re-engage Miko with the Conceal. He gets a 2-man king, and he fights Chiku! He's gonna be the one to fall, and now Sasa's got free reign to do whatever he wants. He gets a double kill, he goes the blazing duet, he's looking to kill off Martisi, but no! Martisi kills him with a decimation, while Stormy kills off Rival, and there's gonna be a 3-4-2 exchange coming in from SMG.
That's gotta be so frustrating for Sasa. One auto away to killing Martisi, the animation of the decimation following his battle image all the way through. He just didn't do it in time. A little unlucky for what might have been an almost perfect play coming in from Sasa.
Oh boy, but once again, SMG, they will have lot control, and Todak does not have the jungler means. This is going to be a free Lord in the hands of SMG, and they will continue their lead unless Teams has something to say about this. No, not taking the risk. They are going to back off for now.
3rd attempt coming in for the side of Miko just to make sure that, you know, you can see that his nerves are going away. This is his first debut here at MPL MY, and the first two weren't the greatest, but the third one, he wanted to make sure that he hits it, and he hits it good.
Now, Saksa, he just got his blade armor purchase. The recent changes on the blade armor can affect the Irito a little bit more, so I'm a little bit concerned about this, considering that Chiku, guys, does hit a lot, but the damage reduction is not going to be calculated on towards Saksa, but it is going to be on towards Chiku, guys. But with the Lord knocking in on top side, Todak, he will successfully be pulled off for now, but SMG once again slowly choking Todak in towards their bases.
Yep, this is the traditional SMG style that we were expecting, right? I was expecting a faster game, of course, but that's just due to the fact that Todak is just so good at the macro game right now.
Well, at the same time, can they hold on? Because right now, Rival is getting focused down. The two-man stun comes in. They get completely demolished. Sasa gets the kill. And now Todak, they lose two. They take Spook with them. But there is still a 4v3. Todak still holds on. But was that worth it?
I mean, for an inhibitor, a 2-for-1, I think it's definitely worth it for the side of Team SMG. They're actually at a point of time where, you know, the next upcoming lore could potentially end Todak. But look at the gold lead, right? It's 4.5 thousand, 46k to 41k. Hold on,
oh my
Miko.
goodness, Miko, he got the kick on Chiku, guys, but there's no follow-up. He's gonna get run over, but Chiku is thinking about it, but Chiku is a little bit afraid to fight this, and Sasa goes for the defensive blazing duet, but Momo! He finishes off Stormy at his own expense, but Saksa once again, he will pick off Chiku, guys, and that's gonna be a double for him.
Decimation chaining coming in from Saksa. He's looking mighty fine. He hasn't missed an ability. He hasn't missed the retribution as well. He's looking mighty fine shape in comparison to his counterpart in Miko, who is still trying to find his footing and getting really, really comfortable with the overall controls and the environment of MPL MY. But then again, Todak is in a position where they could continuously look to flip the table in the next 44 seconds. When this Lord spawns, you've got to be very, very careful not to get too close together.
Oh my goodness, Saksa is just an absolute beast right now. The confidence from him is just overwhelming because he's finding all these important kills onto a Todak, and it makes Todak look like they're a tier 3 team, which is kind of scary if you think about it.
No, I mean, it's the lineup that Todak decided to go with. I'm not talking about the players, I'm talking about their overall draft. This set of heroes, it's not easy to put together. I would imagine that the Irithel could have been changed for like an early game marksman, like a Brody or something like that. But then the big question comes, is that enough damage when you're up against a very snowball-heavy, dive-heavy team like Team SMG?
Agreed, but now, I guess this is going to be the phase here that they're all coming in. It is going to be a game of immortalities. In this case, Momo, he just got his, and the Lord already dropping down quite low, and SMG, once again, gets the Lord for absolutely free this time on this third one.
Yep, Todak can't find any position whatsoever. Good setup for the side of Team SMG, making sure that they have, instead of Smooth holding that top river brush, it's going to be Miko instead, because it's a lot easier for him to get out of these tight spots in comparison to Smooth, who only has the sprint and no flicker.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one, but it all comes down to who makes that mistake. In this case, I guess Todak is waiting for Miko to make that one mistake, and despite the multiple failed attempts coming from him, he's never died a single time here coming from Miko from the SMG.
I mean, he's whiffed a couple of flicker kicks, but you know, who doesn't whiff once in a while? You can't expect your kick percentage to be always 100%, especially when you're adding the extra variable of that flicker. But now let's see how Team SMG is looking to close this game out.
Yep, the Lord coming in, all the inhibitors fall from Todak, and now it is going to be locking his way through. Yum starts off the wall charge, they follow up and catch the back line. Stormy gets out of the flicker, and now the Real Malaysia keeps them all in place. And SMG, they will try to counterplay here. Miko stalls Chiku, guys, with the Wave of Dragon. The Wisdom of Nature coming in from him will save his life, but they've lost all their members. Rival last to stand, and SMG, they're focusing in the crystal, and they will take game 1 against Todak in the first match of Season 12.
A very, very happy debut for both Miko and as well as Saksa. Could have been a little bit cleaner, but coming in at least for Saksa, he's happy with his overall performance. Miko, all right, gotta warm up the fingers a little bit. We got another game after this to prove myself.
Oh boy, what a game coming in from Team SMG. A very, very slow approach. Like an anaconda wrapping around his victim, slowly devouring and eventually killing him off. Todak losing game 1 Who would have thought that this would happen right off the bat for Season 12?
Well, I thought there was a very good possibility. Every time Todak changes their lineups, they usually lose the first half, or at least a majority of their games in the first half of the season. So I expect by week 2, and more importantly, week 3 is when Todak is going to get really, really strong. Until then, it's the growing pains.
Well, you've heard it. Gideon, a die-hard Todak fan, still believing in Todak.
Look, if you're going to represent Malaysia, I'm going to support you. That's the bottom line. That's all I need.
I will not deny what you say, because after so many seasons and so many seasons of casting here, we all know Todak, they always start things slow in the first few weeks. But I feel like SMG needs these points here.
Oh, they do. Remember, the format is going to allow every team to face off everybody else in the league at least one time at a minimum here. And this is not including tiebreakers or anything like that. So the more you win, and more importantly, if you can 2-0 your opponents, the higher chance you're going to be positioned in the upcoming playoffs, making it to the upper brackets, which is such a big deal.
Yep, but let's take a look at the mic check.
Go. Go. He still level 3. Santai. Chill. Balik. Dito lang. Come. Let's fight. Can fight.
You flicker.
Ayaw ba flicker? See me. I'm not there. Cannot fight. Utong, ino mo kamali ako.
Choke. Clear mid again, guys.
Santai. You can back that.
I can back.
Santai. 5-9.
Can. You take kill. Choke. I think.
Edif no flicker.
Do that.
Little. Nice one, Miko. Nice one.
Disto, Ken.
Okay. I can queue out.
Alis.
Target sa.
Alis.
Oh, fuck, last hit.
Kaya, bro, sorry. No flicker.
Nice one. Nice, guys.
Kill. Smooth.
It's okay.
It's okay. Can meet far. Tower. Cover me. No escape. Cover me. Good.
One guys,
Chico. Hey, ulti. I cannot kick. We can fight.
Take the hero.
Chico, guys.
Hero first.
Chico.
One by one.
Nice one.
The mid.
Tower, 10.
Chill. Tower lock. Oh, chill.
Nice.
Chill.
That's a very, very interesting mic check, because when we talk about shot callers, we always look at the roamers, but in that particular mic check, Saksa, undeniably the voice of SMG in the entire mic check, and he is undeniably the MVP of this match.
You know, Saksa had a phenomenal game here, coming out 5-0-5 with a 77% game kill participation overall and shot calling for the team. It's so important for a team like Team SMG to have that direction, to sharpen their focus on a singular purpose.
Now, I'm curious to talk about the item builds here, because there has been a lot of changes on how they're so tanky, and what really surprises me is that Saksa, he actually did not have a single Dominus Ice or Dreadnought armor, which kind of shifts away from the old tank meta here.
A little bit, yeah. Noticing that it's only Miko who actually decided to go for the Dominance Ice and nobody else. Oh, we do have a, a Necklace of Durance coming in from the Stormy side, so at least they've doubled up. They have 2 people to constantly be applying this anti-heal. Look in the overall emblems as well. I am seeing common emblems coming in for people like Claude, as well as taking the Quantum Charge, a very defensive build from Sasa, knowing that there is a very good potential that Todak could be focusing down on him since he got this Claude as a first pick.
Yeah, on top of it all, they've got 4 agility here. We've talked about movement speed nerfs into as a recent patch. It has nerfed a little bit, but I feel like it's not that big of a deal. But overall, it still gives you that value movement speed to kind of keep up. So I'm curious to see, does this mean that Todak does not have those kind of emblems and items to actually face off? Because right now, we are going to take a look into that. And guess what? I do see only 2 agilities, which is Rival as well as Yums.
It's... I think especially for Rival playing on the Alice, the agility is so important. Yeah. There are places you need to be, and you can't always be relying on your flowing blood to get to places, right? It has a cooldown. You want to have naturally fast movement speed, and the same can be said about Grok. I was expecting people like maybe even Chiku guys, his preference instead of taking the agility is to get some actual crit in his build and then focus on getting his quantum charge. So every time he gets that auto attack, he's able to get that burst of movement speed, and then he gets the GDS to make sure if it's go time, it's go time.
Well, in this case, he did get his full items from Chiku, guys, but it is a little bit too late in that situation. Now, I'm curious to see how the damage is going to be done here, coming from both sides. A majority here seems to be on Sasa with 82,000 coming from SMG, and Stormy with 65,000 as compared to Todak. Well, we didn't see too much coming from Chiku with only 47,000 here.
You know, considering everything that has happened in this game, Todak actually aren't too far away in terms of damage dealt overall. Obviously, there are certain moments it didn't feel like it, but then again, there were moments where people like Sasa getting taken out, you know, especially Smooth multiple times from Martisi, stealing away the decimation to finish Smooth off before he gets the damage reduction from the heavy left hand's champion stance. I think overall, Todak tried their best, just not exactly the best early game.
Now, to bring it back towards the previous topic here, the start of the day, will Todak be able to do well without Moon? In this case, is it because Moon isn't playing, or is it just completely the draft here coming from Todak?
Well, I think you know what? I'll pose you a couple of questions. Did Martisi do bad? I don't think so. I think that his stats kind of say for himself that he was there, he was participating, and more importantly, he was dealing damage. Look at that, top damage dealer on his side of the team. That already tells you more than enough.
Okay, fair enough. I like that response coming in. But now, in case you missed how Game 1 went, on how Todak actually lost here, let's take a look at the heat maps between both the junglers coming in from both SMG as well as Todak. We have Saksa on yellow and Rival on red here. It seems like they are somewhat matching each other across the map, but it feels like in terms of map control, Saksa is just having a little bit more just because he is a little bit more tankier.
No, he's finding way more success. I mean, this is between the 7th minute to the 12th minute, right? So we're excluding the first 6 minutes where Saksa was already getting the first turtle, or already finding a couple of kills for himself, for his team, in a matter of fact. And once you're past that point, he is just matching man-to-man defense against Rival, and even getting a couple of invades off in the top side of the map because of the kills resulting from the bottom.
Yeah, it feels like they're just keeping them in check, right? They're trying to mirror them as much as possible, trying to bait out a reaction coming in from Todak, and then act accordingly. And so far, it has kind of paid off for Team SMG. But now, what are your thoughts on the highlights thus far from the early stage of the game?
I mean, look, from 7 minutes on, where we're already 9 minutes from the start of this highlight itself, we can actually see where Saksa is man-to-man defending Martisi, because he can't expect his team to feed him the information. Once you're past that 7-minute mark, it's up to you to be constantly calling out where this Alice is going to be, because most junglers have the habit of following a very similar path and only adapting as a reaction more than as a cause of effect.
Yeah, I agree. And every single time this plays here, it feels like Momo has pretty much been put in a situation to try and deal with this aggression, right? Like, it feels like Saksa is doing a lot of the highlights here, but it feels like Momo can't do his job because of the fact that Cho is always right in his face, trying to find ways to set up for those Way of the Dragons. But it feels like this isolation pickoffs is something that Todak just doesn't want to fight, and they want to fight into Todak rather than into SMG in order to win the fight.
And that's my biggest gripe with this Edith pick overall. It's not a pick that helps you turn the tables per se, unless maybe if you take a battle spell like Inspire, then there's a good cause for that. But Momo decided to take Flicker. He is a consistent EXP laner. He is very good at the roles that he plays. It's just that Edith is a win harder hero more than it is like, oh yeah, I'm just going to turn this 360, you know? I'm an Alice. I just scale to infinity and win us games.
Yeah, I guess, you know, in that sense, Todak was playing a little bit greedy, I guess.
I would
you say they are looking for that angle?
I would say that it is a little bit greedy, but then again, it could just be the choice of skins. If you guys don't know just yet, you can get your epic MLBB skins for only 1 ringgit with Hotlink, the easiest way to unleash your style and upgrade your hero. Want to win your games with lightning fast internet speed? Get the Hotlink all new 5G prepaid right now.
Did I hear that right? 1 ringgit?
1 ringgit.
1 ringgit.
That's all it takes.
A skin.
Yeah, that's
from Hotlink.
From Hotlink. So if you're already using Hotlink, you already want to get an epic skin, and you know you want it to cost super cheap, we just put it together for you guys. So keep it simple. One ringgit is all you need to unleash that style.
Damn, didn't you say you were a Hotling user back in stage as well? Don't
Hey,
you think you
look,
should go to
before
like,
this...
would you say yes to a 1 ringgit skin?
Of course I'm going to say yes.
Are
to
you
a
going to
1
go
ringgit
there,
skin.
up there?
I've
It's all the
already
way to
claimed
third
it.
floor.
I have already
Oh, dang.
claimed it. You know, I was here early today, and the same goes for Todak. And coming into game number 2, hopefully it's a refresher mentality. You know, it's like, it's the first game, it's the debut game. It's like, okay, whatever. Let's brush it off. Let's focus on winning the series.
Well, when we look in towards Kuja's face and he's talking to Rival, he feels like he knows that Rival has took a huge beating in game number 1.
Oh,
I guess
yeah.
he is going to try and mental check him, and this is very, very important when it comes to playing pro games, right? Like, your mentality needs to be focused in order to win games. And so far, Todak, will they be able to bounce back? They're known to be the kings of 2-1s at one point. Do you think this is the time that Todak says, you know what, enough playing game, we are going to flip a switch. SMG, easy peasy lemon squeeze.
Well, it depends, all right? And let me preface this. Another very, I would say, kind of a bad habit with a lot of teams here at MPL MY is we like to experiment a lot in the first 3 weeks of the regular season, right? So if we're talking about, hey, we need to improve on our synergy, we need to improve on our communications, this first 3 weeks is the time to kind of polish up on that before they start focusing on the bigger picture. How do we evolve the meta? How do we find our own playstyle? All of these things will be answered in the first 3 weeks.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how it goes as well. But so far, based on the drafts here, feels like Todak played a little bit greedy. SMG played to their strengths. They were able to utilize this Martis really well in final pick, which is kind of surprising because once upon a time, Martis Frederick, first pick, Frederick completely ignored from Todak in that particular draft, and they actually opted to go for the Alice instead of Frederick. What do you think about that? Should they have stuck with the Frederick instead of Alice?
Should they have stuck with the Fredrin instead of the Alice? There's an argument that can be made for it. I definitely think there is a very good argument to be made for it, but it doesn't change the fact that even, let's say, even if Alice was to be the Fredrin, maybe your early and mid game could have been a lot easier to deal with, but it doesn't change the amount of time required before your team comes online. Irithel just needs that much gold, and Sasa was finding all the gold on the map.
Agreed. And in terms of mobility, Sasa, look at him zipping in and out every single time.
We say mobility, but Irithel's kind of fast, though.
Well, he doesn't have iframes, though.
He doesn't need iframes. He just autos you to death. Crit is very disrespectful. I'm going to say it.
Okay.
Crit is very disrespectful because it's very hard to judge the damage output of it because it can be a little inconsistent when you don't have 100% crit chance yet.
Okay. Blazing Duet has big AoEs, consistent AoEs, whereas Irritail's AoE is single target based. If that player is not clumped up together, well, we don't see that potential heavy bow's burst potential, right?
Well, yeah, that can be said the same towards Todak's side. Just don't clump together and let Irithel just like two-tap everybody, you know? Just headshot, and you'd be like, well, where did everybody go? Oh, I'm full build. I'm so strong, you know? There is a reason why there's so many Irithels in the meta right now.
Okay.
It's very prevalent and it scales super, super hard.
Now, without further ado, we are going to be jumping into game number 2 here.
What's your
The
command
drafts
team is
are going to be on
ready.
its way, and once again, SMG will be on the blue side and Todak on the red side. Adaptations needs to be made, but based on this draft, very, very similar band once again from game 1.
Let's see what they're going to actually adapt to. Not sure. I don't think Team SMG really needs to change anything. I think from Todak's side, the first couple of picks need to change, right? Both had very different ideas at approaching the draft. I think that at least with Coach Pao, they force, okay, we get priority pick, we're going to get Sasa what he's most comfortable with, and then go into double flex. I think Todak going for the Valentina and then holding on to the Grok was a good idea, but topping it off with another double flex for themselves when they have first pick on red side, I think that could just be a bit of a give or take. I think that's going to be where the adaptation is going to come from Kuja.
Okay, when it comes to adaptations as well, I feel like based on this scenario, when it comes to Claude, right, not a lot of teams kind of, like a lot of teams, in particular in Malaysia, a lot of teams, they do prioritize on that first pick Claude in the previous season. But would you say that teams has kind of adapted on how to deal with it? Would this be a weakness that Team SMG, Todak can look to kind of compromise or abuse here?
I don't know. Here's my litmus test, right?
Okay.
When I go up to people and they're like, oh yeah, I'm Mythic, I'm crazy in Mythic and things like that. And then I'm like, okay, yeah, so what do you think is one of the best marksmen in the game? And if they tell me like things like Irithel, I can agree with that. And then I'll ask them about, and then I'll ask them literally about Claude. What do you think about Claude? And if they think it's trash, I know for a fact that you have no idea about the competitive scene because Claude's kit is undeniably one of the best kits in the game.
Agreed.
You have a get out of jail card for free. You steal stats from your opponents and you get stronger. Not to mention that he abuses one of the Trinity builds of the game. The Golden
Corrosion Scythe.
Corrosion Scythe
Golden Scythe.
God damn it.
DHS.
Golden Scythe. Wow, that is one heck of a blunder. Yes, the Corrosion Scythe, DHS into the Golden Staff, one of the strongest pairings in the game itself. And I think a lot of people can't deal with that. Now, looking at the picks as well as the bans are pretty much exactly the same as the previous game. But now, first picks, once again, it's going to be the Claude. Let's see whether Todak is going to go the same route they did before. No, they're adjusting. They're taking away a pick from Miko. They want to see how deep his pockets are.
Yeah, they're adapting here. And this is something that Todak uses to do, right? Like, whenever they face a different team, they always challenge the new guy. In this case, Miko seems to be the target here coming from Todak, but are they going to go all the way? That's going to be the question here, because we've seen some teams kind of specific ban. And in the most recent one, I think in MPL ID, Kyrie's Heroes was banned from first all the way to the end, coming in into his draft, where most of his assassins was taken out. So in this case, I guess Todak is looking for that angle again towards Miko?
Look, I mean, Kyrie is a very special case. You know, not everybody falls into that outlier profile. I think maybe this could be from like scrim information that they had before against Team SMG, that they really want to punish him. But let's see, right? When you are playing a roamer, I'm expecting that your hero pool needs to be deep because you're playing such a crucial role.
Okay, this is interesting. They are going to be forcing out the Kufra as well as the Fredrin coming in from Team SMG. Martis completely in the pool here, and it seems like SMG, they want to try and adapt here. They want to bring back the Martis Fredrin meta once again. It seems like it's still working.
Well, I don't know. It's a flex pick, right? It could go into the EXP lane, it could go into the jungle, but if it does go into the jungle, it's just paying homage to Subway, making sure that his brand is still alive in Team SMG, even if Saksa is playing, which I can respect a lot. But Todak, very good response. They see Hard Engager. All right, maybe you're looking for that bouncing ball to counter some of our dashes and not get into that backline, but when I have true damage, I'm just going to cut down 2 of your thickest tanks.
Yep, it is known to be one of the tank shredders here coming from carry. But here's a little bit more fun fact here as well. Todak, during MPL Season 11 here, 4 games against Team SMG. 4-0. The biggest highlight was the carry. In this case, they're bringing it once again. And this is something that I am weird about this fun fact. What are your thoughts on this fun fact? What? He's allergic to chicken? Really?
Have you ever seen Momo back down from a fight?
No, but he's allergic to chicken.
Yeah, he never backs down from a fight. Nobody ain't calling him chicken no more, bro.
Oh.
He just stands there and it's just like, nah. If I back down, I'm gonna have an itch that doesn't let me sleep for like days.
Oh,
so I'm just gonna keep fighting.
We're going that angle, huh? We're going that coward angle. So okay, I see where you're going. For a second, I thought it was food, but all right. I want to see how Momo does not back down in this situation. But now, what's a good matchup in the XP lane if it is against Fredrin? Are we gonna see the Terisla? Are we gonna see the Uranus being played by Momo?
I think that Uranus and Terizla probably aren't going to show face for the side of Team SMG. More likely for Todak.
No, for Todak.
For Todak, there's not much reason for it just yet. Maybe Uranus. You know, Uranus definitely has more of a place, but Terizla right now, looking at how Team SMG wants to kind of play their overall compositions, looking to catch people like the Claude can be a little bit difficult, right? So I would think that Paquito probably is going to be a much better pick in these situations. I would also argue for a Benedetta, but then again, there is the Kufra, so I don't really want to touch that. It might be an Edith once more, because then you can start peeling backwards for the rest of your team.
I guess, but now they're shifting their focus here. They switched the bans from Miko in towards the Stormies' comfort hero. So based on the previous game, he is very comfortable on playing on the Eve so far, but this time he's forced to play something else. So what's a good mage to be paired against Valentina? And don't tell me Lilia or Lunox, because I've not seen Stormy play that at all.
Not a single
Stormy has played Lilia before. Lunox, I think he's got like 1 match on it, if I remember correctly. I gotta go double check my history stats there.
Okay. Wait, Novaria was banned in first phase. So in this case, Novaria from SMG?
It could be Novaria for the side of Team SMG, but what does that really provide for the team, right? You have long-range artillery. You probably need something a little bit more damaging. There's an argument for Farsa, but that's also gotten banned. So I think at this point, Lilia might just be the way to go.
I think Novaria.
Novaria?
Increases the hitbox so that the Tyrant's Rage hit, you know? Remember that one time that
That's true. That is a good possibility. Still thinking, well, I don't know how sus it's going to be, but we'll see once we get into the game. We see the X-Borg come here for the side of Todak. I respect it a lot.
Jungle X-Borg.
No, I think it's going to be oh, actually, it is technically a flex pick. It could go into the jungle as well. I don't think it's as quick or as viable, but I would expect him to go into the EXP lane a little bit more.
Well, we're talking about true damage here. Xbox's meter count, if once it's max, it does true damage to regardless of whoever you're hitting. So in this case, Fredrin and Kuvra might be taking a little bit too much damage in this case. So I guess Todak is looking towards that angle here.
I mean, let's not forget about Brave Smite. That's just a
really
good emblem because it's so easy to trigger if you are X-Borg here. Now we see the Novaria come out and the Benedetta for the side of Team SMG. So if they really want to, I like the way that Team SMG thinks, right? We have a singular focus. We're going to engage. If we can hit multiple people, that's great. How do we increase our odds? We add the Novaria, get some vision, make it work. How do we get a second layer of depth to the composition? Just add more engage. Throw in the Benedetta alongside with them.
I guess I like it here. The Lecto Final Blow does a lot of damage as well, a lot of zoning control. You can easily pierce the backlines. Chiku is not going to have a very, very easy time. And I remember this, SMG in their previous season's interview, they said that the reason they lost towards Todak was not because of the carry, it was because the people around him protecting the carry. In this case, will Todak be able to do the same with this current composition? Because I don't see a lot of potential in able to open up the map, but at the same time, it feels like they have a little bit more capabilities compared to Game 1.
Interesting, interesting. So, very smart of Kuja. They wanted to make sure that Momo actually has some form of a fighting chance in the lane. X-Borg into Benedetta can be a really tough matchup at times, but when you have Paquito, at least you have a little bit more counterplay against your opponent during the laning phase, especially with those trades. If we look at the full lineup right now, if we talk from the side of Team SMG, it's about team fighting. It's about being oppressive. It's about having that traditional front-to-back composition versus Todak, who actually has a lot more liabilities in their sides. If Yums cannot find that pick, if Chiku guys gets hit by a single CC, this game could be over.
Well, it is going to be living on edge here coming in from Todak. Will they be able to bounce back because it's do or die now? Or it is going to be a complete domination coming from SMG. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn, and this is Season 12, Game number 2, Team SMG going up against Todak, and right from the get-go, we do see skirmishes between the roamers and the X-Mid laner.
Oh yeah, you gotta find as much space as you can. Yums rocking the Echo Loud, Echo Proud Show. Oh, look at the animation style. Wait until he hits level 2 and you can see the Orca. Ooh. Wait, and here you go. Orca. Yeah, he did the thing. He did the thing.
But yep, it's pretty much actually on pre-sale right now. You can actually pre-order for it as well. You have a 7-day trial card in-game itself, but at the same time, Miko is having a little bit of trouble. This time he's taking a little bit too much damage, and it shows how strong Cho is actually, if you think about it, by just 2 games comparison.
Absolutely, right? I mean, you gotta abuse what you can abuse, and especially when you're at level 1, you have 3 hits of G-Kundo, and your opponent has what? Bouncing Ball? What are you really going to realistically do to trade back, right? Wait for his cooldowns to come down, go for a full trade, you'll probably win it out.
I guess having Cho pre-level 4 is just so much better compared to when Cho has, compared to other roamers who has level 4 back in the day. So I guess because of this, the meta kind of shifts into Cho's favor, I guess. But I still don't have a lot of data. Things can change, but at the same time, Smooth! He stole the gold grab.
Yep,
what?
Good moves. Very, very good moves. Smooth will hit level 4 a little bit earlier, at least at the same time as Momo with a slight EXP lead, but now Yums getting punished.
Oh my goodness, Yums, he's going to be forced to flicker, and Saksa is looking to continue. The bases have come in, but not enough damage, but it will be enough to force out utility. So beautiful stuff coming from Yums.
Really, really good Shun pose there from Yums. Very patient. He gets hit by the right CC and then times it against the follow-ups to make sure that he doesn't get locked down for too long before flickering out of the situation entirely. He still hasn't hit level 4, and he doesn't have a flicker to set up this play for his team. So I think at this point, Todak They might look to just slowly peel this back and wait for a mistake for Team SMG.
Three now down to his low as well. Here comes Astro coming in, the counter Astro coming from RDZ, but at the same time, Rival, he secures the turtle. It is going to be a split fight. Smooth, he's trying his best to kill off Rival, but at the same time, he gets kicked away. He needs to disengage, and he won't get out. So the entire skirmish, no one was killed.
Yep, Todak getting the turtle, and Team SMG recognizing that maybe they're not in the best position to actually fight this out. Well, with that knowledge, at least for the side of Team SMG, they have some very clear conditions when they actually approach a team fight. They have to have their members in position, and they need to have their ultimates, most importantly. Looking at the emblems, I think it tells an even bigger story, right? Hold on. Yumes might be in some trouble.
Okay, Yumes, he's gonna get a bouncing ball, but Miko, he doesn't have his ultimate yet. He could not chain his Tyrant's Rage, but even then, it's gonna be a little bit difficult. Meanwhile, Stormy dropping down a little bit low here. Todak, they're just dancing with SMG once again.
Yeah, why does Yumes have so much EXP? Where did he pick up this EXP from? Like, I'm comparing Yumes right now to Miko, and Yumes is a full level ahead of this guy. He has no difference in terms of assists or kills in this particular situation. I'll look back at it a little bit later, but for now, Miko looking to try and punish.
Well, because they had the turtle in advantage coming from Todak, if you think about it.
But a full level, though, I don't think you get an entire level off of that, especially if you are in that support position. He probably picked up like a camp on accident, or maybe he just picked up an entire wave. My guess is that he got the wave on top of the dragon, but in this case, the turtle. But up on top side, we do see that Makito is trying to make sure that Benedetta is in a tough spot, right? This proxying is costing him time from actually rotating to the rest of the map and influencing these fights.
I guess, but at the same time here, first item priority coming from Martisi. It is going to be the Enchanted Talisman coming in from Todak. Is that a good idea? Yeah, it is actually not bad here, considering that I think in the previous game they did go for a Clock of Destiny coming from Todak, so I guess it is going to be a difference in terms of tempo coming from Martisi.
Yep. In the meantime, Rival hasn't gotten as much punishment as he did last game. He actually doesn't mind. He's been power farming this entire time. Miko not finding the hit.
Oh my goodness, Yumes just completely ignoring this here. Turtle will be secure, but here comes the king. They isolate Saksa. They're going to try and burst him down, but the Brazen Draft, he does not get the combo off, and that's going to be Todak getting an easy pickoff.
And that's what they are worried about. That's why Team SMG have been struggling to get on top of these neutral objectives. Rival can just peel so very well, but then the follow-ups with the Way of the Dragon, on top of Momo being there, rotating faster than this Benedetta and actually sacrificing a bit of his waves, allowing Rival to win out on that fight and start invading their opponents. Look at bot side. Todak are not letting their foot off the gas.
Sasa, he needs to get out, but looks like Todak, they don't really want to go for it here. Astro gives us a little bit more information, but Chico, he's taking a lot of damage here. Now he is going to try and pick him off, but no, he purifies, he gets out of the Jinkundo, but they will back off for now, and Yumes, will he be able to cancel this? Nope. That's going to be a disengage.
Stormy. Oh, trying to cancel it out with his extra long range. Didn't get it off in time. Whiffing in this section. But let's look at the AI winning prediction. Let's see. 34% to 66. Okay. 50% chance in the first 4 minutes and to be decided in the next couple. Yep. Let's see, because I feel like Todak, it's very hard to lose this lead unless someone makes a significant mistake.
Agreed, but now in this case, Move, taking a lot of damage here. Momo challenges him, but on the contrast as well, Chico, he just got his golden staff. This is the go time for this carry, so it feels like Team SMG, he need to find a way to stop him, but so far Todak is doing so much better compared to game 1.
Yep, and Momo actually getting a significant level lead over Smooth. Good timing.
Oh no, they forced the retribution as well. Momo, he's taking a little bit too much damage. He cannot get out. The slows are just a little bit too much coming from SMG.
Yeah, I mean, great reaction time coming in from Momo, right? That knock-up strike trying to cancel out Miko early on, but then once you get that follow-up coming in from Saksa, there's just nothing that you can really do about it, especially when you only have sprint.
Yep, at the same time, Chico, he's getting a little bit more value with his tier 2 here, but can he break it down in time? Because walking down, it's going to be Saksa. Meanwhile, the turtle is going to be on the top side, so it seems like their focus is kind of shifted between the top and bottom, and SMG, they're going to get completely bullied by Rival. Here comes the two-man taunt coming from Saksa, as they try to re-engage. Half HP, Sasa looking for the taunt. Abrazo's Wrap connects, but it doesn't matter. The Firaga armor blocks it. They get out at Todak. They are looking for the reset. SMG, they bleed out all the ultimates here, but Chiku, he missed his last auto attack. Oh no.
No. As long as Sasa lives, it's totally fine. And now you can see that Momo is purposely being a nuisance here, hoping to bait anything out or slow down Team SMG from taking this neutral.
Sasa secures the turtle, and now SMG gets a little bit of economy to kind of scale back in towards this game. But it all comes down to SMG finding those opportunities to deal with Chiku eventually.
I mean, as long as Chico power farms, and considering the amount of peel that he has with his team, especially from Rival as well as Momo, it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, let's not forget, the Ice Queen's Wand is already completed for the side of Rival, making sure that not only does he have the stacks building up, but you are naturally slow from this item.
Yeah, agreed. But at the same time, Trinity Build gonna be very, very close on top side here. They find off Momo, Tyrant's Rage as well. They bleed out everything, and Momo will be picked off. Rival looking to interject this, and Yumes, he gets the kill. He finds Stormy, that is huge. Todak looking for the finish off, and now SMG, they're forced to back off, but guess what? Tier 1 still stands. They will not interject unless Yumes. He doesn't have a flicker. He doesn't have the flicker, so it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
Yeah, he doesn't have Way of the Dragon as well. Nobody is close enough to actually follow up, and this is what I was talking about. As soon as Yumes finds that kick on a key target, you're basically out of the game if there's follow-up on the side of Todak. But even so, Team SMG, if they take a full front-to-front, they are struggling right now because Rival just keeps them back with the Flame Missiles as well as the Fire Stokes.
Agreed, but now AI winning prediction here. Seems like it was favoring towards Todak just now. Now it's kind of pushed back towards 44%, 56%, which is interesting considering that it wasn't supposed to be like that if you think about it.
And now Todak, they're in a very good position here. 2K ahead of their opponents, 2-2 is the overall kills with way more map presence against their opponents, and more so, they still have one turret over their opponents at the same time. Now notice, the invades have kind of toned down for the side of Todak. They don't want their backline to be exposed, and going super deep into enemy jungle could cost them this game.
Agreed, but now with the Lord coming in play here, Todak already in position to do so. Smooth has not made any attempts on the spin push yet. Saksa getting those information for Team SMG before this fight. And as you can see, Todak, they're playing it a little bit safe here. They are trying to bait mistakes, but here comes the concealed plays. Yumes going for the king. They want to try and focus down Saksa. Chiku doing a fantastic job chipping him away, but Momo is going to be one that interject, takes him out, and Smooth now with the Electro final blow, but he doesn't have the damage. Sasa looking to fight here. He will not be able to chip away, and he gets caught up in the back lines, and Todak now is looking to find more. Rival slowing Miko down, but they are just too low to fight this, and they will settle with just the Lord as well.
Yep, they back away. Todak gonna extend their lead, and actually, they are gonna take a massive lead over Team SMG once this Lord spawns. They're gonna break mid-tier 1, which is already great, but expect all the outer turrets to be destroyed. If Todak get an inhibitor on top of all of that, I think that's gonna be a death sentence for Team SMG.
Oh boy, this is tough. This is tough. Now Saksa does not have that purple buff as well, and with this gold difference coming in, it feels like the biggest threat for Saksa. And we all know a natural counter towards the Frederick is pretty much the carry here. And it feels like if Saksa is able to take a fight without Chiku blasting in his way, most likely SMG is going to be able to bounce back. But Todak just says, I don't want that. I've got Yumes to isolate you most of the time.
Exactly, right? They're waiting for Team SMG to make that reaction before they respond. They don't have to be proactive on this map. They just need the information, and they have plenty of space to actually play with.
Look at this, Yumes. For the concealed plays, Miko looking for the counter play, but it does a little bit too short in terms of range to try to extend the Tyrant's Revenge. Rival losing the first Firaga armor. SMG gets the full defense in, but Todak still inching bit by bit before they engage. They feel like it's just not worth taking a fight right now.
Yep, I definitely think it's not worth taking a fight right now, especially since there's honestly nothing to really fight for, right? They've given up pretty much all the outer turrets at this point of time, maybe except for mid. But even so, do you really want to push in the mid-tier 2? You can just wait until the next Lord and then basically get it for free.
Yeah, there's nothing to kind of translate after taking a fight, right? Like, what can you transition into getting more value? I guess, you know, playing it safe, you know, finding the right timing to hit where it hurts the most is going to be the best time possible, I guess.
Yeah, and they're going to take their time with this because Rival, he is so far ahead right now. He's playing super disrespectful. He knows he has the immortality. He's able to take away that purple buff. And unless Miko has something to say about this Rival, he's just going to walk away for free.
Again, 2 times now. This time Rival, he was oppressed. This time Saksa is the one that gets suppressed. In this case, it feels like it needs a little bit more time because eventually Saksa will lose out his value points because of the fact that from the side of Todak, they have 2 heroes with very, very strong true damage potential, and regardless of burst or poking potential. One from Xbox, one from parry, and it's scary if you think about it. And to be honest, I don't know how SMG is going to bounce back from this.
Well, I think if SMG is going to bounce back from this, they are only going to be considering it at the 15th. Actually, no. I would say a little bit less than that, right?
Oh, unless they get an isolated kill, Yuz will be the first one to fall, and Todak not in position to react to this. That's exactly how an SMG are able to respond to this, but Rival, he's getting a little bit confident here as he is going to try to force the Lord fight. Saksa chipping his way his HP. Look at Rival, the confidence coming into play, but the Tom comes in. Where's the rest of Todak? He is going to burn through the first Viraga armor and Smooth. He's taking a little bit too much. Electro final blow gets a double petrify, but SMG, they cannot follow this up. They interject on the wrong targets, and Todak, they will back off, but Sasa comes in with a blazing duet. They chip away at Rival's immortality, but that's all. The disengage comes in once again, and but the snipe comes in. Oh, it hits, but it's not enough. The Firaga armor saves the day once again.
Yeah, and Miko also losing his immortality, but notice in the meantime, Chiku, guys, he gets on out of there. He's immediately invading the opponent's jungle, steals away that purple, and then decides to recall. I think Team SMG made some very good decisions, right? Number one, they found that initial pick. They had the, no! They had a rough idea, and now Chiku might be in a lot of trouble. They luckily have Yums that be the sacrificial lamb.
And now, because Chiku has taken a little bit too much damage, they understand that Todak is strong, but guess what, Chiku does have a very, very strong life steal, but Todak just doesn't want to take the risk here. But oh my goodness, Stormy.
Wow.
Are we not going to talk about how strong Stormy has been hitting for this past 4 shots here?
I mean, these are the 4 shots that we've seen actually connecting and hurting the correct targets. Prior to that, it's just hitting the front line because that's all he can hit.
I guess so, but now Lord knocking the tier 2 up top. Conceal plays coming from Todak. SMG, they go in for the disengage and another snipe to threaten Todak, and I guess that's how SMG is going to win the game. Poke them away, catch them where they're at the weakness, and then punish them. But in this case, back lines here, Momo looking for the burst. Stormy gets chipped away, forced to disengage, but now Miko! Oh. What a catch! A 2-man Siren's Revenge out of nowhere! Catches Todak, picks him out, but at the same time, wars in Wolfie because Chiku, guys, the unkillable marksman of Malaysia, gets a maniac instead. Sit down, SMG, he says. Sit down!
The crowd goes wild as Chiku making the first play of Season 12 with the help of his teammates Rival and as well as Yums, now ending the game against Team SMG in spectacular fashion, bringing it to Game 3.
One of the flashiest opening coming from SMG, completely nullified by Chiku, guys. And Todak bounces back, ties the series 1-1. This is what I live for. MPL Malaysia's finest, duking it out as the opening match for Season 12.
Yep, big shout outs to Bartizi there throughout that game, staying as relevant as possible until it was his time to sacrifice himself, his Valentina, for hire there. Very nicely done and a great catch coming in from Yums to start it all off.
Oh boy, that is a... I want to see that recap later on how Todak actually pulled that out, because from SMG's perspective, that looked like one of the sickest Tyrant's Revenge Flicker extension with the Tyrant's Rage to completely catch Todak off, but it feels like everything just went south because of one mishap.
Yep, it really went south very, very quickly, and at the same time, you know, Chiku was cool, calm, and collected, getting his free hits whenever he can until he sees Sasa, and even when he saw Sasa, he held on to his winds of nature until absolutely necessary before completely chunking him out.
A beautiful, beautiful way. First Maniac of Season 12 in the first series. Wow.
Yeah, you know, things are good here in MPL MY. If there's one thing that we're known for, it's an entertaining game, and we continue to live up to that brand. In the meantime, game number 3, adaptations need to be made once more. It could have been a little bit cleaner for the side of Todak, and I think, you know, that comes down to the overall communication, but the decisions being made are very, very good. We saw a little bit of it in game number 1, pulling the map apart. Game number 2, at least they are together on the calls.
In this case, echo loud, echo proud, because why? Cho wins games. 2 games in a row, 100% win rate.
100% win rate on Cho, and if you're using the, and especially if you are using the skin, people are going to notice.
Agreed, definitely agreed, because the Orca's here. But of course, the MVP gonna be undeniable, gonna be Chico himself, a maniac to close things off, and I like this. You know, this is where the MVP grinds, the most amount of MVPs by the end of the day. But before that, I want to take a look at the mic check and what Todak has to say.
Aku kacau belakang, Ni dulu target guys.
Mati ya. Ada bayonet outside lagi. Dah hati. Bawa orang kau. Dah hati kau, Gufra dah hati.
Lalu.
Mantap Yum. Nice Yum.
Jaga belakang. Aku jaga mid.
Mana yang belakang?
Aku kat belakang tadi.
Santai bah.
Bawa beda kau.
Okey.
Jom bawa jom. Tak kena black. Aku zone ni. Boleh santai.
Lalu kau.
Belaki.
Awas kau, dia nak beli ke?
Dapat apa?
Aku bukan nanya.
Chico is getting free.
Fighting ah.
Boleh tu, tiba-tiba Cik. Aku nice Cik.
Tengok Cik guys. Dia sakit ke depan.
Baik dulu. Rata. Boleh. Sana.
Aku tak tahu. Okey. Tak. Boleh.
Ya, coklat tu.
Well, with that being said, MVP of the game going over to Chiku guys once more with 100% game kill participation with 5 kills, coming in 4 assists with an in-game GPM of 816. His carry has seen better days, but he pulls it out and he is consistent every time he gets his hands on it.
Hey, Todak won against SMG 4-0 in the grand finals with this carry pickup. This time they whip it out again and says, you know what, carry wins games. And even if the interview comes in and people say, no, it's not the carry, it's the team that plays around him, but would you say that particular fight right there was a team play, or was it just him saying that, hey, I'm the best marksman in Malaysia, baby?
No, I think a lot of it actually comes down to a bit of team play at the same time, because keep in mind that when Chiku is getting these free hits, he can only focus on a singular target at once. And if Team SMG wanted to punish, they can't. They're getting slowed down by literally everything from the side of Todak.
Yeah, I agree. There's just so much to talk about when it comes to this year. But I'm curious to see how the heat maps of both teams play in this particular matchup, because it seems like in terms of rotations and playstyles here, there is going to be a little bit of difference between the roamers here, and that's going to be Miko and Yum once again, 2 roamers from both sides.
Absolutely. Looking at the heat map and the way that they're actually moving around the map in the early games, you notice that they have a lot of similar patterns. They want to check certain areas, and more importantly, check very specific bushes to clear out the jungle for their own jungler to walk in safely. Feeling a sense of security is super important, especially in the earlier stages where a single kill could tip the balance.
This is weird, considering that, you know, if we were comparing this hit map from the previous season here, we are expecting like roamers like, hey, you know what, most gonna be prioritizing the gold lane a little bit more, turtle-sided entrance, etc. But here, it seems like mid control is gonna be the priority for both sides, and it kind of translates as well, because, you know, they are able to get so much more map control because of it.
Yeah, because again, when you have your mid laner roaming with you, that's double the reinforcements showing up to either EXP or even the gold lane. I think it's a lot more beneficial for Team SMG because, again, it is Novaria. I'm not taking anything away from the Valentina, but she just doesn't have that impact range.
Agreed. But now, let's take a look at the highlights on how all things went down, because from the start of the game here, it feels like a complete reverse in gameplay from how SMG was doing it to Todak, but this time it is going to be Todak that does it to SMG.
Yep, I mean, a lot of it comes down to the counter picks that we did eventually see. I like the idea of having that X-Borg as a way to kind of flex their picks until you see the reveal of what your opponent's EXP laners are going to be, and you also are knocking 2 birds with 1 stone, because you're already doing very good damage against people like Saksa who can't just one-shot you for free. Oh, Appraiser's Wrath, you break my Firaga armor, no big deal.
Yeah, it's an interesting way of actually using the Firaga armor as a proxy, right? Like, we always talk about the Winter Trunket, we always talk about the Winds of Nature, we always talk about its immortality, and the way how they played this with this export is crazy because that's like another inbuilt passive ability, kind of similar to how Nana plays it to kind of buy time and extend the fight, right?
Well, that's one way of looking for it. I probably wouldn't have used Nana as the example
Well, Nana's
overall,
passive,
but
you know.
yeah, I get the idea of it, right? Immortality, you know, is simply just one of the easiest ways to actually do so, or just having a flicker, you know, just don't be in the center of it so you don't get hit by that true damage. Overall, it doesn't change the fact that he can't just walk away for free. Just note that a lot of Fredrin's abilities is about moving forward rather than peeling backwards, because as soon as he doesn't hit a target with his abilities, he doesn't get the combo points, which means he can't keep on spamming his abilities.
Exactly, and while you're at it here, are you guys looking for new skins? Because why? You can get yourself the epic MLBB skin for only 1 ringgit with Hotlink, and with the easiest way to unleash your style and upgrade your hero, get it right now, because that is something that I'm looking forward to see. But what I'm looking forward to see here is how the games progress with those itemizations coming in from both Team SMG as well as Todak.
Well, let's have a look at it here. 15 minutes into the game, we finally see Team SMG actually breaking into the 41k mark, but prior to that, you need 42k, and I'm thinking that the last couple of items were not finished, and I'm right, you know, Claude wasn't able to get that Malefic Roar at the very end of it when he really, really needed it, because that extra bit of damage would have definitely helped against targets like Yums, targets like Momo as well, but more importantly, at the very least, shred down Rival just a wee bit faster, because man, all he needs is an Ice Queen's Wand, give him an Oracle, and top it up with an Immortality, and just for fun, just make sure that he has the Brute Force Breastplate so he can kite even faster.
Yeah, and now let's talk a little bit more on Chico's items as well. He's actually 6 slotted with the shoes. He actually sold it off and got something else. So that means at that point before they prior to clash here, Chico was already at go time. So would you say that, you know, if SMG did not take that risky gamble, being called out by Miko, they would have extended it to, like you said, quote-unquote, 42k mark?
I don't think so. I think it was a very good engage for the side of Team SMG. I definitely think that there needed to be a call of when is it enough, right? And I think they failed to see that Chiku, guys, was at a substantial goal lead. Like, he is 12,000 compared to everybody else who barely even break the 10k mark on his own team.
Agreed, and I want to see how things are going to go here. But at the same time, let's talk a little bit more on SMG's items here, because, well, you know, to be honest, like you said as well, this Chico is just so far ahead, and based on this, it seems like they're lacking a little bit more to actually kind of fight this. Like, for Sasa, he's good, you know, he's somewhat catching up in terms of damage here, but he's still like one major item component away to compete and match against Chico's damage output.
I mean, that's not all, right? Just notice that Sasa, he's at 10k. Okay, that's very respectable. You know, considering everything that has happened in the game, 10,000, that's totally fine. Smooth, 9,000. Stormy, 7,000. That's when I have a problem. Those 2 deaths really made all the difference here, and especially from Todak's side, who will continue to punish him those 2 times, have taken a significant lead. Look at the impact. Damage dealt, Stormy, because of his range, he can get those shots in a lot easier, but then you start seeing people like Martizi, who's able to rotate a little bit faster, with the help of Yums, having his kill pressure around, forces Stormy to take very safe angles and safe passageways to the side lanes.
Yeah, and multiple times as well, Todak, they were able to flank him multiple times. It may be Yubes, it may be Momo, and every single time Momo hits, he does hit like a truck. And as you can see, 31,000 damage coming from him. Even though if we compare it with Smooth, who does a little bit more, but if you think about it here, Momo is more towards prioritize targeting damage, whereas Smooth is more an AoE damage, just hits wherever rather than just prioritizing and focus firing on one.
Well, I mean, if Momo had the option of whether or not he wanted to push Saksa away or just tank the initial engage coming in from Miko, he's probably going to choose tanking Miko 10 out of 10 times, right? Because that's the big importance in this matchup. How do you stop the engage, the multiple forms of engage that Team SMG actually has?
Well, overall, damage dealt-wise, it is still leaning on towards SMG, but it all just came down to one small mistake coming from SMG. It felt like a 50-50 coin flip here. I'm not gonna lie, Miko set up one of the flashiest engagements but unfortunately it did not hit Chiku, and Chiku was just getting free hits after free hits. So one mistake in the wrong timing can completely change the entire tide of the fight. And I felt like SMG, they were trying to play catch up throughout the entirety of the game. Eventually, feels like they just made one small mistake.
I mean, it's pretty normal to see teams at this level. It just takes one mistake to cost them an entire game, but not necessarily an entire series.
Yep, but at the same time here, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we'll continue with the journey on how Game 3 is going to go between both these teams.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rockstar. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero.
And we're already back here for game number 3 of Team SMG versus Todak. It's 1-1 currently, and only one of these teams can walk away with the extra points that they need to finish off the league here. But so far, they start. The games have been exciting, back and forth between both sides with two very different strategies for each of the games.
Yeah, when it comes to this strategy here, I really like how they're able to adapt right from the get-go. But I really like with the fact that Todak is, taking an old page, an old trick off the book here and saying, you know what, I've used this before. I beat SMG almost every single time, whips out the carry, and guess what? Chiku just completely gets the first maniac in the entire season right from the get-go, coming in strong, saying that, you know what, let's make it 4. Let's make it 5. You know what? 5-time representative from Malaysia.
I mean, there's no doubt about it that his skill is top tier, but especially with the lineup that he had, it just made it so easy for him to actually execute. And the only thing that he was worried about was accidentally dying to Sasa because he didn't hit his Winds of Nature at the right time. But even so, he pulled it off in the end. Can he do it for game number 3? And I don't think the draft is going to be the same anymore. I think they're now, Team SMG, forced to actually reply to the raw amount of annoying peel that Todak had in game number 2.
Okay, I'm gonna recap back on how things were at Season 11 in the Grand Finals of the playoffs, right? The Grand Finals, SMG versus Todak. The biggest question between us, the PM casters, the audience, everything as well. Why didn't SMG ban carry? This time, do you think it will happen in game number 3? Because to my recollection, Todak first pick carry every single game. Would you say that it is going to be first pick priority this time?
Well, I would say that I
Or
don't think
they're
it's
back to, experimental phase.
I think it's in a position where it is not necessarily that good of a first pick. I think it's definitely once you see the lineup of your opponents, and especially when a majority of them are beefy tanks, you're going to get, if you get a couple of free hits, that's basically 50%, if not more, of your life bar once that light wheel actually procs at the end of the day. So I think, Todak, they played it correct. I don't think it's worth banning out just yet, but I do think there needs to be a consideration of what Sasa is actually getting in that gold lane and how much priority he needs to get. Because again, this entire matchup was just, I rotate down bot, you also rotate down bot, but I will rotate faster and intercept you so you can't actually give that support.
So it all comes down to which roamer rotates faster, right? Because
or even the mid laner, because in this game, mid prio heavily in Todak's favor.
Now, since we're talking a little bit more on mid bio here, there are a lot of things we didn't see from how game 1 and game 2, in particular the XP lane, because there are 2 times in a row now. Smooth has cut the first few lanes here to kind of proxy it, to try and play the numbers game when they go for this kind of invade. So would you say that that's something that Todak may look to mirror as well?
I mean, I think, there's a little bit of fundamentals that need to be cleaned up for the side of Team SMG. Like Smooth should not be rotating second in that matchup. But 2 times out of the 3 turtles, we do see that Paquito actually makes it to the turtle before we even see Benedetta actually show up. And that's why you saw Team SMG just back away. It's a 5v4. I'm not going to be able to win that fight, even if I wanted to. So let's jump into the drafting phase and let's see where the adjustments are going to be made. Team SMG now on the red side with Todak on the blue.
Yep, adjustments is going to be their flipping sides. They are going to be flipping sides this time. But now, when it comes to drafts here, Todak, they are starting things off with banning off the Ling, which is kind of interesting. So are we going to see a first pick Angela coming from them? Because this is different compared to how the previous game is. Because SMG, they prioritize in banning the Kadita as well as the Angela, if I do recall from first game. This time, they are in second pick, they ban off the Cloud instead.
Yeah, let's see how interesting it's going to be. Because again, what you notice with a lot of these teams is that they ban out the things that they think is worth it to them, right? Things like Angela, things like the fact that they always pick up the Claude. They want to ban it out to not give it over to Todak.
I guess that's going to be the case here. But what else is going to be the follow-up ban here? Because as of now, Joy is pretty much taken out. Are we going to see a potential floor in here? Or maybe even a Minotaur coming from Todak?
Maybe in the right situation, or if there's going to be a setup. Let's see if we can find out more clues later in the game, because there's still a lot of priority picks going out. Fanny finally getting banned out here. If you're going to ban out the Ling, you might as well get rid of the Fanny as well. The Kaja last time was the final pick coming in from Todak's side. When they were playing on red, I don't know if Team SMG actually wants to consider picking it up, because again, the biggest problem, Joy, is already banned, so therefore, even if you ban out the Kaja, you might as well just first pick the Franco, but you're not on blue side.
Yeah, I like that you actually brought up the Kaja as well. Suppression, very, very strong. Franco as well has been very, very popular in other regions thus far. Are we going to see Franco Kaja being priority from Todak? But maybe not. I feel like they should, but it seems like Kaja will be taken out. So Valentina, pretty much a no-brainer from Todak again for Martizi. 3 games in a row.
Well, I don't know whether that is first pick worthy here just yet. I mean, it is a very high win rate. Don't get me wrong, but I think with Todak, and the way that they like to play, they don't like to reveal their strategies super early on. It's like first picking Minotaur. You know that they're going to team fight, right? I think it's deadly obvious if you actually go for it. So I think in Kuja's mind, he's probably thinking of a flex pick, considering the way that he's drafted in previous seasons. It could just be a Paquito first pick. It could just be along the lines of making sure that he has access to Franco. But then again, you don't know what's going in the mind of geniuses. Cho first pick.
Okay, I like this. You know, considering that, once again, I'm going to bring this back again. Cho, 100% win rate game 1, game number 2. If you think about it, Cho has been very annoying in both games. Played by Miko, played by Yums as well. So I guess that's going to be the safer one. We've pretty much done it. Roamer Cho, for sure, 100%. Not going to even bother to flex this.
Yep. Let's see if Team SMG is going to go for something along the lines of Grok. And fun fact that rock solid Saksa is actually Latin for rocks or small stones. The player was definitely rocking in game number 1 with a KDA of 5-0 as well as 5. So he is crushing it in the jungle so far. But now we see the response coming out for the side of Team SMG. You play flexible, I play flexible, right? Edith and as well as the Valentina.
Ooh. Okay. Finally, we do see a little bit of adaptations here, but I like the Edith pickup. We didn't see too much coming from game 1 from Todak, right? Like, it felt like a complete flop coming from Momo. He was trying a lot of engagements, but it feels like this time SMG is gonna try and do that against Todak with this show. Because if you think of how Miko played on this show, Edith definitely did not have a good time trying to engage or start off the fight every single time he goes for the liftoff.
I mean, that's the thing. Edith is a win-harder hero. It's not like she's going to get you free wins. You got to already be winning if you are going to pick her up. So that's why when Todak sees this, they're thinking, okay, this might go into the EXP lane, this might go in towards the support role. It doesn't really matter, right? You're starting to focus down on what's the key of your strategy. That's what I'm looking for. The Kadita, 2-time ban, and finally picked up here in game number 3. And you pair that up with a Martis to make sure you can't get disrupted by the Edith in both forms. It's looking great. Great draft coming out for Kuja.
Okay. I have a very, very bad gut shot feeling. Knowing that this is Todak, I feel that they will play a double mage composition.
Double mage? So you're talking about like mage
Roamer,
gold laner as
Kadita,
well?
XP, Cho. Even though it's not in the books of Kuja to play something very fancy, but because it's Todak, it's just a weird gut feeling.
See value in me?
Might be wrong, but
Your team
You
is
should.
banning.
worst case scenario, if that doesn't happen, they force up the Ludong jungle again.
The
Okay, wait, they have the
jungle?
Martis. Nah, it's impossible. No.
Okay. Look, all I'm gonna say is that we know for a fact that Momo has played Martis in the EXP lane before. I don't put it past him, right? Right now, the fact that Kadita is around, your marksman choice needs to be smart. Last game's picks, it was actually the swapped sides The X-Borg was definitely on Todak's side, but since
Yep.
Team SMG is on the red, we'll look on the opposite side, right? They had Claude for themselves. They had Novaria, both of which have really good escape mechanics, especially with the cooldowns of the BMI as well as the Astrospheres. But then we start jumping over to Team SMG. The bans. We're playing a tank. We're playing the Fredrin again. Get rid of that carry.
You know what? SMG, they have learned their lesson. They have learned their lesson. They lost during the grand finals, not gonna take the chance this time. They will respect Chico's carry, ban it off. Okay. I like that they have, adapted.
Yes, and even Todak is showing respect to Over. The fact that Miko was able to show up at the right place at the right time. We've taken away the Cho. We're also going to take ban out your Kufra. What else are you going to realistically play?
That's the thing, right? Like, I feel like they might bring off the Franco in this vicinity, but at the same time, if it was an Indonesian import, yeah, sure. But because it's Miko, I don't think that's going to be the meta. It's a different playstyle.
What?
Like, it feels like Philippines, they do play a little bit more on those healing kind of compositions, aggressive healing playstyle rather than very, very risky hook potentials. Or maybe Mincitar. I don't know.
Bro, I don't know what
I feel like
Mincitar's
Mincitar's
but that's not how it works.
I'm gibbering right now. I'm gibbering right now.
That is not how it works. I wouldn't put it past him that he knows how to play a type of hooker. And there we go. The Franco gets banned.
Whatever, man. Like, I hate you, Todak. Get out of here.
You put respect on Miko's name, and even Todak's telling you that. If you're not going to put respect, we will. We're going to ban it our goddamn selves, and that's the last thing we're going to do. 30 seconds left on the clock, and I think that this time Team SMG really need to consider what their marksman pick is going to be, no matter what, right? They have red side. They can leave it right until the very, very end here. So they could predetermine what the EXP matchup is going to be, or at the very least, show who their support is in. Oh!
Whoa.
Blind Wan pick.
Oh, okay.
This will be interesting. Yes, she has an inbuilt Purify to dodge away the big combo starters from the side of Todak, but if you pair them up together, or if she uses it too early, you're so susceptible to dying.
Wasn't 1-1 nerfed to the ground to a point that, hey, it's still strong in the hands of the right team, but it was so difficult to actually proc crossbow tanks multiple times. And I feel like for SMG to play this, it feels very uncharacteristic of them.
I think that Team SMG has put themselves in this position. 3 marksman bans, they didn't pick it up earlier, they just want to go with a blind pick, reliable marksman that kind of does the job, right? And now Todak looking to immediately punish it. So many marksmen are already out of the pool, they don't want to play Clint at all, so therefore, I'm going to go with a Natan that basically works very similarly to how Claude plays, and we're going to pair it up with a Mincitar so you can't just dash around. Think about it. All 4 heroes from the side of Team SMG all have dashes.
I really like the Mincitar pickup, but I feel like the Natan was very forced from Todak because the fact that they don't have a lot of magic damage coming from them, and Kadita obviously doesn't have enough sustain. They're forcing the Natan to kind of balance out between both physical as well as magic. I like the adaptation, not a big fan of it, but SMG definitely feels like they have the safer pickup because this time they're bringing in the X-Borg, and this time it is going to be playing on the XP lane.
Yep, I respect it a lot. Team SMG were prepared for the Martis EXP coming out from Momo. They didn't lock in Paquito for him to lose that early game, so instead they gave him the X-Borg to make sure that he could survive at the very least.
Wait, did I hear you right and see you right? It is the Martis XP. So this is a Natan jungle? What?
Yeah, this is a Natan jungle coming in from rival side, right? It's going to be the gold lane Mincitar coming in from Chiku guys to try and look for a punishment, potentially to set up a kill down by bot side at level 4.
Okay. Todak bringing in the element of surprise. A brand new season, something off the books, something new. But can they take that win? The mission, the success to head towards M5 is going to be the goal between both the teams, arguably the 2 strongest team from the previous season. Now, duking it out in game number 3 to settle the score, and who takes the first series of MPL MY Season 12. Is it going to be Todak? Is it going to be SMG? We shall see as we head in towards the land of dawn very, very moment short.
You know, I've been very happy with the new additions for both Todak as well as Team SMG. Obviously, you don't expect Martisi to be popping off super, super hard, but he's doing his job. And now that he's going to be on this Kadita, a play-making sort of mage, especially in the mid lane, you're going to have a lot of influence across that map. If Martisi, if there's a time to prove himself, now would be the time. He's got all the right conditions for it.
Well, that's something I'm looking forward to as well, because he is going to be looking to play catch up in this position, because we've seen a lot of Valentina plays very, very mobile. But playing a Kadita means that he needs to be very precise in his catches. And so far, we don't see Purify adaptations coming from SMG at all, except for the 1-1s inbuilt.
Yeah, with 1-1s, I mean, somebody's gonna get caught. Somebody from the side of Team SMG will get caught as we roll in towards the game side. We got Todak on the blue side, Team SMG on the red.
Well, time to settle the score. And in this case, right from the get-go, Miko is going to take a lot of damage from Yubes as well as Martisi. This Edith not going to have a very, very good time from the starting of this fight. Meanwhile, it's, again, mid lane pressure all the way through.
Yep, mid lane controls the rest of the map here as a really good trade on towards Stormy. Gonna chunk him out for 50% of his HP. Now, looking at both side lanes here, it's going to be a little rough down by bot side. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you guys, he's gonna take a bit of damage until he gets all of his abilities back up. But in the meantime, all he has to do is just wait for the waves to crash into him, and Sasa just has to freeze him outside of it.
You know, gold lane Midsitar against a 1-1. I don't think Midsitar is going to win that lane at all. Unless he's like, what, level 4, gets a very sick hook onto Sasa and chunks in out from the lane.
I totally agree with you. I think he needs to land the hook if he wants to get anywhere close, or at the very least, Sasa makes it like a significant mistake. But looking at top side, Smooth is having the time of his life. Last time, it was Paquito against Benedetta. Every single time he uses for an eye, you just see an all-in from this Paquito to just stack up that damage. And it feels like he can't run away, especially with the Quantum Charge, right? Now, it's the opposite, where he's just getting shredded down by the flames. And most importantly, the true damage that it brings along with it.
Oh boy, Rival is taking a little bit too much damage. Ooh! He manages to get out with his ult. So that's going to be a little bit of safety net. But Team SMG, they're looking a little bit more angsty now, a little bit more decisive with his plays now.
I agree, but also I'm a little concerned because Todak's biggest fault.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
What?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Martisi set it up for him. I mean, he came in petrified and then let Momo do the rest at level 4. A little, I'm not gonna lie, very unlucky for Smooth. He not only doesn't have the flicker, he's only running sprint, so he had literally no time to react to it.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate, but now the turtle skirmish comes in. The turtle will be resetted by Yubes. He's trying to prolong the fight. Zaksa looking for the Brazos Wrap! Connects on 3, but Martisi dodges it with the out here. So that's going to be Todak going for the reset. But SMG gets full control of this turtle. So Todak, they will lose this trade.
Absolutely, and that's why people don't like dealing with this Frederick. As much damage as you put into him, he can just dish it right back at you. And after that, with the amount of gray health he actually has, he can come back and take more punishment now. This is where it gets dangerous. The invade.
Yeah, indeed. But at the same time, Swoop, he does have the Firaga armor. Momo looking to back off. Stormy looking to try and re-engage it. They will get the kill. The decimation comes in. They get the kill. Very nicely done from SMG.
Very nicely done. In a matter of fact, I think it's actually pretty smart that Stormy actually went for the preemptive the preemptive flicker, knowing that he could trade the flicker against Momo, and he already used it early on. So great punish for the side of Team SMG.
Agreed. But meanwhile, Todak, they have to take a little bit more backseat here, but because as of now, it feels like Rival hasn't been able to be put in a position to kind of contribute his fights, whereas Saksa with this Frederick is just like, hey, you know what? I'm walking up in your face, and there's nothing you can do about it. If you think about it, that's absolutely nothing compared to a carry in the previous game and an X-Pro. In this case, they have none of the above for Todak this time.
I mean, you're asking a marksman to go face-to-face against a fighter without any items, right?
True.
And I think, you know, that's a big ask. Give him some items, and then maybe we can start talking about it once more, because I think that Saksa is going to be a consistent problem for Rival until we hit that late game, until we see Rival hit 4 items, arguably even 5 items at that point of time to actually stand a chance to win out that 1v1.
Yep, I want to see how this goes here, because as of yet, Saksa is looking to try and beat up this fight, but so far Todak again playing it very, very passively again. This is the approach that we kind of saw from Todak from game number 1. Game 2 a little bit different, a little bit more aggressive, but this time they have the slight lead, but it seems like they're just they're waiting for something, which is something that I'm not sure what they're waiting for.
I mean, they're waiting for the next objective. It's the only time where Todak actually comes together and starts to clump up. They know that Chiku Guys is going to be stuck in this lane, and as long as Chiku Guys is still down by that bot side, fighting for neutrals is a lot easier for Team SMG. They just want to play a traditional front to back.
Wouldn't you say having Chiku in the fights is so much better compared to having Rival? Wouldn't it, like, would you say that they should swap lanes or something like that? Because as of now, hold that thought. Because SMG, they force the fight. Rival secures the turtle, but the rough waves coming from Martizi isolates them, but gets picked off instead. So he will be the casualty from Todak.
Lots and lots of CC from the side of Team SMG. Sticky like tape, making sure that nobody escapes. Oh wait, hold on.
Momo taking a little bit too much damage. Miko disengages is out and he will cancel it again. But Chiku, looking for the fight. Here comes the King's Calling. He's gonna go for the stuns as well. Miko, he cannot get out and he's gonna die to this. Very, very nice pickoff from Chiku.
Very good play. He didn't immediately look to punish his opponent. He was looking to take his sweet time in case Sasaj reveals himself. Great discipline. Skill discipline for the side of Todak. Oh no, but they don't have the ult, so they can't really dive him. Yeah, as long as they don't have that Mincetar's ult, I don't think they can actually make a clean dive.
Yeah, they definitely need the King's Calling for this place. But at the same time, he forced out the Wave Dragon. You know, not exactly sure what, but he feels like he's just trying to man up and just scare him off. Meanwhile, Smooth having the time of his life, like almost half a level ahead in contrast to Momo right now on the top side. And Chiku, he just got his golden staff, so I'm guessing this is a full damage Vincitar because right now, gets a nice hook. Sasa losing 10% of his health, but no fall-off once again. Not easy. Not going to be able to, it's just not worth it to catch on the Frederick right now.
Yeah, it really isn't worth it. They're not able to translate it into anything. The entirety of Team SMG's jungle has been cleared out as well. And Todak, they still have some housekeeping to do on their side lanes as well as their own jungle, so they have bigger priorities to actually worry about.
Agreed, but seems to me top side, someone is going to be in a little bit of trouble here because Smooth, he's going to completely surrounded. The Wave of the Dragon comes in, and now Smooth needs to run for his life. Use interject, but what? They can't chase him. The sprint just completely outplays him, but no, Martizi, he accepts this. Todak, trusting him that, you know what, Martizi, you got this. We're taking objectives, and top side is where they're going. And look at this, Todak. They're greeting this out. They want to get more in the middle lane as well. And Martizi, can he get out though? Miko, okay.
Better question is whether Rival's going to get that tier 2 up top side. Yeah, he does! Powers through the damage reduction shield, and now SMG looking to punish back.
Oh my goodness, Chiku! Going for the King's Calling, gets a 2-man catch as well, and now Miko can chain CC's way through. Can he get out? He goes for out here, he gets a mid shield, and Yumes will be forced to disengage. Momo looks to interject as soon as he sees the health bar of SMG and says like, you know what, I'm not gonna go for this one, Miko. Flicker plays, he does go for the counter hook as well with Chiku. They're trying to force the fight, but guess what? The insanity from Smooth connects on everyone. Martizi trades off Miku. They go 1-1, losing Chiku, losing Miko. SMG's gotta be happy about this.
Really nicely played from the side of Team SMG, right? They're just waiting out these spells. Chiku comes in, really big ultimate, has 3 people, but only on the outer edges. He must decide which target needs to go. And in this case, he thought it was going to be Miko who was going to be some easy prey, but he is one tough cookie. He made sure that he is taking tank emblems. He also has the concussive blast. Let's not forget that he's got tenacity on top of it all.
Yeah, it's just so hard to actually play around it, right? It seems like one wrong combo and one wrong sequencing, everything goes down to the south. In this case, Todak, they need to chain out the perfect wombo combo, and it's going to be up to either Chiku and Martizi to set up this place because we haven't seen too much of Rival yet. He's been split pushing throughout the entirety of this fight. But despite all that, look at the goal lead though. Todak, they're still leading by 1.2k.
Yep, I mean, they're the ones who has that extra kill. They've also got 3 turrets compared to 1 turret in difference. The only big thing that Team SMG is winning out on is just a little extra EXP from the 2 turtles they were able to secure.
Agreed, but again, the middle assault comes in mid-control. Again, SMG, they're trying to force all this kind of reactions, but just not getting it yet. And Saksa, look at this. It's like, you know what? I want to open up the map, but what can I do? Because as of now, Todak, they're just dodging every single fight. But now Martizi goes for the rough waves, force the disengage, and Chiku is in isolated ground. The King's Calling comes in, he pulls on two, but where's the rest of Todak? He's left abandoned, and Rival, he gets picked off on the side as well. Chiku will fall, Rival getting completely bullied out by Stormy and Smooth, and now the Lord's gonna be out for grabs. Yumes and Momo goes in for the fight, but SMG, they're still holding strong. Smooth, he needs to get out, but he is poking their way through, and Todak, they can't catch both Stormy and Smooth at all.
Really great movement coming in from both Stormy as well as Smooth, making sure that they're keeping on tip-top shape when it comes down to the micro mechanics. Stormy especially, like on this Valentina, he feels like he's got like 6 dashes, or his dashes have some extra range. But let's have a look at the items so far. What's their cover progress with this board pushing in the favor of Team SMG? First of all, we've got 3 items already completed by Sasa. Sasa from that after the laning phase at the 10-minute mark, we're seeing that even Martizi only currently at 2 items compared to the Valentina at 2 as well. And finally, the biggest difference is the 3-item completion from the Tan from Rival in comparison to Saksa, who only had just completed recently his Sky Guardian's helmet.
Yeah, it seems like he needs a little bit more to actually force the fight, but so far, it's going to be up to Chiku to set up for this place, and it's something that Todak is looking to win those fights. But SMG, again, they have, like you said as well, they have so much of this peel and disengage composition where it's just so hard to pick up. Valentina, great in disengaging. Xborg as well, great at just poking and retreating at the same time. Whereas Todak, they need to get a very, very concise pickup.
Well, I think that Todak wants to just stagger their engages, right? They want to kind of, I wouldn't want to say go in one by one, but they kind of have to layer it, right? Team SMG, they go for that hard engage. They want a team fight as 5, but Todak just needs to, the members who get caught need to just kind of buy a little bit of time to pull Team SMG into a position where Martizi can get some real value. Chiku guys can get some especially good value, right? So Momo is going to be that guy. He can kind of clump everybody together. Yumes, if you're standing together, even better for me.
Agreed. But in this case, Yumes, he's taking a little bit meter here. Martizi, they were trying to bait out reactions coming from SMG, but they have passive abilities to sustain for this fight. So nothing worth mentioning, nothing worth fighting for right now, as they are gonna go for a lane check here, wait for the next objectives, and then go for this. But what are your thoughts on this matchup between Martizi as well as Stormy so far?
You know, honestly, I think, you know, Martizi, he's doing a pretty good job, right? Very standard job. We haven't seen anything, you know, super outstanding from Martizi just yet. He definitely has the mechanics, but I'm not seeing that raw confidence just yet. You know, that Todak style of attitude of, if I find the opportunity, I will kill you.
So you're saying that to be part of the Todak, you gotta have a very, very strong attitude, huh?
Is
that what you're implying?
You definitely have to have some kind of attitude. When you are part of this Todak lineup, everybody has an equal voice in these communications, right? Nobody is a singular shot caller. Everybody needs to kind of apply their ideas into the game. One person will make the final call, but everybody's ideas are kept in consideration.
All right, I see where you're getting at. But as of now, Lord Control is in SMG's favor. Lanes are sharp towards the top side. They are going to send off Smooth to defend that from the side of SMG. But AI prediction says 50-50 from both sides. And Momo looking to interject. The Lord already down towards 30%. Miko in position. They guess what? They found Yumes. They are going to try and punish this. Sasa looking to proc for the crossbow of tanks. We haven't seen that yet. And Martizi also going to be zoning off Stormy. It is still the dance around the Lord pit here. Momo also going to be baiting reactions. But guess what? SMG, they're setting up for the focus fire on towards Lord, but the concealed play comes in from Miko. They are looking for the catch. They find Chico. They're going to go try and burst it down, but here comes the collapse. And Todak, they will finish off Miko at the expense. They trade off Chico, but at the same time, it's going to be all-out brawls. And SMG, it is a 3v3 insanity from Smoke. Will chip Rival apart, but he gets a triple kill before he dies out, while SMG will finish him off. And now Momo needs to back off. Saksa looking really for the catch, but he will force to be flickered out. But SMG, they still have Lord Control.
Okay, a 3-for-3 trade. Stormy actually blundering there for a moment. Now stealing away the King's Calling. Flickers in to try and do something about it, but then puts the King's Calling really far away from his opponents, while Chiku guys having the most amount of effect, costing the lives costing some very important lives. Sasa being the big catch from the side of Todak.
Agreed, but now Todak, they are going to try and force the issue. But
Hey,
Chico,
yo.
the King's calling. Insanity comes in, but it's not going to do too much. He still has a little bit more health and peel, but Todak, they do not have the tools to contest the Lord, and that's going to be Saksa securing it with the Retribution.
This has got to be really frustrating for Todak. They had 3 members walk up, and all it took was just Smooth to walk up a little bit further and touch them even once with his abilities, and it was basically, wow, Marquise getting put down to like 10% of his HP. Rival struggling to find an angle inwards to this fight. Even Chico guys is like, well, I've committed my all to this, but I can't seem to do any damage because he just heals it all back up.
Yeah, it's so frustrating here, but at the same time, let's look at the items here as well. Coming from Rival, he's got the Feather, he's got the Glowing Wand, he's got the Golden Staff, a hybrid mixture between both physical and magic. But at this stage here, seeing that Team SMG's got 3 Radiant Armors, and I'm surprised Rival was able to get a triple kill despite that fight, it baffles me that Niltan might be doing a little bit more compared to what we expected in previous seasons.
You know, considering the item changes, certain item changes, I wouldn't put it too far past him. I would like to have a look at his items later on. The fact that he has the Glowing Wand already giving him that extra movement speed and making sure that you can't just like try and clutch regen yourself out of tough situations, or if you're put down to 1 HP, he just needs to touch you just a little bit. That's all he needs, and he starts burning you away.
Agreed. Now with the Lord knocking into the inhibitor, Todak still manages to defend this, but SMG, they just don't have a position to contest this as a 5v5 because of how the lanes are shoved. In this case, Todak, they're doing a fantastic job at doing that, but it feels like SMG, they're just waiting for Todak to make the mistakes once again. In this case, I guess they're waiting on Chiku having this very, very impulsive, aggressive nature to start a fight.
Yeah, and more importantly, he has been finding a couple of good ults, but just a late follow-up from the rest of his team members. If they can all come in at the same time, I don't think Team SMG stands much of a chance. Well, except for Smooth, because he is wearing Faraga armor, but other than that, everybody else is very, very susceptible to this King's calling.
Agreed, I agree. Especially Sasa as well. And the moment you're in it, you're not going to be able to just walk out really, especially if Chiku is alive here. But at the same time, Sasa, he is going to slowly chip away and then the towers here. But hold on, once again, they're just playing it safe. Like, there's just nothing much here. And with the Lord push advantage, it feels like they barely got a lot of advantage from this fight, of this trade, if you think about it.
I mean, Todak was leading, so at least now that they have a very clean lead of their own, they could do something with it, right? But we're 16 minutes into the game, and full builds are essential at this stage. We're seeing the dominance. Ice Beam finished it off by Saksa in this point of time, and 20 more seconds until they actually start fighting for this Lord. Just look at the waves right now. Team SMG, they made this mistake before of not actually, you know, cleaning it up early on or setting it up to start building, because look at top side. Todak has a pushing wave on that top side. Bottom side, they're fixing it right now, knowing that this Luminous Lord is spawning.
Oh boy. Seems like Todak, they are in position to try and contest this, but SMG, they're just, you know, not in position though. Sasa's shoving up top lanes, but it seems like they're calling the cavalry here to try and defend this. But at the same time here, look at the damage being dished out by Todak. Backlines as well, Stormy still going for a couple of pokes. Miko looking for the catch. They found Chiku once again. They are going to collapse on him, but Chiku, he flickers out. Momo loses his immortality here, and he is going to back out, but the counter kick's going to save his life. Can he keep it alive? No, he cannot. Sasa will finish him off, and SMG will get a very, very nice pick. Meanwhile, Smooth, he's looking for a little bit more, but they just don't have the health to continue this fight.
Oh, that was so very close. Martisi trying so hard to find that angle to get on in and go in with that rough waves. Gets a bit of a chunk, but still not enough to finish off any of the targets. The Radiant Armors is really starting to take effect here.
Yeah, it's so annoying here, considering that the majority of damage coming from Dova is pretty much magic damage, except for both Chiku and Momo. And you can see that Chiku, he was trying his best to go for this spear to try and poke his way through, but even then, you are not going to be able to dish as much as we expect as a marksman in the late game.
For sure, unless that maybe there's like crit healing, that would be pretty crazy, you know, because he procs his pad.
Really?
Yeah, imagine if he could, every time he crits, there's a possibility that you could crit on the heal, because it's technically a quote-unquote on-hit effect.
Fair
you
enough.
know, you stack it up and then boom, one fat heal. That'd be crazy. But other than that, I do think it was a very good idea from Todak. I don't know how they're going to replicate a situation like that again. If so, do they have enough to actually go for that big one-shot? I feel like Rival is in a position where he's like, okay, I'm probably going to get a Divine Glaive. Once I have that, what do I do? Where do I go from there, right? We're seeing that Martisi himself is also going for a glowing wand.
All right, hopefully he's going to be able to do a little more damage, because as of yet, 3 Radiant Armors up of SMG. It's going to be an uphill battle for Todak, so they need to get the biggest catch of their life. In this case, with the Lord coming in, they need to be very careful in this engagement here. Meanwhile, SMG figuring out Inhibitor's move, already doing smooth things with this export as he tried to chip away here, but the Crystal dropping 20% health. SMG says, you know what, play it safe, clear the minions, take the inhibitor, but they're not going to continue. It seems like they're just backing off. The minions are still alive, I guess. Oh no, as soon as I say it, they're looking for the engage, but they immediately called it quits as soon as Miko misses the catch. And they are respecting Todak because of this.
Yep, clean call from the side of Team SMG. Very good attempt coming in from Miko. He was very close. He was very, very close. He did lose out his flicker for it, but I mean, they got away 66 seconds anyways. By the time the upcoming Lord comes, does he really need his flicker at that point of time? Only time will tell.
Yeah, good defense coming from Todak, but SMG once again, they're looking for the catch. But Momo gonna be face checking it for the team, so it's just not worth for now unless Martisi goes in blind. But no, Sasali is gonna look for the catch, but the crossbow attacks not gonna get the proc. But Momo is dropping down low. He needs to get out. He's gonna be fine. Martisi tries to go for the catch from the back lines, but he cannot get out. But instead, he's gonna get caught out by Smooth with the missile. And now Yums looking for the kick. He catches Stormy, but they walk out scot-free. They lose Martisi, but Todak with the hook. Chiku, they're trying so hard to look for these kills, but they just do not have the damage from Todak.
Yep, and so far, Saksa has just been continuously juggling his items throughout this matchup. Now, making sure that people like Momo aren't getting away with too much. He's able to tank very, very hard, but Martisi, he's got to be a little careful here. So far, Team SMG has been pressuring him very, very hard to force him to use his ultimate early on into the fight on pretty much no target, just as a defensive rough waves.
Agreed. But now, SMG again playing this very, very safe. Every single turret attempt is with the help of this Lord, and Todak in no position to push out. It means that it is going to be another free Lord in the hands of SMG. Meanwhile, they have a lot of immortalities though, so that's something that I think Todak just doesn't want to take those risks to actually kill them off or extend those fights.
I mean, we're already 21 minutes into the game. Immortalities, especially when you have its passive actually active, it is so valuable in these upcoming fights. Having that second life gives you an opportunity to maybe recall into your base and take care of some of the waves. It allows you to maybe turn a potential fight, especially since a lot of the members either sit around the respawn or they have to back away when the rest of your team takes the space.
Agreed, but Sasa just got his one as well, so they are going to try and collapse with this. Miko going for the flicker catch, but no, he is going to get caught out here. But no, the disengage comes in, but the Cake Calling comes in, is going to catch them off guard, and they are going to lose members for this. Todak, they lose Martisi, but the Crystal is exposed. The Lord is chunking it away, and that is going to be Team SMG securing the series with a 2-1 against Todak.
And that's what they're looking for, a clean engage, and all they needed was a big setup by Stormy to allow Sasa to finish them all off. GG, well played to Team SMG, taking it 2-1 in Todak, week number 1, day number 1, back here at the MPL MY Season 12.
Well, the defending champions was given a very, very good fight, but nevertheless, the best of the best to start things off in Season 12 with 3 games thus far for the first series. And SMG coming up on top. You can see the showmanship between both teams, showing respects, congratulating each other in their victory. In this case, SMG being the victors.
They came out huge this time round, but this is only the very first week. There's still plenty of games to be had, but Team SMG fans rejoice as this is a very good start on their 6-week journey.
Yep, it is indeed a good start indeed, and I'm looking forward to see how things are gonna go between them. But as you can see, the fans, they are rejoicing for SMG. And now we are gonna see a little bit more on how things are gonna go, because we are gonna be throwing it over to our host up on stage to interview with Team SMG for this
Dan itu dia our winner for the first match, the grand opening match untuk MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Hi guys. Hello. You guys okay? You guys okay? Okay, let's start with the Filipino players first. Sebab I know ramai orang nak tahu how they are coping as imports, kan? Okay, here you go. Don't be shy. Tagalog? Okay, Sasa requested Tagalog. It's very rare for Sasa to request on stage, so I have to accommodate. Kamustang Malaysia? How are you guys enjoying Malaysia?
Okay lang.
Okay lang? Miko, how's Malaysia?
Okay naman po, masaya.
Masaya? He said Malaysia is fun? He's happy? Okay. Oh, he can English. Okay, don't worry. Okay. Tagalog. Okay, wait. What's that on your hand? Oh, come in front.
Ano po, yung mga kailangan namin gawin. Sinusulat ko namin para di po namin makalimutan.
Oh, okay. They also
all of
wrote
us.
words on their hands. It's what they have to remind themselves to do in-game. Like it says focus early. Focus early, so that's what they did. Okay. Anong gusto niyong sabihin sa mga fans niyo from the Philippines? This is your first match in MPL Malaysia. Terus pas. Yeah.
Thank you sa mga sumusuporta sa amin. Tas thank you sa pamilya ko. Lagi sumusuporta.
Okay, say thank you
sa panslot ng SMG. Salamat sa suporta.
Okay, so first he said thank you to everybody supporting him, his family, as well as SMG.
Ayun din po, thank you po sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa SMG. Tapos sa pamilya ko and kay God, and then sa girlfriend ko po.
Wow! He said, thank you to everybody supporting SMG. Thank you to his family, God, and his girlfriend.
Me too.
Wait. Oh, you too? Special message for your girlfriend?
To my girlfriend, shout out.
Yeah. Special message for your girlfriend.
I forgot my girlfriend, sorry.
You forgot your girlfriend. Okay. Okay, shout out to your girlfriend, right? One message for your girlfriend?
Hintayin kita dito sa playoffs.
He said he'll wait for his girlfriend during the playoffs. Okay, that's cute. All right, guys. Let me ask you guys. Before I continue my interview, who do you think the MVP of the match is? Okay. In 3, 2, 1. Our MVP of the match is Saksa! What a grand opening match. Betul tak? Okay. Saksa MVP of the match, but I want to ask Sasa. Okay, Sasa, last season, SMG dominated the regular season with a win streak. Clean sweep. Will we be able to see a new or the same SMG this season?
I cannot confirm lah. Just because we just start training and then we have 2 new players and then have a lot of things we need to improve.
How are your 2 new players so far?
Sorry?
How are your 2 new players so far? What's with that face, Sasa?
No idea.
Oh, no idea. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, Stormy. This is your first game in MPL where you're playing Mage without Subway. How is it like playing with Saksa?
Normal lah, just like every day.
Do you miss Subway?
Biasa je.
All right. One word, because you're going up against Homeboys next week. We remember it was spicy last season. A word for Homeboys before I throw it over to the casters.
Can I pass to Alip to see something?
Okay. Go.
Next week, gulai F1 to Homeboys. Bagi seru minggu depan.
All right, guys. A round of applause for Team SMG. All right, thank you, boys. Okay, guys, so everybody watching at home, don't forget to come on over to Dewan Sri Putra because entrance is free. It's fun. We have giveaways. We have interactions with fans. So, we throw it over to mic check. Nak dengar, I really nak dengar dorang borak apa tadi in game actually. So, mic check, let us hear you.
Okey. Sia.
Naira. Oi, tonton.
Dia punya simi sasa.
Fokus Naira.
Simi setar.
Min setar.
Nak duplicate min setar.
One by one.
Nathan Altian Nathan. Hiplik.
Min setar.
Die. Careful lah. Ni no first skill. Relax. No first skill. Kadita no first skill. I know.
I have taunt, guys. Top first. Just focus mode.
Yeah.
Can you clear the bot smooth?
Kengen.
Nice one.
Careful.
Nathan Altian Nathan.
Why not? We can fight.
Wait.
Simi sa. I can trigger tulang Kadita. Simi ah. Simi. Fuck hiplik.
Oh, hero.
Out. I miss skill. Out. You want to go. Wash. He's so slow. We can do it.
Guys can chase smooth.
Slow motion.
Oh, yeah, ton.
Careful.
Missy that one to
AK.
I cancel.
Missy that one to fake. Careful.
Kiting.
Go, kiting all. Oh, siya. Relax ah. Lord.
Hero.
Go, just hero.
I thought this. Two.
Go. We winning.
Min setar.
I have one.
Go. Tower lock. Nice.
And what a way to kick things off here at the MPL MY Season 12 with a 2-1 victory in favor of Team SMG, as Todak will have to take the loss on their very first week. A bit of a slow start, but that's totally fine. I want to see how these newer players, these newer additions to the teams really start to mold themselves over the next couple of weeks. Because I think, Martese, I think he played an okay game. It's consistent, it's reliable, but again, where's that top end?
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time here, I'm looking forward to see how the MVP is. We pretty much kind of knew here from the interview with Rose, but to officiate things, the MVP of the match from SMG is going to be none other than Saksa himself. What a debut match. And considering the amount of screaming we've heard over the mic check, every single pixel move is very important for SMG.
Yeah, I think, SMG has to work on their communication a little bit. After the mic checks, you do kind of notice the trend of how messy it is and the moment of hesitation because they're trying to figure out what the call is going to be. But when you have somebody like Saksa, consistent, good at his job, secures the objectives, and makes sure that he needs to live for another day to make sure he can salvage situations for his team if things go wrong.
Agreed. But now, let's take a look at the itemizations coming from both sides. Everyone were pretty much max slotted here. It all came down to the execution. Now, the question here is, did Rival do enough? Because it felt like the Mincetar goal lane from Chico was very, very forced here coming from Todak. But at the same time, was it a draft issue? Was it an execution? What do you think about this?
I think a lot of it came down to execution more than anything else. A lot of the macro calls were actually very good. It set up situations where Todak could actually fight in a choke point, but it was all about the follow-up. The question is, how many resources must you sacrifice to actually make it happen? And I think for the side of Team SMG, they have a lot of expandable ones, right? They're like, oh, let's throw Miko under the bus. That's totally fine. More importantly, you can throw Smooth under the bus as many times as you want, and he technically has 2 lives, disincluding the immortality.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? The amount of sustains here. It feels like Export, because of back in the days where, oh, this is how Export is supposed to be played, but because of the emblem changes here, pay attention to this, he's got like the tenacity in it more. It gives him a little bit more of a, I would say, a tankier build compared to before, which is something that, wait, it's not tenacity, right?
No, yeah, it is tank. Yeah, he decided to go for tank emblem in pure rage alongside with having Festival of Blood, which is kind of interesting. I thought he was going to go for the Brave Smite instead and then go tenacity agility, and which is what we're typically accustomed to, but a bit of a flavorful touch coming in from Smooth. On the opposite side, right, we look at Todak, and overall their emblems, it seems pretty standard here. Nothing that's really shaking me down to the core. I do think it's interesting that Momo decided to actually go for the extra attack damage rather than going for immediate movement speed. But then again, he can actually get the movement speed once he gets enough auto attacks laid on to one guy.
It's funny how the adaptations coming from Todak is like all 3 games they have been prioritizing on stats build or skill percentage builds or penetration here or even defensive here for regardless of the emblem, whereas Team SMG, they have been focusing on juggling between both being sustainable and having agility for those movement speeds. So So I feel like they have been adapting, but all in all, I feel like SMG just, adapted a little bit better.
I think SMG adapted much, much better. I think they kind of saw what Todak wanted to do a couple of times, especially when they lost some key members because they couldn't get out of the King's Calling in time. That's when they start formulating the plan. All right, Rival never going to show himself until that King's Calling comes down. And Martese as well. They've been making sure that they purposefully layer themselves in a way that they disperse as soon as they get the information. When Team SMG plays methodical, right? It all comes down to a battle of information, an almost cold war against Todak, where they're looking to I wouldn't even say posture, but prod in the grass and hoping that there's somebody in there. Because as soon as somebody reveals themselves, they can make a decision on the spot.
Agree, but pay attention to damage as well. Obviously, there has been a lot of poking coming from Smooth here with the export. But pay attention to how Chiku's damaged out here. 65,000 damage as compared to the rest of the team. And this is something that I don't see a lot, but considering that it is, a majority of the King's Calling just hitting on everyone, right? So I guess that's going to be a lot of damage coming from them. But, of course, let's take a little bit of recap here on how Game 3 went. Let's take a look at the highlights.
Yep. Immediately, we saw how they kind of want to set things up in the earlier stages of the game, especially when you're thinking about ambush plays. Mincetar, he's just really, really difficult to deal with overall. Smooth, knowing that he can continue to buy time. Yes, he died early on into the game, and it was starting to look rough for the side of Team SMG for a majority of these matches until you start to see them actually pick up the items towards the mid lane, the mid game, and then continue to snowball that out of control. These neutral objectives is where it got really, really tough for their opponents, right? Todak, they know they can sit right on top of this, but they can't be the first ones on the Lord.
It's funny how they're able to just kind of, make a decisive position that to actually split the fight to try and isolate specific players here. In particular, I feel like SMG is focusing on just shutting down Chiku, whereas Todak is trying to shut down Sasa and Saksa in particular. So there's two different approaches, but the problem here is that we know that they are both gold laners, but which gold laner brings more value in the overall team fight? And I feel like from Todak, there's just so much eggs into Chiku's basket on just setting up the entirety of the fight, whereas Sasa is like, oh, you know what, it's okay if Sasa died. I've got Smooth, I've got Stormy to kind of poke their way through, and even there were a couple of fights as well where Sasa died. Guess what? They were able to prolong the fight to actually win in their favor.
If you're trying to say that Mincetar has a lot of impact because of his ultimate, then yes, sure. And a lot was riding on that big team fight that Team SMG refused to give to them after it happened twice. They saw what could have been a major problem in these fights, and they decided to make the adjustment. That's when Stormy starts picking up the King's Calling himself.
Yeah, I guess here. That's the beauty of having a Valentino as well. You can use your opponent's strongest weapons as your own. But all things considered, what a way to start things off in day one in the first week here of MPL Season 12. Todak versus SMG, and SMG gets their revenge.
I mean, it doesn't disappoint, Obviously, the level of gameplay could be a lot higher, but it's very early on in towards the season, and a lot of these members are just working together. They've only had a little bit of time to make it happen. But let's have a look at the updated standings so far here on the very first week, with Team SMG taking the top spot with 2 points under their belt. Could have been 3 if they 2-0'd, with Todak just under them with 1 point.
Had to rub it in, but of course the rest of the teams that is going to be competing here, all the 10 teams still have a very, very long journey. So this standings can shift in this entire first week here, but of course getting that additional lead is going to put you ahead of the rest of the pack, especially if you want to be in the upper brackets for the playoffs.
Totally agree with you here. And again, it's all about getting those wins in your matches. It's about being consistent more than anything else. And if you're able to pop off even harder, make sure you pop off as a 2-0 rather than a 2-1.
Agreed. But all things considered here, are we going to see new stuff? Are we going to see brand new playstyles? And so far in these 3 games, we've seen different adaptations so far.
I agree. We have seen multiple adaptations of Mincetar. Gold Lane, you don't get to see that too often.
Agreed.
And more importantly, I think, the strength of Irithel is definitely there. How people are going to refine it and get her to a point where she can't really control, it's tough to say for now, especially when we're coming to a Malaysian playstyle rather than the international global way of playing.
Agreed. But of course, it's not over yet. If you guys want more Mobile Legends Bang Bang action, guess what? Coming up next is going to be Team Secret going up against Team HAQ. Well, these two teams were the teams that were relegated from the previous season. They have earned their spots and they are back here again for Season 12. Can they prove themselves to be able to compete with the best for the MPL Season 12? But for now, we're going to be taking a break and we'll see you guys for that match later.
finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Or she gets it, then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
With me here over is an audience who's a fan of SMG, I heard, and they just menang. So, hello, what's What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Wan. Yeah, hello.
Okay, your name is Wan. You suka main role apa atau hero apa dekat ML?
Jungler and gold laner.
Jungler and gold laner. Tadi I nampak you datang sini happy sebab SMG baru habis menang 2-1. Okay, your favorite player dari SMG ialah?
Sasa.
Sasa. Kenapa Sasa?
Sasa sebab he's my inspiration now.
Inspiration.
As of gold laner.
Okay, so jom kita jumpa Sasa dulu. Okay, mari jom dulu. Knock knock. Hi. Hello. Come. Sasa. Okay, come we go here. Sasa, you have a fan.
Yes.
Okay, you boleh stand in the middle. Okay, Sasa. He said you're his inspiration. You nak cakap apa?
I don't know loh. I don't know. Just semangat lah. Saya tak ada cakap apa-apa.
Tadi dia cakap he nak minta tip. Apa tip you nak minta?
Tips how to be a consistent gold laner player.
How to be a consistent? I think just focus on two things. Just you are the core, right? Farming, and then care about your position. Yes, need to be your mindset need to be clear.
Okay. Alright dah.
Okay, yeah.
Alright, so kita boleh nampak dia ada gift untuk Sasa and Sasa untuk ada gift untuk dia. So they're gonna exchange gift.
Okay.
There you go. Okay, show to the camera. Show to the camera. Alright, thank you so much. I hope you guys had fun. Congratulations on your first win. Thank you, Sasa. Have a well-deserved rest. We will see you on the next Hot League meet and greet. Bye-bye.
You have been slain. Enemy unstoppable. Defeat.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor? Huh? Stop, or she gets it! Then you'll have to answer to Eruditio.
Eruditio? Well, isn't that perfect? I got a bone to pick with them. So how about I just blast you both?
You're crazy! Leave me out of your squabbles! That was dirty.
Haven't you heard? I do things my way.
I really don't like being used as bait, you know. Anyway, let's return that to Eruditio.
Oh, I have something special in store for them down the road. So I'll take this as payment.
You have been slain.
and this is the Hot Link meet and greet. With me here over is an audience who's a fan of SMG, I heard, and they just menang. So, hello, what's your name?
Yeah, my name is Wan. Hello.
Okay, your name is Wan. You suka main role apa atau hero apa dekat ML?
Jungler and gold laner.
Jungler and gold laner. Tadi I nampak you datang sini happy sebab SMG baru habis menang 2-1. Okay, your favorite player dari SMG ialah?
Sasa.
Sasa. Kenapa Sasa?
Sasa sebab he's my inspiration now.
Inspiration.
As of gold laner.
Okay, so jom kita jumpa Sasa dulu. Okay, mari. Jom dulu. Knock knock. You boleh stand on the middle. Okay, Sasa. He said you're his inspiration. You nak cakap apa?
I don't know loh. I don't know. Just semangat lah. Saya tak ada cakap apa.
Tadi dia cakap he nak minta tip. Apa tip you nak minta?
Tips. How to be a consistent goal in a player.
How to be a consistent? I think just focus on two things. Just you are the core, right? Farming, and then care about your position. Yes, need to be your mindset need to be clear.
Okay. Alright lah.
Okay ya.
Alright, so kita boleh nampak dia ada gift untuk Sasa and Sasa untuk ada gift untuk dia. So they're gonna exchange gift. There you go. Okay, show to the camera. Show to the camera. Alright, thank you so much. I hope you guys had fun. Congratulations on your first win. Thank you, Sasa. Have a well-deserved rest. We will see you on the next Hot League meet and greet. Bye-bye.
You have been slain. Unstoppable. Defeat.
Look who finally showed up. Unload your weapon and return the goods. And if you ask nicely, I just might let it go.
Who said I was returning it?
You little... We had a deal!
I just came here to test my new toys.
They ain't even loaded. Staring down the barrel and you're still daydreaming about being an inventor?
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is what-
MPL Malaysia Season 12 is powered by Munton, official mobile internet hotlink. Score an epic MLBB skin for only RM1 with Hotlink. Summon your legends, unleash your style. Lightning-fast gaming experience with Hotlink all-new prepaid. Now with 5G. Visit the Hotlink booth today. Play like a pro with ROG Phone 7. The Republic of Gamers is the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Thank you to all our sponsors for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 12.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Anda bersama lagi dengan saya, Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang dah masa untuk perlawanan terakhir kita untuk hari ini. Okey, kita akan saksikan perlawanan Team HAQ yang akan menentang lawan Team Secret. Okay guys, let's do this, okay? Dewan Sri Putra, are you ready? Mantap. The audience is super duper ready. Tapi kalau kita, go back a bit, throw back sikit. Season lepas, dua-dua pasukan ni ialah dua-dua pasukan yang relegated. But they climbed their way through the open qualifiers and they are back. So, match ni adalah match yang redemption untuk dorang. Will Team Secret be able to finally score their long-awaited victory, or will Team HAQ prove that they are the Season 10 champion? So, tidak lagi menyimpan rahsia dan bersedia untuk menunjukkan kekuatan baru mereka. Give it up for Team Secret! Satu pasukan yang berazam untuk level up musim ini. Adakah penambahan Matt dan Max dari Indonesia akan membantu Team Secret untuk menzahirkan potensi sebenar mereka? Dengan jurulatih baru Coach Zico dari Filipina yang pernah mengatui pasukan Bernex Flash ke kejuaraan MPL Kemboja, keinginan apakah akan mereka sampaikan hari ini? Can they defeat their opponents today to claim the long-awaited victory? Mari kita nantikan kemampuan Team Secret 2.0. Mencuba untuk bangkit semula zaman kegemilangan mereka, Team HAQ telah kembali ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Kelihatan yakin dan bersedia untuk berjuang. Line-up baru ini terdapat Panda dan Gary disertai dengan 3 tambahan baru iaitu Iris, Noah dan Jura. Dan juga senjata rahsia mereka menentang tim rahsia. Bersama Coach Amox, bekas jurulatih lawan mereka, bolehkah Team HAQ membaca gameplay musuh dan merempas meta yang berharga hari ini? Persoalan penting adalah mampukah Gary carry Team HAQ dan membongkarkan kelemahan Team Secret? Will they start their season with a win? Sama-sama kita saksikan. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput barisan marshal kita yang akan galas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Introducing the Head of League Ops, Johnson, Head Marshal, Lukman, dan Marshals Radia and Yitze. Thank you for your hard work. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Okay, the players are getting ready to be seated. I nak tanya korang, from this side, korang rasa siapa akan menang perlawanan ini? This side? Oh, wow! Okay. Kita buat sekali lagi This side is very strong. This side, siapa akan menang? Okay. Side ni pula, siapa akan menang? Alright, kita nampak audience they're ready, players they're ready. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you so much, Rose. The second game of today, the opening week, the opening day of MPL MY Season 12 is here. My name is Getting Cute. This is Icy Baby 1-2. to keep you guys company and commentate over this upcoming matchup with two teams previously relegated in Season 11. Is it their meta or is it their time here in Season 12?
You know, there were a lot of complications when it came down to Team Secret from the previous season, but for Team HAQ, there was a little bit of a surprise element for us because we did not expect them to be relegated at all. But now they are back again to prove themselves that they can compete with one of the best here in Malaysia. And I've heard a lot of rumors here between the managers as well. They really want to prove themselves this time.
I don't know. I got a stack of papers here already lined up with information from both of these teams. Hopefully we get to see some of these points actually come up because, again, the argument is going to be made. Is it worth actually importing players into the Malaysian scene just to try and make it work for their team or even compete at an international level? And even for Team HAQ, they're keeping it an all local lineup, but at the very least, they've got Coach Zico here to at least give them that direction from the side of Team Secret.
You know, at the same time here in the crowd as well, we caught a glimpse of, I think, a baby. And while the baby is transitioning with the camera here, we did see Min and Man as well, which is here to still support Team HAQ. So I guess it is a very important match for Team HAQ, in particular when it comes to the coach here, Amos, because now he is going to be playing off as the coach against his former team.
Absolutely. So far, he hasn't found a team that really suits his overall style and can actually pull out the capabilities that he can bring from a team, or maybe he's just a preparation coach. All of this to be answered in the upcoming weeks, but it's going to be Team HAQ here up on stage first. Gary, Noir, Panda, Yura, as well as Iris.
Now, I'm really liking this roster here because Iris's debut with RSG had a very strong run as an EXP laner, but he was kind of benched for like a couple of seasons ever since Repo kind of stood in. So for him to kind of be back in action again here, I want to see whether or not can he still play at the top level, considering that arguably he was the best up-and-coming rookie when it came to the XP lane when his debut came in.
I would agree, but also at the same time, it probably was not his meta. Again, Paquito, one of the signature picks, can only work out, especially at the highest level when you have the mechanics for it, which Iris does, but he doesn't have the experience to top it all off. But if we're talking about experience, we got to talk about Team Secret. With AIM, Box, Neo, Max, as well as Mutt from Indonesia debuting here at MPL MY.
Hey, we've seen AIM, we've seen Box, we've seen Neo. They're back in their original roster here. They've pretty much been in their lowest, they've been their highs and hellos. We've seen them all, but now they're back again. But with the addition of two imports, pretty much Matt and Max. And there is a rumor going on between internal behind as well. Arguably the most handsome twins thus far.
I would definitely agree with that. They are a lot taller in person than I thought they were. I thought usually I'm a 6-foot guy, and usually I would expect people to be shorter. Not with these two. They look down on me very literally.
But at the same time here, can they actually prove themselves from Indonesia? Because based on their track record here, Matt and Max, we've seen a lot of Max. We have seen a lot of Matt during his debut during MPL and etc. and even MPL when he was playing with GigFam. We haven't seen too much about Max, but I got a little bit insights from the manager Chin Chai. He did mention that Max is going to be the highlighted player for the team. He is going to be the one that's going to be carrying the team for Team Secret. And now with their first match here in MPL MY, will he be able to do so?
Look, I mean, when we're talking about Matt and as well as Max, immediately I get flashbacks to their time, their prime time with BTR, their prime time in MPL ID, making a name for themselves, literally the twins of the century before we got the Miniman connection later down the line for MPL MY. These two players haven't played with each other in a little bit, but at the very least, they still have that brotherly connection, which I think, you know, transcends above chemistry, because that is just an absolute for them rather than a maybe if.
Now, I'm a little bit curious here, who is going to be on the roamer? Is AIM going to be playing on the roamer at all? Because if we pay attention to his track record, when it came down to Season 11, AIM was a little bit more comfortable playing to mage roam a little bit more. But yep, on cams here, I did catch them. It was Min and Man here to support Team HAQ.
Hey man, twins on the stage, twins on the sidelines. Either way, It's about these two teams who are going to make a name for themselves, and especially after the beating that they took in Season 11, redemption is all that they can think about.
Well, in this case, they will be sitting on the sidelines, hoping the Team HAQ takes the revenge for them. However, but now when it comes to drafts here, let's take a look at this. You know, Fanny, Joy, Angela, pretty safe one coming from the previous series as well. But Kaja, Faramis, and Kadida coming from HAQ. So, what are they gonna play for A? What kind? Are we gonna play a Novaria role coming from Team Secret?
I mean, considering AIM's past track record, he has played Angela before, he has played Edith before, and he has also played Franco before. I think there was also an Atlas match at one point, but we're going to start things off with Valentina on blue side for Team Secret. Now Team HAQ with 2 picks on their end. Let's see whether we're going to see a bit of a resampling of the very first match of today, whether they're going to go with dedicated pick into flex pick, or are they going to go straight away with a double flex pick?
Ooh, that's a good one. But at the same time here, I want to talk about a little bit coming from Team HAQ. So, you talked about the Mojito earlier on about Iris. Claude is going to be a safe one, but I was hoping to see maybe a Ruby pickup coming from HAQ, because we have seen a lot of Rubies pickups appearing in the Indonesia region, and it has kind of transcended in the current meta to a certain degree. So I was hoping that we might see the Iris Ruby special, you know what I mean?
I think that if you see Ruby, they're making a hard call on the opponent's draft. And right now, there's no information to work off of. It's like, oh, I'm going to pick Ruby into this Valentina. That doesn't sound like a very good time, to be perfectly honest. So let's wait for some more information. I'm hoping to see maybe like Hayabusa, maybe even Ling, Roger as well, all of which are punishable by the Ruby. So now we see that Team Secret locking in the Fredrin for themselves. So far, 50% win rate in the very first day, as well as Edith, a very hot pick here. Again, I'm still not 100% convinced. He's definitely a win. Well, she is definitely a win harder hero, but there's definitely a place for her in the meta as of right now.
Yeah, and it seems like based on Team Secret's draft here, they've pretty much locked down their jungler for Fredrin and the XP here for Neo for Edith. Unless they decide to flex the Edith as a role position, which I don't think AIM is going to play it, but even though he's played it before. But do you think they have improved their mistakes from previous season?
Well, I haven't seen too many of their matches. I just know that they made it through the qualifiers, and that is a lot of games to play. So if we're talking about like, oh yeah, they're probably in the top 98% of players, that's not true. They are the 2% above everybody else, and not everybody can make it to that point.
Fair enough, but now we do see the Cho being picked up from Team HAQ, so that pretty much solidifies that Iris is going to be playing Paquito on the XP, and Cho is going to be played by a Noir. We have seen him played it before when he was playing for SMG. We saw a little bit of aggression here. He plays very similar to how Zorn kind of plays in that aspect, but so far execution hasn't been his, I would say, hasn't been done well by him.
To distill it down even more, it's not the execution, it's his communication with the rest of his team. He's a very instinctual player, and that's what makes him very similar to Zorn, right? He feels that they're going to be there. He doesn't really know if he's there or not, but he feels like somebody's going to be there.
You're being very savage today, aren't you?
Savage?
Yeah, we're very, very critical this time, huh? So Season 12 is about critical now.
Yeah, it's about being critical. It's MPL Malaysia. It's the reason why we're here. We're looking for a stellar international performance, and we've got to be hypercritical on the players looking to contest for those spots. Now, in the second part of the drafting phase, we see the bans coming in for Irithel and as well as Wanwan focusing down on the gold lane, while Team Secret getting rid of that export is a very good idea after the 2 games that we saw previously, Game 2 between Todak and Team SMG, as well as Game number 3, offering marksmen just free hits after the Ice Queen wand has been purchased.
Okay, seeing that export has been banned, as well as the Eve, they are a little bit afraid that maybe Team HAQ might consider bringing in the jungle export. So the question here is, are we going to see a potential alpha? No, not going to happen. They are going to mirror it out with the Martis Fredrin. Ooh, boring.
I think that's
I'm bored with this matchup.
I think that I don't mind it. I don't mind it that much. You see Edith on the opposite side, you start thinking about anti-CC, right? Because again, you already have to deal with the Fredrin. It's a very traditional matchup, but when you have the follow-up of Edith, it feels like you are stunned forever, and it sucks. And I personally don't like it. But hey, hey, when you're holding your phone waiting for the CC to end, it's a bit of a feels bad.
Well, you know what you got to do: purify, purify it out of there.
As a jungler, I don't think you have much options.
Well. You've got Cho who's using Shunpo, you've got well, time journey from a Diggy if they decide to go for it, which I don't think so, considering that Team HAQ, they are going to be looking for the mage pickup. Team Secret, they go for the Beatrix and the Franco, so that means AIM is going to be playing the Franco coming in for Team Secret, but Team HAQ, they bring in the Gord!
That's so bold. That's so very bold here.
Hey, Indonesia brought this meta, they won with this.
I agree that they brought this into the meta, but the question is, a lot of this comes down to execution. A lot of this is Gary just taking it up the butt, unfortunately, because that's where a lot of the focus is going to be for the side of Team Secret, right? You go up to the neutral objective, you see Marta's there, you pounce on him straight away, force him to use the mortar coils, lock him down, get a free kill, and then take the secure the neutral for yourself. And if you don't have a response, where's the counter engage? That's when you have someone like Gord who just beams them down with the gush.
Oh boy, a lot of very, very precise plays that needs to be executed from the side of Team HAQ in order to pull it off. Whereas from Team Secret, they have a very, very safe composition here, relying on whether or not AIM is going to be able to land those iron hooks to set things up. So, all things considered, they are back in action in MPL MY Season 12. I am extremely excited to see how far they have improved. And ladies and gentlemen, we're heading in towards Game 1 as we head into the Land of Dawn. This is Team Secret versus Team HAQ.
Now, a little bit of personality coming in from both those sides. Before the slide closed down, I did see that the emblem build here, and especially for the side of Max, the talents that he decided to take, he wants, for Max, sorry, he actually opted to go for the cooldowns rather than the traditional agility for the extra bit of movement speed.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It comes down to rotation and playstyles, right? We had this discussion here, I think a little bit here with the manager, Chin Chai from Team Secret. He said that Indonesian teams, they do like to play those fast-paced rotations. So I guess that's the idea that Team Secret is going for in these circumstances.
I mean, it depends on how you take it, right? The extra movement speed also means faster rotations. If you use your dash twice, you know, for the full duration as well, you could technically rotate faster. It really comes down to how you want to accept the information. I think at Iris right now, as much as he loves playing this Paquito, winning this matchup isn't easy.
Okay, you know, in terms of agility here, we do see Edith as well as Franco looking for that agility movement. Speed, AIM, getting harassed a little bit here, but Yura doing a significant amount of damage. But at the same time, is the Mystic Gush a good ultimate to be stolen by Max?
I think that is definitely, it's definitely an idea that he could use. I'm looking for any other big ults that he could abuse. Probably only the Decimation coming in from Gary, but other than that, I think the Mystic Gush probably is going to be the most all-rounded ultimate here. Oh, great play from Neo.
Oh my goodness, Iris is gonna get caught out. Chain stun all the way through. He's got a little bit of shields. Can he get out? No, he cannot. A little bit of support from Yura coming in, but it's not gonna be enough.
So very smart. So very smart. He understands that the lane, especially within the first 2 minutes of the game, every single minion is going to count, especially with the bonus that is given for that EXP lane. So stand right in front of it. You try to walk up for the EXP, I punish.
Yep, at the same time, Neo is going to try and catch a back line. Noir taking a little bit too much damage. He needs to back off. But Team HAQ, they're getting chipped away by Neo. Great ultimate coming in from the Mystic God, using it as well. Not going to do too much. A Team Secret, they secure the turtle for their hands. But Team HAQ, they are going to be backing out.
Great play, great play. Neo sets up a kill, helps the team get turtles, zones 3 people by himself, and locking down Gary after the motor coils. Now, maybe a punish.
Oh, Neo, he's dead as he doesn't have the ultimate. Easy decimation coming from Gary, and that's going to be Team HAQ returning the favor, trading 1 for 1.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about the fact that he retributed one of the minions, but hey, the extra EXP made all the difference there, Gary. I got you, buddy.
Fair enough, but in this case, in terms of levels here, he's definitely a level ahead, but middle lane, we do see a catch coming in from AIM. Max getting a stolen decimation from Team Secret. Who needs Mystic Gush? All you gotta do is just steal the decimation. Use it for myself.
I mean, as long as you're greedy with it and you're snowballing with kills, I think as of right now, Max, he's having the time of his life. He's got 2 kills under his belt, all set up perfectly for him. Let's see if he can get a 3rd.
Oh my goodness, Iris stole that wind gush there, and it just kind of blocked away. And I like that he's being very mobile in his position, because as of now, he is understanding that he's forcing Team Secret to react to his XP lane. But so far, is it translating to anything?
As of right now, it's not really translating too much, but only expect it to really start to show some real results once the team fights start to compile, right? In the next 33 seconds, we're expecting the rotations to start happening earlier rather than later. Iris, he's already looking to proxy the upcoming wave and then look to rotate, which is so very smart because then he shows up preemptively for the turtle take.
This is scary because based on the minimap, like Iris is just looking to set up an ambush against Box, but is that a good idea though? Because as of now, the rest of his teammates is setting up an ambush up top for Matt, and somehow Team Secret, they roughly know what's up with this.
Yep. That's all because their roamer is able to open up that map. Look at Max, he's trying to take trades against Panda, trying to get any kind of information whatsoever, and now they've already spotted one on Gary. Did they spot out Noir though?
That's a good one because as of now, the hook attempt coming from AIM, not going to be able to connect, but the turtle aggression still in the favor of Team HAQ, but Noir comes in with the cake, they catch on AIM, and now here comes the collapse. Panda with the blazing the weapon as well, but Box, once again, he steals the turtle, but they lose only AIM, but they are looking for the fight. Appraiser's Wrap comes in, Neo finds Iris, and that's going to be a double kill for Neo as Team Secret wins that trade.
Nicely done coming in from Team Secret. Yes, they sacrificed the neutral objective, but they got so much more out of those two kills, killing Iris and Gary, allowing Edith to get a free push down on the bot side before Iris can actually respond. He's going to miss out on at least 1 or 2 minions.
Hey, this is the Box that I remember. Back in the days, one of the best junglers when it comes to retribution trade-offs here. He was arguably one of the best alongside with Chibi during the prime time of Malaysia, and this time he's showing himself that he still got it.
Wow, very generous of calling it primetime Malaysia. Very generous indeed. But now you can see the EXP starting to take big effect. Iris, he cannot win any more of these trades. The early game is basically done for. Team Secret with a 55% prediction rating by our AI winning predictor 5 minutes into the game.
Yep, so far it has been spot on, but Matt here, first item priority, Blade of Despair instead of the Hunter Strike or other builds here in this regards.
Of course, he wants the raw damage. He knows that he can pump out so much on his opponents. And now, I do want to see what the full build is going to be. I'll hold off on my thoughts until then, but 36 more seconds until the next turtle spawning on the top side of the map.
Seems like they are looking to go for a little bit of Snowball. Ice Queen 1 purchase up on Yura as well as Panda with the THS. However, Gary might be in the wrong side. He's going to get caught out, but is he going to be able to get out? Abe looking for the catch, but no, Noir counters it. Doesn't allow him the bloody hunt. He gets kicked, and that's going to be an easy pick for Team HAQ. But looks like they want to go for more though, but it seems like they just cannot do so. So that's going to be the disengage coming in.
Beautifully played coming in from Team Secret. Good cancels all across the board. And I mean, it was a good attempt, but Team HAQ at the end of the day just had the better positioning. Noir especially being in the right place at the right time to cancel out the bloody hunt, and now Iris just has to deal with Neo a level down.
Agreed. Now Turtle once again, Box is put in this situation. Gary trying to steal the aggro away, but he's 1 level ahead from Gary. Few more seconds left. He is going to even the playing fields, but they need to be very quick about this Turtle because Team HAQ, they're looking for their fight. The hook comes in, it connects, but the invulnerability comes in, but Gary, he still steals it away, and now the snipes come in, but Team Secret, they cannot punish this at all. Yura with the Mystic Gush forces a flicker, but that should be it unless Iris does he want it. Team HAQ, they're taunting them, but Team Secret, they're not taking the bait.
Dang, unlucky. Unlucky indeed. Gary winning that out was actually huge for Team HAQ, taking no losses whatsoever, and the most that they lost out of it was just a flicker coming in from Noir, but that happened much earlier prior to the fight. Now, Neo, he's already got this immortality. He knows he can actually start face rushing some of these members of the side of Team HAQ and start zoning them out once he pops his ult.
Yeah, it's interesting how Team HAQ is using the Mystic Gush to kind of zone space rather than collapsing on the fight, and Team Secret, they realize this, but can they do something about this?
I think that Team Secret absolutely can. Keep in mind that when the Mystic Gush comes out...
Oh, okay.
When the Mystic Gush comes out, you are a stationary target. You are susceptible of getting hooked. You're susceptible of getting hit by the onward. Ooh, Box is going to walk into 3 people here.
Agreed. Panda, right from the get-go, getting sniped off from the side. Half his HP is gone. Gary almost getting hooked as well. The disengage from HAQ It's going to put them at a stalemate once again. AI prediction still 50-50 at this stage. But look at this. Noir is looking for the kick. He finds Matt. He's going to get out of this here. Going for the flicker. And Team HAQ, they cannot interject. And now the counter hook from Abe. And the collapse from Matt will shut them down. They get 2 for 1. And now Yura needs to get out to safety. But he cannot. And Matt and Max just completely wipe the floor with Team HAQ.
Honestly, great trigger discipline. Usually that's a term utilized for FPS games, but I think in this case, holding on to your abilities, getting put down to literally 8% of your HP to turn that fight around. Team Secret, the comms are looking beautiful.
My goodness, that was a good start coming from Noir, but Matt is just so precise. And look at Aim's flicker here to catch them off guard, to set up the fight and just completely destroying them.
It was beautiful, right? I mean, the fact is, Matt had literally no say in the situation. He's just backing off. He's waiting for Panda to use that BMI. And as soon as he does, the immediate collapse. He is fast on the response.
My goodness, Team Secret, they're not playing this season here. Last season, lack of preparation. This season, they look super prepared. However, it's still too early to be said. The first Lord is going to be in play. Team HAQ already in this position here. Gary versus Box once again for that 50-50 coin flip. Team HAQ still waiting for the right moment here. Neo half HP, does have the immortality. Here comes the storm. They are going to go in for the catch as well. They find Yura. It's going to be the first to fall. Great catch coming from Matt. And now the collapse comes in. The Lord has been resetted here. Panda looking for the blazing duet to scare off Team Secret. But Max finishes them off. Double kill for Team Secret. And Box will find another. And now look at Max. He's hungry. He finds a triple. Max! What an absolute monster for Team Secret.
He's having a perfect KDA. He's having a perfect debut. 7-0 and 4 so far, and nothing seems to be stopping him as Team HAQ have their eyes elsewhere. With the Lord already secured, they're going to take mid-tier 1. They're going to take everything away from Team HAQ. Expect that goal lead to almost double.
Holy moly, manager Chin Chai wasn't kidding about how strong Max is, and his debut match here is just phenomenal. And to top it off, Matt actually stole the Lord away just now from Team HAQ.
Again, just showing just the level of skill that Team Secret is coming into the MPL MY with. We didn't get a very good showing during Season 11. They want to make sure that their brand name is strong in Season 12.
Agreed. Now Neo looking for a little bit of baits here. Gary going to be securing his purple buff. Nothing super ordinary, but Panda, ooh, that's some big boy damage coming in. Box looking for the catch. Unfortunately, fast fingers from Panda will get him out.
Panda's got to be very careful here. He is going to be the trigger finger for Team Secret. As soon as that BMI is down and we see some big ultimates coming out from the side of Team HAQ, especially that Mystic Gush, expect to see the instant reply from Team Secret with that Bloody Hunt.
Oh boy, now with the Lord coming in, they are going to be fine. Matt looking to threaten Yura, but oh, how did he fight Yura?
Dang, and they put the mid inhibitor down to below 50% of its HP. This is starting to get really, really rough for the side of Team HAQ with Iris so far pushed out. Max, he's looking to make that 7 into an 8.
Oh my goodness, Neo, he was able to find him, but Iris is going for the great escape. The wraparound was good, but unfortunately, Iris is just so much more better. In this case, Team Secret, they will let him off the hook for now, but Team HAQ, they are finding a way to recover. But at this stage, can they? Because it's a 7.7k net worth deficit for Team HAQ.
I mean, based on what you said, the fact that Iris is just better, even though he pressed literally one button, goes to show that it's still pretty much anybody's game at this point, right? 12-3, it's looking really good for Team Secret, but then we have to start considering the scaling that goes on, right? Team HAQ, if they're able to stretch this out to about 17 minutes, I'm pretty sure that they can actually bounce back in the upcoming team fights, especially with what Gore provides to the table. Right now, it's just that they can't set up the situation. Gore needs to work with some hard CC or fighting very tight choke points in the jungle itself that can be set up by Iris or even Gary.
More like they need to find a way to counter-engage, I guess, because every single time Team Secret picks a fight, they isolate the target where it's so hard for Yura to be in range to set to follow up to turn the tides for Team HAQ, I guess.
I'm trying to imagine how that would look like, because it would require at least 2 to 3 seconds of just receiving damage and not responding, and then kiting backwards to the ideal situation similarly to how we saw Team Secret actually turn the fight around down by bot side when the tier 1 was still available.
Agreed. Now with the Winds of Nature up on Panda, that is going to be a very, very important skill for him to actually mitigate a lot of the damage coming in from Team Secret. However, Max is still a force to be reckoned with from Team Secret here. So now with the Lord, the aggro from the side of Team Secret, Team HAQ, they need to make a reaction here. Iris coming from the south side, still a little bit hesitant on going for the play, aim, making that attempt, and also in position, but he doesn't have his stacks here. So Team Secret, they still have a lot of room to work with. Meanwhile, Team HAQ, they're not forcing any reactions, they're just playing a dance right now.
Yeah, I mean, Fox, he's confident. He knows he's got to level up on Gary right now. They know that Iris is in the mid lane. They know Panda is pushing that top side down even more, so they're running out of time. So Team Secret need to make a call sooner rather than later. They've got Beatrix to actually cover bot side, but here we go.
Okay, Team HAQ, they make the call here. They are going to try and snipe it away. Can they go for the retribution? And they do! And the Mystic Gush is good. Noir is going to sacrifice his life, but Team HAQ says, we're going in, we're getting out.
Sacrifice one, take the Lord, buy yourself an extra 2 minutes into this game. Team HAQ calculated losses here. Very nicely done.
Nicely indeed, but now Team Secret, they have the massive advantage. They are going to try and trade this inhibitor a little bit more. Team HAQ, they're clearing the minions. Unfortunately, they cannot find a pickoff. So Team Secret asking for a little bit much. Unfortunately, they will still go for map control.
Yep, and this is some critical time that Team HAQ is actually buying. Like Team Secret, they were looking to close this game out with that upcoming Lord. If you look at the items, right, majority of the members, especially their cores, are one item off. Now, I don't think he's going to die here just yet. Okay, it's getting a little close now.
Yeah, this is a little bit risky here. Here comes the big Mystic Gush box looking for the Appraisal's Wrath. Unfortunately, Team HAQ disengaged safely, but Panda finally shows his fangs. Blazing Duet comes in, but the kick on towards Max. They find him, but this Valentina, he needs to get out, but at the same time, it's not working out. While this is happening, Team HAQ, they're stalling Team Secret because Iris is breaking the turret down bottom here. Meanwhile, Matt says, you know what? I'm going to try and salvage the situation. He is going to get kills, 2 for 1. But at the expense of the inhibitor.
Yep, when you're so deep in there, you gotta find something back. They managed to find 2 kills. Somehow Team HAQ was able to lock down on towards Max and actually get a huge shutdown on him from his 8-kill streak so far. So that's a lot of gold falling into the hands of Team HAQ, as well as a bottom inhibitor that will continue pushing. Now, it's not to say that Team HAQ is completely out of the waters just yet. Their mid inhibitor has also fallen. So managing it in comparison to a bot missing inhibitor is a lot easier, but it doesn't change the problem of how exactly are we supposed to take these fights.
Yeah, agreed. But so far, Team HAQ, that was the best situation they could have asked for here. Everybody was clumped up. Yura was able to get a significant amount of damage with Mystic Gush. Team Secret not able to respond. So I guess that's pretty much what they need. Everybody comes up, Yura will do the rest. As long as Yura survives and everyone takes the damage, it's gonna be good. But oh wait, was it a stolen? No, okay, it's fine. It wasn't stolen. It wasn't stolen.
Was it? Was I waiting for Gary to walk out there? I see
Gary got
orange.
it.
Okay.
Gary
no
got it.
purple underneath the Beatrix, sadly. Bit sad, but still kind of funny regardless if it was stolen. Panda was able to secure it for himself. Now that he's double buffed, they know that this is going to be a dangerous route. They're walking outside of their base knowing that in 30 seconds the Lord is going to spawn. So hopefully Team Secret bites the bait. Don't you want a Paquito for food? Don't you want that free kill down by bot side? Somebody bite it.
I think Team HAQ is going towards how split push meta is still the meta here. And so far, Iris has been doing that the entire game, and because of this, Team Secret hasn't been able to kind of figure out what they need to do. But as of now, this reaction on the minimap as well, they send in Matt as well as aim to kind of catch Iris if they do get the catch. But in this case, it's not happening. He hasn't showed himself. It is going to be dance around the long range for now.
Yeah, I think right now Team HAQ, they just want to reset this Lord as much as they can. No full commitment yet. Iris needs to start building up a wave down on that bottom side, but he's got to do it at a time where they get more information. 3 members have not shown themselves from the side of Team Secret. So again, he doesn't want to reveal himself until that point.
Oh, it's going to be tough. It is going to be tough, but as of yet, they are sending Yura to defend the middle lane shoved in towards Team HAQ. So Iris finally shows himself down bottom. Team Secret still looking to make a play now. They're drawing the Lord aggro. Gary trying to stall this to find a perfect time because Iris is shoving down bottom for now as Team HAQ is playing the macro game here. Panda, Gary, once again going for a chip damage here and there. But Team Secret, they need to make a move. They haven't decided what they want to do. Gary still kiting their way through. Neo starts the fight, but look at this. Iris is going to make the attempt. Matt is here to defend against this. That means no marksman for them. But at the same time, Team Secret, they find Panda. It's okay. No marksman, no problemo. We don't need Matt. We need our teammates.
Beautifully done for the side of Team Secret here. They traded one of the more important members from the side of Team HAQ. With a lack of damage and Euro having no ult, Iris taking the 1v1 down on bot side, has to get out of there. If he dies here, this Lord is guaranteed falling into the hands of Secret.
Oh boy, Matt is really trying to salvage the situation. He's looking for the hunt, but at the same time, Neo also going to be pushing Team HAQ back. But bot side as well, we do see the fight once again. Bottom lane, guys, oh my goodness, Matt, he is going to try and kill off Iris, and he needs one more auto attack. It's going to be close. The immortality comes in, but Iris, he survives. While this is happening, Team Secret also secures the Lord, and Team HAQ somehow loses the trade in both fronts.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Team Secret was about to get a free Lord as well as a free kill onto Iris's Paquito, but unfortunately, just shooting the air literally as he loses vision over him. A little frustrating for Mott, but at the end of the day, this is going to be looking like a Team Secret favorite win.
Agreed. But at the same time, immortality being sold by from the side Iris. He got his Winter Trunket, and this is going to be the 5v5 down middle with the Lord coming in. Team Secret looking to close out this game to secure their first victory. Gary already taking a lot of aggression, but the Lord gets quickly taken down, and Team Secret says, they're too close to the turret, it's just not worth it. But look at this, the Lord from behind is showing himself, he's looking for the kick. But
like it.
The communications from Team HAQ says, we're not in position to do so. They will have to waste the conceal for now.
I like that a lot. The fact that Noir, just his presence alone, forcing Team Secret into a dilemma of if we push in further, somebody, it doesn't matter who, is going to get kicked right underneath the crystal, and we don't want that to happen at all. So again, good call coming in from Team Secret. They cannot afford to be making these types of risky moves. They don't mind waiting a little bit longer.
Uh-oh, Gary, he's looking for the fight, but here comes the fight as well. Aim needs to back off, but the Wave of the Dragon kicks him to safety, and it's just not worth it to fight. But the Tier 1 still stands for Team Secret. Team Secret says, we can do whatever we want right now, but it's going to be tough, especially if Iris is pressuring the bottom lane. But Panda, he will focus on the tower, but that should be all.
Man, these iron hooks coming in from AIM are really making it difficult for Team HAQ to close this out or get a very clear win condition in their fights. Now that Panda doesn't have his Purify, he's not going to be as brave as you saw in the past couple of minutes.
Yeah, in this case, will the blade armor from box be enough to deal with Panda's damage output?
Ooh.
It has been reworked.
It has been reworked. I will not lie, but I still think Panda should have more than enough. It depends on the time period, right? Are they interacting with each other for like 2 seconds or like 8 seconds? There's a very big difference between the two.
Oh, this is going to be scary. They are going to recall Team HAQ so close. If they knew, they would try and collapse onto this man now, but considering that they did not have the conceal for Team HAQ because it is on cooldown, it's just not worth it. They're hoping that Team Secret makes a mistake, I guess.
I suppose, but also they got to deal with that mid wave, right? Gord is starting to pull back. He'll wait until it's all the way pretty much collapsed by the minions towards the crystal, closer to their base, so he knows that he's safe and he isn't going to get jumped on from anybody from the side of Team Secret.
You know, I like how Team HAQ now is going for a little bit of a lane swap where they actually send up Iris up top to try and shove the lane, and Team Secret has been responding with the same answer once again, and that's pretty much Matt as well as AIM trying to look for the catch. Iris looking for the recall in case things go south, so it seems like he is going to be back out for now. Meanwhile, Team HAQ also going to be in a position to try and use the Lord as bait to set up for Iris top lane, but he showed himself up top. It's still a very, very long lane for him to shove.
Well, good use of the Magic Sentry, clearing out that top side, making sure that Iris can actually walk into his own jungle safely, and then focus on stacking up a fat wave up top side and then looking for the rotate. Team HAQ, on the other hand, they're making sure they control the bottom quadrant of the map, forcing Team Secret to actually respond to the wave. And if they walk out of position and not together, they might be in for some trouble.
This is scary considering that Team HAQ is getting a little bit greedy to try to shove 2 lanes. Noir shows himself, they know where he is, so that's going to be a good sign for Team Secret. They are going to play a little bit more position, but top side, look at this. They're looking for the catch, but Iris sidesteps the hook. So that's going to be a failed attack. Means it's green light for Team HAQ to try and take Lord control. But Team Secret, they respect it. But here comes the counterplay. Noir, he gets caught out. And now, do they have the damage? Do they want to risk it? Neo pops his outlet. He needs to get out. And no, he's not going to be able to do so. Panda drops his blazing to win. Winter Truck and buying a little more time. But now, the rest of Team Secret are here. Matt and Aim is here. But do they have the follow-up damage? Because yes, they do, because Team HAQ, little by little, they're losing members, and Max gets a double. He's looking for more. He still has a decimation, but the Winter Trunket is gonna be on a safety net. Just like that, they lose 2 for 1.
Oh my goodness, beautifully played by Mon. His positioning, the flicker as well to reposition after getting the kill on towards Panda's side. Panda was feeling confident. It's like, yeah, I got that purify. I'm not gonna get locked down. Aim just used his flicker. I have nothing to worry about until he takes way too much damage. And can we cut back even before then? Neo, the prediction. Seeing that Noir was posturing for a third hit flicker, G couldn't go, and punishes it with the onward. Nicely done.
Nicely indeed, but because right now Team Secret just feels like a completely revamped Team Secret 2.0, and they are looking like a team to beat right now. But as of yet, Team HAQ, they have to make the plays here, because as of now, Team Secret is just, you know, playing safely, you know, wait for the Lord and then shove it.
They are playing tactically, and tactical, something that Amox always brings to the table, and it feels kind of weird that it's on split ends, right? Like Team HAQ, they are playing extremely tactical by split pushing and pulling the attention. Then, with Coach Zico, the way that he's been teaching his team, feels like Team Secret playing very, very conservatively. Oh!
Now, Noir is looking for the king. He starts things off with Aim. Aim forced the flicker out of there here. The Mystic Gush will clear off the minions, but Team Secret, they're taking a little bit too much damage here. Blazing Duet comes in. Matt, he's going to be able to sustain his way through, but the Winds of Nature is not going to keep him alive as Team HAQ collapse on them, and that's going to be the retaliation from Team HAQ. And now Iris shows himself. He's going to try and delay the teams here because Box is running for his dear lives. The rest of Team HAQ is still clearing minions, but Noir with the flicker, they catch Box. They want to kill him off, but can he survive? Oh! The Appraiser's Wrath will be missed by Box, but he's so low. He's got the immortalities. He's punching with Iris. He's got the taunts. He needs to get out, but guess what? Neo did not get out. He got boxed in by Team HAQ.
Yep, and now all Iris has to do is chase Box all around this map, stop him from actually getting this recall off. Whether he gets it off or not is really going to change the fact that he is 1v5 very literally against Team HAQ.
Oh my goodness, it might be over. The minions are coming in. Team HAQ, all they gotta do is just shove the crystal. They will focus on Box. Appraiser's Wrath not gonna be able to open up, and that's gonna be a wipeout by Team HAQ. But where's the minions?
He saved it.
They don't have the minions, and the top lane is shoving in as well.
Wait, hold on.
Uh-oh.
One minion, and Matt is back. Matt is back. He's trying to flicker in or get in something.
Oh, the Mystic Gush comes in. They're trying to stall their way through, but it's not going to be enough. Team HAQ takes game 1 with a very, very close situation. What a comeback from Team HAQ.
Too close for comfort, man. Too close for comfort. A strong high ground defense converted into a win after splitting Team Secret into 2 in their own base.
Oh boy, I did not expect a game like this for Season 12. We are on a mission to find the best of the best, and every game so far has been intense. But thus far, Team HAQ securing game 1 means they are put in a board where they will have a chance to come on top.
Yep, it's good to see that Team HAQ coming back to form, but it's very good that Team Secret, at this point of time, it's only a few mistakes that they are making overall. Their macro decision-making is good. However, when a fight gets heated, all they see is red, and Team HAQ took advantage of that.
Yeah, this is a very, very difficult match to be played, but the macro games in this game is a surprisingly very high level between both teams.
They understand how to pull people away, how to dance around this Lord, and more importantly, juggling these waves to pull attention to themselves.
Oh boy, we are in it for the biscuit, because as of yet, with 1 game advantage coming from Team HAQ in this best of 3 series here, we pose this question towards Todak. Obviously, Todak, we've seen based on their track record, they are known to be the kings of 2-1, regardless of them winning or losing. But for Team Secret, they've had a very good, strong lead from the start. The question is, are they on tilt right now?
I don't know how tilted they are. I mean, if you're in Matt and Max's position, I would say more Matt than it is Max, because I feel like in this particular position, he was getting kill after kill, but he's waiting for the right conditions to actually happen. So I can't really blame him. There's only so much that you can control within this type of 5v5.
Yeah, it's so difficult, right? And when it comes to this situation, it could have gone either ways. It came down to one small mistake, right? And you did talk about this, and I did pose you this question.
Yep.
How will Team HAQ bounce back from this? They need to make a little bit of a mistake, which is pretty much clump up together, get completely Mystic Gush to them, and that's, I would say, Gord just completely win the game. But the MVP of the match is gonna be Iris from Team HAQ. Even though we didn't see too much kills, but macroly, he was the reason why Team Secret was so afraid in all these fights.
Yep, very good game sense on his side, retreating back when he was about to get ambushed, good movement by not getting locked down, but most importantly, the fact is, either he is making calls or somebody else is.
Karita.
Emang boleh
Take a look at the mic.
Karita?
Banjir cepat, jangan bagi dia.
Oh, dah bagi tu coklat. Maksudnya itu.
Apa ni edit bagi tu?
Bunuh lah.
Belakang sikit. Satu wave.
Jangan tahan wave.
Tak apa, kasih.
Bunuh. Tak ada minion tu.
Tak ada minion tu.
Ada.
Oh, ada.
TB nanti.
Boleh.
Sekejap.
Sempat kau rasa boleh.
Angel, fokusan dulu.
Final moments of that game already embedded in our minds here. Our MVP Iris only taking 50% of the game kill participations, not even scoring a single kill for himself, but only assisting in these sections. He knew what his job was, and he played it perfectly.
Yeah, I agree. He played really well in the macro aspect. And, you know, I talked about split push meta is going to be the meta. It seems like Team HAQ adopted it and pulled it off, because usually we kind of see this in assassin junglers. And for him to play it on a Paquito, forcing Team Secret to be put in this position, it feels really, really scary coming in from him. And I'm really glad that Iris still has the macro aspect of this game.
Yep, he's got the touch, as people would like to say, but let's have a look at the in-game items as well as the emblem builds that they decided to go for, because even off of the MVP screen, we can tell that Iris, he's building tank. He's trying to survive. He's got a bit of damage, but not enough to go put somebody 100-0. You even saw that he was struggling to actually take that 1v1 against Matt, even though he was the first one to make the move and get the initial damage onto it. But with the winds of nature, it starts becoming really difficult to secure these kills.
Now, let's take a look at the items and emblems as well. We didn't see an agility coming from through water to try and set up with the tenacity. You do see tenacity up on Claude as well, which is something that I don't see too often coming in from him. But at the same time, you know, as long as the Claude survives, the Blazing Duet is going to do a lot more damage, I guess.
I mean, I don't know what games you're playing, but I see a lot of tenacity, as a matter of fact. It's just a lot of stats in the early game, especially when you're dropped below the threshold. That's when you start to feel it. You're like, man, I'm going to dive you. You're like, what, 20% of your max HP? I'm going to get the kill. And then you realize, oh, he's taking a little too many auto attacks, and I'm taking way too many tower shots.
Yeah, but at the same time here, I really like that for some reason, Team HAQ was able to make this Gord work, right? Like, if Yura is alive and he's not contested, he's gonna get free damage all the way through. And for somehow Team Secret, it felt like they were just lost. They were just overthinking the situation where they were just trying to bait reactions coming from Team HAQ, but Team HAQ is just doing things that are not in front of you. They're playing all the side games. I would say the side quests against you.
I don't blame them. I don't blame Team Secret for it. They are technically a relatively new team coming in towards the MPL. And not only that, these players have only played, what, not even a year together, which shows a very big difference in their overall style. But let's have a look at the post-game stats and maybe we can see a little bit of a different story. Of course, Max having an insane amount of damage, but even Matt catching up pretty quick to him in the back. I hate the fact, I'm so glad that they actually have the names listed out there, because if they took it away, I wouldn't be able to tell between Matt and Max, especially when it comes to the rich guy. They're just both good-looking dudes. There's just no way to tell. There's just no way to tell.
Agreed. They are the twins in action here, the powerhouses for this season. However, from Team HAQ. They seem to have found their mojo here, taking a little bit of a risky gamble with the core pickup, but somehow they made it work. But let's pay attention to the damage output here in terms of how they I would say even out between the teams here. Team HAQ, a majority coming from Panda as well as Yura, whereas from Team Secret it's only Matt and Max. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, all right. Here's the deal. We're gonna pull up the highlights and hopefully it catches the moment that I'm actually thinking about. But when we compare these two types of players, the overall goal is important. How they actually look to execute this. In the early stages of the game, we see that Neo was actually winning out his lane against Iris initially, getting first rotations, and most importantly, putting him at a HP threshold whereby he can't necessarily just free trade and then look to actually survive these situations.
Yeah,
but then we cut back to the neutrals. That's when we see you're actually making the difference, where now it's a dedicated zone that I can push people away from just with the Mystic Gush.
Agree, and because of this kind of plays, like it came down to a situation where, hey, wait, things aren't really working out. The first stage coming from Team HAQ was pretty much, hey, we're gonna use the Mystic Gush to kind of zone space. But in this time, where Team Secret was able to isolate fights where they're not in a clumped up situation, that is where Team HAQ kind of loses their momentum or majority of their damage. So based on this situation, I feel like Team HAQ, they somehow were able to adapt on the fly on the sequencing on how they should be taking those kind of fights.
I mean, the animosity coming out from Team HAQ is still within them, and I think it's very, very clear, especially in these last couple of fights. Like, Panda is so willing to fight their opponents. Like, he is so willing to go face first and bait for the rest of his team to close it out. And as soon as he dies, that's when you see Team Secret realizing, hey, they've lost the majority of their damage. Gord's on his cooldowns. We can actually take this away. But this is where you see the split in half with Iris as well as Yura cutting the team, splitting them into two different fronts, costing the life of their marksman from the side of Secret.
Yeah, there was a little bit of mistake here, knowing that Matt does have the tendency to actually play a little bit more aggressive. But because of this, Team HAQ was able to find that window of opportunity, right? We talk about one small mistake is all it takes. In this case, HAQ was able to explore that secret. They were able to review the weaknesses of that fight. So I'm glad they were able to find that opportunity. But at the same time, the question posed towards Team Secret is, can they bounce back? Because we know, based on how well the game went, Team Secret was just dominating the early game, the mid-stage of the game, but they just couldn't close out those games.
It's tough to close out these types of games. Their high ground defense is already a big problem. If they look beyond the clouds, the series of skins are now available. Starting today until the September 4th, take part in the Beyond the Clouds 11 Scroll event, and you may have a chance to get a full price deduction for Kagura's Beyond the Clouds skin. To participate in the Beyond the Clouds draw event, and your first 10 draws will yield a random Beyond the Clouds exclusive item, such as Xavier's and Edith skins and other effects.
Did I hear you right? Full price deduction?
Oh yeah, full price deduction.
Means free, right?
Yeah. If I remember correctly, it's like what, over 1.5k diamonds?
And then you deduct it to 1,000.
I'm not 100% sure because I've reduced it down to 1.2, so I can't remember my original starting point.
Mine is around 1k as well. So
1k
it's like
as well?
Full price?
I mean,
it's a possibility.
We got to keep it up. Keep it up, guys. It's going to be going on for the rest of the month, and more importantly, up until September. So keep that in mind. And don't forget, if you are tired of like, oh man, the MVP doesn't make sense, how about you vote for them yourselves by scanning the QR code down below, and you can predict the MVP of this match ahead of time. With that being said, winners of these predictions actually get a prize.
You're so generous, aren't you? Because
I'm not the one giving it out.
But at the same time, if you are one of the winners here to actually predict the winners of the MVP, guess what? Who knows? They might be giving you some goodies and prizes and potentially skins as well.
Keep in mind that they do this for every single game, so there are multiple winners throughout the day. And this is just day number 1. We got 3 more days with multiple games to actually go through.
Yep, and today with day 1 here, it has been full of surprises. We're pretty much in a situation where almost every single game has been played here for day number 1 so far. We haven't break the curse of 2-0s, we have nothing yet. It's like game 3 all the way. what are your thoughts on this? Do you think Team Secret has those capabilities to pull this to a game number 3?
I think without a doubt. I think, you know, considering how their early and mid game actually worked out for them, I feel that Team Secret honestly should have been able to close that game out, but I think they're just a little uncomfortable dealing with the Gord. Again, how many times do you play against Gord, even in your pub games, right? We're talking about Mythic and up here. A majority of those games, you're not going to see Gord.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Karakuri has a lot of experience in that regard.
I couldn't care less. I feel like, you know, as smart as Karakuri is when it comes to down to the analysis, when he makes recommendations in a public ranked game, man, sometimes, hey, look, I'm just glad that my house isn't built out of drywall. I wouldn't have a house by the end of it.
But at the same time, for these guys watching as well, we can see everyone is extremely excited to see how this game is coming in here. And so far, what really surprised me, what was that say? Go Team HAQ. Is that all? Go Team HAQ?
Yeah, man, he's supporting the team that he likes the most.
All right.
You can't expect fans to always be like, yeah, we support every single one of these teams and hold no animosity to any single one
I
of
thought
them.
you support all teams in Malaysia.
Only the ones that are representing. You see, this is Malaysian mentality. It's just like, yes, it's great as long as we're winning.
Quote unquote, lalang, huh?
That's one way of putting it. I do have my favorite teams, but until they show up, I'll only reveal it then. In the meantime, Team Secret have a couple of things to actually work on. Number one, fundamentals on how they actually want to approach a neutral, because too many times they gave up the neutral. There was one 50-50 which they lost out, but it's like, fair enough, you can't win them all, right?
Yeah.
But the situations where they gave it up, how do they protect themselves from it? How do they expect or anticipate it from the side of Team HAQ?
More like, I guess, they were uncertain in the circumstances whether or not they should take that fight or not. And then they just got lost in those kind of translation and just gave it away for Team HAQ. Is that what you're trying to say? They look a little bit lost in certain moments.
I don't think they look lost. I think that they're just indecisive. There are eventually it will come to a point where you must make a choice. If you do nothing, you just lose everything. So you have to get something back, and that's what we saw a lot of the time, right? They're trying to make a decision. They're thinking of what they're going to do. They're thinking what they're going to do. Oh, I've already lost the neutral objective, even though the side lanes are getting pushed. I'm going to look for one kill back. Once we get that, somebody recalls straight away. We're willing to lose an inhibitor for it.
Fair enough, but with that being said here, obviously Amox, he has experience playing, coaching Team Secret, so he does know the ins and outs of what they're capable of. So he can be used as a secret tool for himself. But so far, I feel like did Amox do a lot for Team HAQ based on the coach? Because for sure we know Coach Zico with Madamax, the entire Team Secret has been completely revamped based on their performance in the previous season. But what are your thoughts on Team HAQ with Amox coming in?
I mean, so far they're looking a lot more confident. They're looking a lot more tactical. But that's the same as asking a skinny guy, "How's your training coach? Your training coach doing good for you?" Literally right after they purchase their service. It's like you don't know until you give it time. You gotta let the man cook.
Fair enough. But at the same time, now when it comes to the matcher, you can see they are looking to go in for the fight as well. You can see the Team HAQ fans, they are strong, and we've seen them grow since their debut, right? Like it started with like what, 6 people, 8 people, and then it got really big. And I think at one point they called them the Ultras or something like that.
Yeah, is it the Supers or the Ultras? The HAQ Supers. I think I gotta go talk to Ivan later on. He's probably gonna bash me for it, but at least I'll get an answer at the end of the day. But no, their fan base continues to grow. It's hard not to fall in love with this team, especially with their run during the M series.
Yep.
I mean, it was almost there. It was so very close, but still too short for making it to that final stages of the entire international tournament. And I think that's what everybody's looking for, an opportunity to not only make it into an international like M5, but more importantly, putting up a better performance than what we've been seeing in the past couple.
Hey, this, if we bring back to what you're saying as well, it seems like Team HAQ 1 year ago today. No, okay, not today. 1 year ago, around this month, they were competing in Season 10. They won Season 10. They represented Malaysia, went to M Series. Could we see a second Cinderella story for Team HAQ?
I mean, I don't know, unless they've kind of changed a couple of things like how momentum-based they are. Team HAQ, they were walking in with a lot of momentum during M4. I don't think that's going to be the same case here. We'll see what Amox does with the team, and then we'll answer that question in time. But I'm more curious about Team Secret, right? Like, from Zico's perspective, he's a Filipino coach having to deal with Indonesians as well as Malaysians, all of which they have to go on the basis of English, right? I don't know how good everybody's English. I know AIM can speak in English. I know Boxy speak in English, and the same goes for Neo as well. Mad and Max, I'm pretty sure they have a little bit on their sides. And based on what I've heard, apparently Tagalog is pretty similar to BM as well as Bahasa Indonesia, or the Indonesian language, for those of you who don't know. Pretty similar in a lot of their words.
You know, that's the thing. I wouldn't be able to understand Tagalog that much, but if you were to mix it English in between, I can kind of read between the lines. So I can get where you're coming from.
No. That's like saying I understand Mandarin, but I'm just reading their body language. That's not the same. It's not the same at all.
Well, that's the thing, right? Now we're talking about Coach Zico, but if you base off his previous track record, he pretty much won MPL KH with Burn X Splash and brought them to M4. However, didn't do too well, then got replaced. So, you know, track record is track record. He still brought the team there, but do you think it's going to be the case for Team Secret? I think based on that first game performance and this game, he could dictate the entire journey for Team Secret for this entire regular season.
Look, maybe if I was part of MPL Cambodia and predicting for Zico's team when he was with Burn X Slash, I probably could have made that prediction, no problem, right? But here in Malaysia, there's just too many variables that are too volatile to keep in mind, right? Zico has only so much control over what his players do in the team. At the end of the day, he can arm his players with the best weapons possible, but if his soldiers can't execute their orders, then it's a problem in and of itself. But let's jump into the draft, right? Again, pretty similar draft all across the board, but we do see an early pickup of this Edith coming in from Team HAQ, and from Team Secret, they're locking in that version, they're also getting the Kaja.
Oh, I'm surprised they're actually prioritizing this. Is it because of the fact that, you know, Neo was just playing really well on it, and they're just denying it away, and this time they're forcing Iris to play it? Or is this going to be Noir playing the Edith? Because if I do recall, when Noir was playing for SMG, he did bring in the Edith, right?
Yeah, he did whip it out that one. Well,
He wasn't even popular at the time.
It wasn't popular, and I think he brought it out. He brought it out like 2 times in that best-of-3 match, and then one more time later down the week. I can't remember what week that was exactly, but I'll get back to you with it.
No, here's fight for my dreams. Well, here is going to be something that I can see, but as soon as I say it, yep, we are kind of spot on. It's going to be Noir playing Edith, and Paquito and Iritel going to be picked up from Team HAQ, with Claude being banned, which is kind of surprising considering that, you know, they kind of prioritized that Claude in first phase for Team HAQ. This time, they're just letting it go.
Yeah, I think they've weighed the cost-benefit analysis, and they're like, as much as we love you, Panda, on this Claude, you died too many times in that last game. They're gonna play Irithel. Got it, and he's like, okay. And Iris is like, can I play Edith instead of Paquito? They're like, yep, take it if you have to. But keep in mind, this is a double flex pick, right?
Ooh.
Both Edith and as well as Paquito can both go into the EXP. Edith can go to support, but Paquito can also go into the jungle, which is something Team Secret must keep in mind.
Okay, but now with the Farsa being picked up from side Zico, what's really surprising is that now going to this second phase ban, Mortis completely ignored, and Mincitar also kind of ignored so far. Except for Todak that one last game, but here both teams don't really care about Mincitar. Which is weird.
I don't think there's a situation from Mincitar or an argument for it right now, other than like Paquito, I suppose, and maybe even Irithel. But even so, you would much rather get a Franco rather than actually dedicate yourself to this Mincitar who doesn't have as many base stats, right? So Team HAQ, they ban out the Beatrix. They're focusing down on the marksmen. We still don't know what direction their comp wants to go general, but we do know that the Irithel, at the very least, I can't wait to see another great Dragon Spear.
Are we going to see it though?
Oh, 100%.
All right, fair
like,
enough.
You'd be kind of trolling if you don't buy that item later down the line. It's probably not your first item, but like, you got to get it at some point. The extra movement speed by popping your ult is kind of nice.
Exactly, but I think we had this discussion behind the scene as well, where the ultimate is kind of like overall 40-second cooldown. Sorry, 30-second cooldown, but if you pop it with the entire duration, by the time your duration finishes, you will have 10-second cooldown before you pop the next ultimate.
Yeah, and that's the best part. You also have a 15-second cooldown on the Great Dragon Spear to give yourself the extra 7 seconds of movement speed. So again, cost-benefit analysis, pretty good item.
Yep, pretty good. But at the same time, that can be said for Clint as well. What do you think about this?
Oh, I've been very excited to see Clint after BTR whipped it out the last time during the SPS. I haven't seen too much of it other than in MPL Indonesia, right? Other than those guys so far, haven't seen a big resurgence of Clint just yet, but I think it's going to get more popular in the upcoming weeks.
Yeah, maybe. But in this case, Team Secret, they're playing it safe. They are going to have Matt play that roguey. But for now, when it comes to mage department, what's a good matchup against the Farsa here? Because as of now, the Yeep is pretty much banned for Ramis as well as Valentina. Majority of the strong mage is pretty much taken out here. Is, Amox thinking whipping out the Nox perhaps?
The Lunox? I wouldn't say go straight
Kagura
into
is pretty good though.
I
like Kagura in this game.
Kagura is like kind of alright, I suppose, but I think, in this case, Novaria is going to be the better option. It clears faster, is able to rotate quicker, is able to make an impact in the side lanes without not actually having to be there. But now we see the Terizla get locked in, and now we have a much better idea of what this comp wants to do.
Yeah, a lot of AoE control here, a lot of AoE CCs coming from Team HAQ. Novaria out just extends all the hitbox here, allows the penalty zone to take value. Edith to get a little bit more value, Paquito as well. So I like Team HAQ's draft a little bit here because of how they kind of play around all this wombo combo strategy. But Team Secret, they're not out of it yet because they have a Kaja pickup potential where they can just, whip one out, someone's gonna die.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Team HAQ,
when the body suffers,
once they locked in their first three, somebody was going to get shafted. And unfortunately, in this case, it was Gary who actually has to take the biggest hit amongst the rest of his teammates. Team Secret right now, especially with that Kaja, makes it difficult for Paquito to get in and out of fights. Even if he does secure the kill, the Divine Judgment is going to lock him down in place.
Yeah, that pretty much guarantees it here. But now both drafts coming in. Who do you think has the better draft?
Personally, for me, I think that Team Secret, as of right now, have a superior draft. Although I will mention that the scaling off the side of Team HAQ is in no way should you count them out. This Irithel, if she gets in close with max items and you don't have a feathered airstrike, man, you're in some big trouble.
Well, anything can happen in MPL, and in this case, both Team Secret and Team HAQ pretty much secured their drafts here. They've shown their hand. It all comes down to execution. Game 1 was a very, very intense match. And now when it comes to Game 2, will Team HAQ take the 2-0 or will Team Secret drag this into Game number 3? We're heading into the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. And this is going to be Game 2 for Team HAQ versus Team Secret.
Team HAQ going to be on the blue side with Team Secret on the red. Traditional openers coming in from both Noir and AIM, holding two different sides of the mid lane. Again, mid prio is so very important here. Like, the side lanes are super volatile. Irithel dies once, Brody completely dominates this lane until she starts getting items. Same goes for bottom side. Terizla generally has a bit of an advantage unless Benedetta can actually go for this big outplay. I'm happy to see that Neo is still willing to play Benedetta at the very least. He has been one of the few staple players.
Hey, he is. It is definitely a comfort coming from him, right? Like, when all things go south here, if you don't really know what to pick, just pick whatever you're comfortable with. In this case, Neo is an absolute god, but can he prove himself? Because as of now, Noir is taking a lot of damage onto his aim, and AIM forced to use the flicker.
A bit of some anti-synergy there. Yura going in for the shot, the onwards throwing Kaja over her back. Fortunately, forcibly missing a shot now. It's the game of information once again. Both junglers going to be ending up on the opposite sides of the map.
Yeah, but when it comes to this, I feel like when it comes to Team HAQ's synergy, it seems like all they gotta do is just play for levels. In this case, based on the emblems here, it seems like they do have a lot of sustainabilities coming in from Team HAQ, even for the Irithel, going for a tenacity on top of it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you're going to be running into enemy teams. You already have the sprint bite to actually compensate for the movement speed. Oh, Team Secret, are they actually going to get anything here?
Nah, I don't think so. They just don't have the engagements yet, especially with Neo not having the Electro Final Blow and the Petrify. It's just not worth going for this fight. And as of yet, when it comes to pick-up potential, they need aim to have that divine judgment yet. But now Noir start things off, and here it comes. Box in a little bit of trouble. Appraiser's wrap not going to be used yet, but they are going to try and finish him off. He's got the sustains, but he tanks it enough. He turns the tide, and goodbye, Gary. And just like that, they trade 2 for nothing, and turtle control in the hands of Team Secret.
Oh, that's so frustrating. That's so frustrating for Gary. He probably could have gotten away with it. Oh, whoa, Neo actually losing at least 90% of his health here.
Oh.
Wait, that might just be the execute. No. He
Oh,
manages the
oh, no,
the
he's dead.
execute.
He's dead.
Oh, no! The timing! You're able to find one back for the team with the help of the execute from Iris.
Oh my god, like, he thought it was dead. Oh, Turtle buff shield, yeah, he's gonna keep him alive. But at the same time, top side, Divine Judgment, they do get a catch on Panda, but do they have the follow-up? Yes, they do. Matt trades him off for Team Secret.
Beautifully done for the side of Team Secret. Beautifully done. A little sad for Neo, but still, it's not like he can't recover from this. Right now, it's expected that Iris is going to take full control over this bottom side. But
oh my goodness, they actually got the combo. Noir puts it in the position, and he's got the damage. Matt, disrespecting the Eden, did not expect it all, but Noir went that line and caught him off guard.
Yeah, really caught him off guard here, as a matter of fact. I don't even think Matt was even ready for that potential possibility. In the meantime, though, AIM actually trying to speed up Box's farm right now by leashing a couple of the jungle camps for him. Gary and Noir in position.
Yep. At the same time, Yura uses missile there, trying to fake this bush, expecting the Team Secret. Oh, they don't know that there's no one there. But at the same time, penalty zone from Iris. He's looking to kill off Neo, but doesn't have his first kill.
No. Doesn't have his first kill. Has no cooldowns at the same time. He probably could have flickered for it if he did, but again, this is just great trading coming in from Iris.
Agreed. But Team HAQ now, going to be focusing on the top side of gold lane here. Matt going to be respecting a little bit more, but here comes the ultimate from Astral here. They are going to get a little bit of vision, but they're going to force the fight. Noir catches Matt, but AIM not going to be able to put it for the rest. Finally pops the Divine Judgment. They will burst down Noir instead, so they will settle with losses, I guess.
Yep, nicely done coming in from Max, making sure that he ends the fight as soon as it begins. They find the kill onto Noir, because if Panda was given just a little bit more time, he probably would have cleaned up and at least get maybe a minimum one, ideally 2 kills if the Feathered Airstrike did not zone him out.
I like how Neo is just completely trying to cut the creep waves, and every single time he does this, Iris is just, I've got a lot of damage, I'm not a little bit afraid, but guess what? AIM is going to be forced to flicker out, but a penalty zone from Iris from downtown to extend with the flicker, but they are going to be looking for the disengage. Team Secret still looking for the fight, but Box will secure the turtle, and they will find Iris instead for the turnaround.
They get a kill, they get the turtle on top of it all. Right now, Team Secret are getting back onto form. They're building up that momentum in the early game like they did in game number 1.
Wow, that was a pretty flashy play. Unfortunately, I'm surprised AIM was able to survive through it all with those sustains. And you talked about the Brave Smite. The Brave Smite saves his life.
I'm telling you, Brave Smite is such a well, personally for me, because I'm an EXP, man, I think it's so busted. Right now, Panda, first item, decides to go for the Haas Claw. Very respectable of him. I am curious what he is going to go for the second item. Most of the time, it's Berserker's Fury, but then again, some situations call for other things.
Agreed. But now, AIM looking for another push his wall. He's got 45 seconds before his flicker, but on lane, my goodness, Gary just threatening Neo, and it feels like Team HAQ, they're very aware on how they want to approach this. They just want to make sure that Neo doesn't do those fancy split push that Iris was doing in the previous game, just because of how Iris isn't able to match him in terms of clearing speed or in terms of rotation as well.
Absolutely. I mean, eventually Benedetta will get to a point where she actually can, but that's only if she decides to go for a very particular build, not just Counter-Strike full tank items. Got to pair it up with at least a Bloodlust Axe, maybe even a Malefic Roar, similar to how Diablo likes to build his full damage Benedetta. Then again, let's see whether or not it's actually going to find some profit.
Yep, agreed. But for now, middle lane, Iris forced to use the defensive penalty zone. They even use the Astral for the information. So that's going to give them the information, but with 20 seconds left on the turtle, it feels like it doesn't even matter even if we lose it.
Yeah, again, too early of a rotation coming up from that top side, but maybe they don't even care about turtle at this point. I feel like Team Secret, turtle or no turtle, doesn't really change the state of the game. They're looking to slow down the big hitters, right? They're trying to slow down Panda from getting to that ultimate form where he can just run around and just blast people, just tap them each and every single time with his crit build. or at the very least, they can start picking off Noir even more, who has been rather aggressive in clearing these brushes.
Yep, now Box is going to start things off as well. They force up the Electro final blow to try and rush this here, but Iris going for the penalty zone. But Gary, again, the sneaky dude, he goes in for the steal. Iris might actually die. No, he doesn't. He actually survives, and Neo, he's going to die to this, and Noir will burst him down. Divine Judgment from AIM a little bit too late, and they will lose Neo as well as the turtle. But guess what, Noir? He wants to finish while Max is so close. He needs the auto attack, and no, he will not get another one.
Man, I thought that was very bold because Noir actually expanded Flicker to get over the Lord Pit at that point of time to actually try and close the distance. In the meantime, they were able to find... Wait,
what? How? Iris, he actually caught him, and now, man, force the Flicker out. Can he survive this? Yes, he will. He's going to be able to back out at Team Secret. They get out with so little health.
Oh, that's going to be some big flickers being wasted there, and Matt actually probably could have gotten the kill, but he just wasn't in range for the Torn Apart Memories to cover Iris on the initial cast. A little sad here, but here we go. The Berserker's Fury from Panda. One more item in the arsenal.
Yep, and as of now, look at the damage coming from Matt though, but at the same time, Astro coming in, they are going to get a little bit of vision. Matt already down to half HP. Noir forces to pop the ultimate here to better. Ezra comes in with the Divine Judgment. It is going to secure the kill. Once again, the Roamer gets picked off from Team HAQ.
I don't think the Divine Judgment was necessary in that particular case. I feel like Matt probably had more than enough, but they just wanted to be sure.
Uh-oh, Iris is going to get stunned up. What? How did Iris' health just drop like that? That's crazy.
I mean, Max is kind of strong, by the way. He's 2-0-1 right now, and he's playing Lethal Ignition just to make sure that he really hurts, even if you just get hit by one or two abilities.
But at the same time, Yura is doing the same as well. He's trying his best to actually kind of chip the back lines. But the question here is, can they punish both the mages? Because both mages right now is extremely strong for both sides.
Yep, very deadly in a matter of fact. But I think right now, Marsa is just too much of a key component for Team Secret and is honestly the glue that's keeping them together. Because their biggest weakness is if they go and engage too hard, they have no disengage. And that's where Max actually comes in.
Now Conceal Plays comes in. They've got the Astro Iris, pops the penalty zone. He's going to try and kill off man. He actually gets the solo kill with the mobility slows from Yura. It's going to be enough to keep him out of safety. And that's going to be Team Secret losing their goal lane. And now, with the Lord coming in, AIM, they're looking for the flicker plays, but no, he could not latch over the wall. The Divine Judgment finally connects, but Max not in position to pause this fight, and he will lose his life as Gary takes him out.
Very nicely done coming in from Gary. He pre-buffered his knockup strike, so as soon as he got hit by the Divine Judgment, he actually slows down the ability and literally cuts the time in half of how far he could have actually been pulled away into the lines of Team Secret. Now that Team HAQ is getting to a point where they're actually tipping the scales against Secret's early aggression.
Oh boy, this is scary. This is really scary for Team Secret because Team HAQ, they finally got their online time. Like, they just need to drag this game in their favor and eventually they will have the damage. In this case, Iris being able to threaten Matt, that was something that I did not expect at all.
I mean, Iris knew for a fact Matt does not have his flicker. 2, he already used his initial stun to reposition towards Tri-Brush. So that's when Iris said, well, that's everything I need. I'm just going to go in with the penalty zone and deal as much damage as I possibly can. Worst comes to worst, Yura will finish off the kill, but I'm going to try my darnest to take him out.
Agreed, Bound with the Lord clashing in Team HAQ. They're looking for the plays as well. Noir was starting off, pull AIM away. AIM taking a little bit too much damage. Chain stun all the way through, and he's going to be the first to fall. And now Iris with the penalty zone. They want box, but they're baiting the Appraisal's Wrath. Is it going to come out? No, it does not. Max will trade off the Roamer as well, but man, he almost gets Iris. Oh, that's got to be close with the Torn Apart Memories. And looks like Neo, he wants to catch Panda. Panda sidestepping his way through. He's got the mobility, but eventually Matt flickers forward, saves his dead, but Yura takes Neo with him as well. And now Gary has got the combo, Winds of Nature from Matt. He's going to try and stand the fight, but can he survive? No! It's all set up for Yura as Team HAQ is here to party.
Yep, Max just having a bit of a chuckling at the fact that his brother could not outplay the situation overall. Very nicely done for the side of Team HAQ. And right now, Yura, his skill shot game, he is very accurate with those Astral Spheres.
Yeah, it's crazy. And, you know, for them to take it to this stage here, it feels like Yura is starting to come up online a little bit better because every single time he drops this out, he gives so much information. After that, it's all about hitting your shots.
Yep, and he continues to scale even harder, right? 12 minutes into the game and score even...
Whoa, what's this? They are going to be sourcing a fight. A flickers out, but Box is going to be left stranded here. He needs to get out. Can he survive? Yes, no, he cannot. They do pick him up with Panda. That's going to be a double kill for him. And now Neo, he needs to run for his life. Gary looking to threaten him. They lose 3 right from the get-go. And Team HAQ, they're looking to close out this game. They want to finish this. Neo forced to go for the Electro final blow, but he gets picked up hard by Panda. They lose 4. Matt, only 1 left. It's over. It's done. They're throwing bodies for this. Doesn't matter. It's over. GGWP. The former champions are back to party and take a 2-0 against Team Secret.
Woo! Great play coming in from Team HAQ. It was such an off-tempo play. I wasn't even expecting it. The fact that they decided to conceal, the fact that they figured out 2 out of the 3 members are already out of position with the rest revealed on that top side clumped together. They initiate the fight of a lifetime to turn this all around and not drag it on any further. Congratulations for Team HAQ scoring the first 2-0 against Team Secret on the very first day of the MPL MY.
Oh, that's the happiest, biggest smile I've seen out of Iris here. Being benched for so long, finally getting to prove himself from Team HAQ. And for their first match series, a clean 2-0 against Team Secret, that is going to be a good morale booster. However, it is the battle of the bottom. We haven't seen how they're doing well in the rest of their matchups. But for now, a win is still a win. Regardless of whoever won this series, both of them had a very, very strong showing.
Extremely strong showing. Great fundamentals overall. Really good calls. But there's definitely strengths and weaknesses that need to be worked on if they want to go further in this competition. Thank God it's only week number 1 where this starts to show up rather than deeper down the line where the points matter.
Yep, at the same time, you can hear the crowd chanting. They're asking for Team HAQ. And we are going to be jumping in.
Dan nampaknya Team HAQ is indeed back in MPL Malaysia musim ke-12. Wow. Okay. Oh, everybody's super happy dan actually saya pun sangat-sangat happy sebab kita nampak tadi in the first match it was a little shaky. I'm pretty sure semua orang risau. Okay. So, Iris. Oh, test. Wow. Okay, Iris. As a new player dalam Team HAQ, okay, tadi Iris punya EXP laner punya gameplay, I would say it was very good. Setuju? Setuju. It was very, very good. So, Iris, how are you coping dalam Team HAQ? Semua okay ke? Player okay ke?
Bagi saya, Team HAQ ni semua macam family saya. And so, saya sayang dorang lah.
Okay. Gary, saya nak tanya. Tadi, masa first game kan, bila korang nak end, minion tiba-tiba habis. Risau tak dorang nak spawn balik in time? Apa ni, risau tak masa dorang nak spawn dah, minion tak masuk lagi?
Waktu risau kat tapi siapa tak perasan dia cakap ada satu wave. So selamat lah. Kalau tak dah panik lah tadi.
So tadi tu sikit je lah, panik sikit je. Oh, yang depan dorang semua tengah setuju. Kat depan tu semua orang risau. Tapi okey lah. Second game tu bounce back balik. Ended it very clean, very nice. So, Dewan Sri Putra, siapakah MVP anda? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Gary! Okay, Gary nak cakap apa? Sebab Gary baru je habis dapat MVP in a 2-0 clean sweep.
Saya rasa saya tak buat apa-apa sangat pun. Kena carry je tapi tak tahu MVP. Select.
Oh, select. Siapa pilih MVP ni? Okay, since Gary cakap select, dia rasa dia sepatutnya tak jadi MVP. So, pendapat Gary, siapa yang sepatutnya jadi MVP?
Iris lah, bagi dia semangat.
Wow! Okay, that's very cute. Okay, Iris, nak cakap apa dekat Gary?
Kau ni jaga hati aku bagi saya semua orang kat sini MVP lah. Tanpa diorang, siapalah kita orang ya.
Okay, mana Yura? Oh, Yura kat sana. Pas. Alright. Bukan seorang je debut hari ni. Yura pun debut. So, Yura, sebelum kita pergi mic check, apa Yura nak cakap dekat fans Team HAQ yang datang sokong hari ini?
Terima kasih udah support hari ini, yang udah datang. Terima kasih, jangan lupa dukung besok dan seterusnya ya. Terima kasih.
Alright, thank you very much Team HAQ. Congratulations on your win. Alright, thank you boys. Okay guys, so I'm pretty sure semua orang nak dengar apa diorang borak masa in-game tadi. So, mari kita dengar mic check diorang dalam game kedua. Mic check, let us hear what you have to say.
Wajib.
Tidak!
Aku atas.
Ya, sabar. Keluar.
Wah!
Nice, Yun.
Yun. Aku pick up Brody.
Dikunci.
Mati, Brody mati.
Palsa mati.
Brody mati.
Palsa mati.
Nice!
Aku dah angkat.
Benek lo. Nice, guys.
Nice!
Okay guys,
Peek back into the post-game stats on how Team HAQ against Team Secret went for game number 2. And so far, Iris on this XP lane with this Terizla has been doing so much work throughout this entire fight.
Absolutely. I love the fact that Terizla's in the meta, one of my favorite heroes in the game, and more importantly so, I think, Gary, even though he got the MVP, was absolutely right, People like Iris is making this game significantly easier, putting people out of position. When your job is to take out Brody, you successfully do it, but Keto is looking at Farsa, be like, oh, this is way easier to deal with.
I really like how Iris has finally found a place for him to shine, but can he shine brightly? 2 games of MVP, even though officially we gave it to Gary in game number 2, but Gary said it is going to be Iris. So I like how in the interview section here, they do respect who is doing work and who is not.
Well, let's not forget about the other debutee, Dura. I think, he saved so many of these situations. Like this kill score, these extra 5 kills, all coming from making sure that he was evening out the score every single time a member was put low on the side of Team Secret. Not missing a skill shot is important, but Dura is turning his accuracy into literal gold.
Yeah, and that is something that, that's the beauty about what Novara is, right? I'm surprised that it's still not going to be a priority pick here. But in terms of itemization, I'm surprised that he actually skipped the Enchanted Talisman, which is something that a lot of Novara players play. They go for Clock of Destiny, Enchanted Talisman, and then go for Lightning Trunket. But in this case, completely skipping here, just going for raw damage all the way through. And he actually went for the Weapon Master as well.
I like it. I like this a lot, because the fact of the matter is he wanted to have some raw damage, especially and knowing that he's never going to get into a position where he can actually be susceptible to getting ganked, or better yet, getting locked down by the opposing members of Team Secret. And more importantly, with the Weapons Master, you're really utilizing the raw stats that you are getting from these items. The fact that Yura went for the traditional build, went immediately into the Holy Glaive, just to make sure that if he touches somebody, they die. It's not because of, I'm not confident in landing my skill shots. It's the opposite, as a matter of fact. He is that confident he will hit it that he wants the damage.
Yeah, it feels like this Novara is in the situation where back in the days, Sicilian was playing, right? Early game, not really that strong. Mid game, not strong. But late game or end game, he is going to be hitting a lot of damage. So I guess Team HAQ has this composition designed around playing towards his strength. However, from the side of Team Secret here, based on what we've seen so far, what do you think went wrong for Team Secret?
Honestly, I wish to see that very at least a minute or maybe a minute and a half before that very final fight to see what the setup was from the side of Team HAQ to make such a bold call. Because this is still, keep in mind, yes, they are overextended outside of their lanes, but when they start pulling back, that's when you start to realize there's actually not a lot of play space for Team HAQ to actually take advantage of. They just were going off of the fact that you are missing flickers, don't have an ultimate, we can do something about it.
Yeah, I guess it comes down to whether or not can they play around Aim's divine judgment timings as well as his flicker catches, right? And every single time that happens here, if no one follows up with Aim, it is going to be very, very difficult. But all things considered here, the itemization seems to be wrong. I feel like execution is going to be the issue. But we have to dive deep a little bit more. Let's take a look at the post-game stats, the overall stats between both these teams. Damage dealt going to be favoring towards Team HAQ, but damage taken here, 281,000. That's almost 100k more coming from Team Secret here. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, so far, a majority of that damage actually is coming from Yura, right? He is literally the carry of this game with 47,000 damage under his belt, and also the Forgotten One with only 9 assists. Keep in mind, if we hop over to the other side, that's when you start to see the disparities, right? You don't see Max actually utilizing his ult to get these big shots that just one-tap people, because he always has to play the safeguard for the rest of Team Secret. Everybody else is allowed to run around as far as they want, except for Max, because when things go wrong, Team Secret kites back in towards that feathered airstrike range.
Yeah, that's something that I guess they have to play around, but so far we haven't seen too much of a wombo combo. Team HAQ, they have been winning their individual fights time and time again, and considering how tanky they are, I like that how Team HAQ has these 3 compositions. Like, okay, let's put Gary aside, right? He's not playing a tank build, but he has Sarizla and Edom that they can choose individual fights, and whichever that fight starts, Panda is going to be able to choose up its fight. So I guess that's the ideal between the drafts. But now, obviously, we have to highlight the MVP of the match. It is going to be none other than Gary.
Yep, MVP of the match, playing a strong, a very strong Martis, depending on how you want to call it. Overall, the fact is he is winning out on these 50-50s, right? He is making calls, and more importantly, Team HAQ before this had a little bit of experience with Minimon on their side, Gary being one of the more experienced members, having played for Orange previously with Minimon, and then eventually transitioning to this roster. You can see the carryover of that momentum. When they are hot, you heard it in the mic check, when they are hot, they will keep on pushing.
Agreed. And 2 games in a row, he was able to steal objectives away from Team Secret. So I want to see the highlights here and how he does this, because Gary, you know, even though we know that Iris has won game 1, but in both games here, Gary has been very consistent in taking objectives as well as finding the right opportunities to start those fights.
Absolutely. I think, oh man, Box got super lucky here because he didn't get retributed by Gary at that point of time, and I think that really would have turned the fight had he just used that retribution, snuck in an extra auto. That might have just been the kill. But overall, these penalty zones have been gigantic at canceling out key abilities from their opponents, and more importantly, once everything is all said and done, that's when you see the cleanup crew from Team Secret, right? That's why Max's positioning is so very important, and I think Team HAQ recognized that in the final moments of the game.
Yeah, this was a very close fight here, and you have to give credit here because it forced Neo in an awkward position to actually sacrifice their lives, and because of that, that pretty much took away a big defense that Team Secret has to kind of open up the map. And like you said as well, it all came down to the penalty zones here. Iris, again, another demonstration right there where he is just completely destroying Team Secret's escape in all fronts.
In all fronts. As much as they wanted to actually try. Yeah, this final moment, that's it. They saw Max out of position and they punished him. They found both Matt as well as Mac. That's got to be so frustrating to lose off of that one very small misposition because they were moving in the right direction. They were about to be there in less than 2 seconds.
Yep. At the same time here, unfortunately, the Team Secret here, they have not secured a single game ever since their AMPL debut. And I'm not gonna lie, even though they didn't win, this game showed me a different side of Team Secret. This is a much better Team Secret that we've seen in the previous week. And obviously, we've heard rumors as well. This roster is relatively new as well.
Yeah, that is true. And it's going to be reflected in the updated standings, which we're going to put on screen just for you guys right now. Because at the end of day number 1, week number 1, it's going to be Team HAQ sitting on top with 3 points because of that 2-0. Unfortunately for Team SMG, having a tough matchup against Todak, putting them at 2 points with Todak at 1 and everybody else at 0.
And of course, we will be seeing more games to come for tomorrow and the day after for the first week in general. But so far, I'm liking what I see here for MPL MY. We've seen a lot of adaptations here, trying to use other regions' meta to themselves, and in particular, Team HAQ definitely wowed me with the core pick.
Yeah, I think that Team HAQ is still very experimental. I think there's so much more that they could show. But let's have a look at tomorrow's schedule in case you guys want to jump down to Stadium Juara. Join us here at Dewa Triputra just to make sure that you can check out the Selangor Red Giants up against Team Lunatics, RSGMY versus the Homeboys, and Team HAQ versus MPXNC.
Oh boy, this is something that I'm extremely excited to see because Selangor Red Giants, they have proved themselves during SPS, but at the same time, is it good enough to be competing with the Rex? And of course, Team Lunatics, well, we have heard the rumors. However, are they going to be able to bounce back after their punches?
I'm more curious about what lineup they're going to be pulling out for the very first week. RSGMY and Homeboys, obviously, that one is going to be a banger of a game. Homeboys still looking for their very first championship after so many seasons, but RSG still not finding that that kick in their step to get to that championship.
Agreed. But of course, when it comes to winning championships here, you guys are the winners. On the screen right below are the MPL Predictor winners. And for those of you guys that are pretty much has been scanning the QR code throughout the entirety of the day and have been voting the correct winners, there are numbers on the screen. That is not redeem codes, don't worry. That is your ID code. That's your MLBB ID codes that they will be sending those gifts into your mail.
Yep, so don't worry about it. It's going to be in your mail all because you scanned a QR code. So the next time that you guys see it and try to predict the MVP of the upcoming matches, please do so. And honestly, you might as well just save the QR code in general because you can do this pretty much 3 days in a week to accumulate your prizes, as a matter of fact. Now that I think about it, I just had the thought, how many prizes can they actually accumulate? I'm going to throw that over to my producer later on and see whether or not I can get an answer of like the max amount of prizes you can win in a week.
You know, technically it is going to be potentially infinite because if you think about it, right? Think about it, right? Okay? Remember we had redeem codes to be here, you know? You guys had to claim it yourself. This time we don't need, we just mail it to you. But all things considered, we are going to be something out for day number 1, and we will see you guys for day number 2, which is going to be happening tomorrow. So goodbye for today.